From pretend to real, the heiress is now my wife. Cen Wen felt that after 33 uneventful years, his life was finally about to change for the better. His grandfather had passed away unexpectedly. In his will, he left Cen Wen an apartment on one condition: he had to get married within 3 months, or the inheritance would be revoked. At 9 a.m., Cen Wen rushed back to his uncle's house from the bakery. Take all that unlucky junk out and burn it or throw it away. The less I see of it, the better. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he heard his aunt's resentful voice. 2 janitors came down the stairs carrying boxes of luggage and tossed them next to the trash bins. Those were all Cen Wen's belongings. Aunt, why are you throwing away my stuff? Cen Wen frowned, looking up at the loud, sharp-tongued middle-aged woman on the stairs. Why? You've got the nerve to ask. You freeloaded off us for 3 years, eating and living here for free like some shameless leech. Good timing, now take your junk and get lost. Ji Yuyang's voice was so loud that everyone nearby could hear her. 2 elderly people sitting nearby under the shade started whispering. That Ji Yuyang has no shame. Cen Wen gave her 5,000 a month, more than enough to rent their whole apartment. And she still says he was freeloading. Isn't he at all because of the apartment Cen Wen's grandpa left him in the will? I heard Ji Yuyang tried to convince Cen Wen to give up his inheritance, so her husband Cen Wen's uncle could legally claim it instead. Sigh. Poor kid. With relatives like that, he must have used up all his luck in a past life. Cen Wen heard it all. But he didn't say a word. He just walked to the trash bin with a tense expression, quietly picked up his clothes piece by piece, and stuffed them back into his suitcase. He found his household registration booklet in a small bag, sighed, and tucked it into the pocket of his jacket. At some point, Ji Yuyang had come up behind him. She lowered her voice and sneered coldly, Cen Wen, over the past few years, how many blind dates did we set up for you? Did any of them want to marry you? They all ran the second they learned about your family. This time will be no different. Don't think some silly inheritance will magically get you a wife. Take a good look at yourself. What woman would marry someone like you? My business is none of your concern, Cen Wen said flatly, shooting her a cold glance before walking away from the Mingyuan complex he had lived in for 3 years. 30 minutes later, dragging his suitcase, he got off at the bus stop in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. His eyes scanned the area carefully, looking for the woman he was supposed to marry today. Yesterday, Cen Wen had connected with a woman named Su Yue through a matchmaking site. Just like him, she was eager to get married. Cen Wen needed a marriage to claim his inheritance. Su Yue wanted to escape her family's constant pressure to get married. The real reasons didn't matter as long as their goals aligned, that was enough. They hit it off online and agreed to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 a.m. to register their marriage. Cen Wen. Just as he began to worry, he stood up, a soft, pleasant voice called out from behind. Cen Wen turned around and for the first time in a long while, his usually calm eyes lit up with surprise. Standing before him was a girl so beautiful, she could rival any top celebrity. Her features were delicate, her presence graceful and refined. She exuded an air of elegance and purity, her appearance and figure near perfection, so perfect, in fact, she seemed to belong to another world entirely. Even from 2 meters away, he could smell the subtle fragrance on her. You're Su Yue? Cen Wen asked uncertainly, unable to believe a beauty like this had just dropped into his lap. Yes, I'm Su Yue, the one you agreed to marry last night. Su Yue extended her hand with poise, looking directly at him. From now on, we'll be seeing a lot of each other. The man in front of her looked even better in person than in his photo, which helped ease some of the anxiety she felt about today. What Cen Wen didn't know was that Su Yue had already thoroughly investigated his background. He was from a rural town in Ningzhou County, Yunhai City, the middle child with an older brother and younger brother. His family had never paid much attention to him. 3 years ago, he moved to Yunhai City to work, and, with nowhere to stay, his uncle took him in. The uncle was kind and treated him well, but the aunt despised him for being a country bumpkin with an ordinary job. Earlier this year, Cen Wen started his own business, a bakery in the northern business district of Yunhai, which he co-owns with a friend. Business was decent. All in all, his background was clean, and he had little romantic history. He couldn't offer her any political or financial support, but he was far better than the suitors her family had lined up, those greedy, power-hungry men after her inheritance. Meanwhile, Cen Wen took a few seconds to react before politely shaking her hand and quickly letting go. Nice to meet you. I'm Cen Wen. It's getting late, let us get things done. The only thing on his mind now was getting the marriage certificate. Once that was in hand, he could move into his new apartment. Otherwise, he'd really have nowhere to sleep tonight. Okay. The two of them walked side by side into the marriage registration office and began filling out forms. Cen Wen, male, Han ethnicity, 33 years old, from Ningzhou County, Yunhai City, first marriage. Su Yue, female, Han ethnicity, 25 years old, from Yunhai City, first marriage. After finishing the form, Cen Wen casually glanced at his future wife's ID and was stunned. She looked young, but he hadn't expected her to be this young. She was a fresh, bright-eyed girl. Had he just stumbled upon a treasure? Chapter 2, Prenuptial Property. Cen Wen suddenly worried that she might regret it. Wait, I have something to say. What was meant to come still came. The next second, Su Yue stopped writing, her expression serious as she looked at Cen Wen and gently parted her pink lips. Before we officially become husband and wife, we should clarify each other's prenuptial assets. So that's what this is about. Cen Wen's tense heart eased, and he spoke honestly. Of course, I understand. To be honest, I don't have much liquid cash right now. Most of my savings went into opening a store. But after we get married, I'll be able to inherit a small 2-bedroom apartment in the city center, valued at around $4 million. When I inherit it, I'll add your name to the property deed as a form of future security for you. Cen Wen's thinking was simple. Marrying such a young and beautiful wife felt like a huge win. As long as they could live a decent life together, he had no intention of ever divorcing. Besides, if Su Yue hadn't come through for him today, he wouldn't have even found someone to marry, let alone inherit any property. Su Yue's hand froze in her bag, her beautiful eyes flashing with a trace of surprise she hadn't anticipated. In her hand was a prenuptial agreement she had prepared in advance. The agreement detailed Su Yue's true assets, tens of billions in wealth, and the inheritance rights to Cen Wen Group, a fortune valued in the hundreds of billions. The agreement listed jaw-dropping figures in cash, real estate, stocks, luxury cars. If she signed the document, all of Su Yue's personal prenuptial assets and any future income would be completely unrelated to Cen Wen. You're not afraid I'm a scammer, and that I'll take your assets and then divorce you? Su Yue asked bluntly. In her eyes, that half apartment meant nothing, but to an average person, it was a substantial fortune. For the first time, she seriously evaluated the man before her. He was a little different from what she had imagined. I'm not afraid, Cen Wen grinned. Even if you ran off, I'd still have $2 million left. But if you don't marry me, I'm flat broke. He wasn't stupid. Of course, he knew that according to marriage law, inherited property didn't need to be shared with a spouse. But a man should have some decency, right? This girl was getting married for the first time and had chosen to follow him. Shouldn't he show a bit of sincerity? Go ahead and sign. I'm all good on my end. Su Yue let go of the agreement and didn't take it out. Getting married happened faster than expected. It felt like they had just walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau, and the next moment, they were walking out with a red marriage certificate in hand. The property was finally secured. Cen Wen took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling like even the sunset today was more beautiful than usual. Su Yue, however, held the marriage certificate in her hand, lost in thought. Cen Wen, I have another request. Though she called it a request, her tone was firm, with an undeniable sense of authority. Sure, go ahead, Cen Wen looked at her, mentally preparing himself. Su Yue got straight to the point. We may be legally married, but we won't be living together in the future. So, can we keep the marriage a secret? Oh, a secret marriage. Cen Wen had thought she might lay down some ground rules like no taking advantage of me after marriage, but it turned out she didn't plan to live with him at all. This marriage was, in her mind, purely a cooperative arrangement. No problem. But since you're legally my wife, I should at least know what you do, right? Also, in case either of our families has any situation where appearances matter, maybe we can help each other out. What do you think? Su Yue hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. By secret marriage, she didn't mean erasing his existence, just that she had no intention of making the relationship public, given her special status. I work at Cen Wen Group. Cen Group Yunhai City's largest publicly listed company, valued at over $1 trillion. It was said the minimum hiring requirement was a 985 university degree. Cen Wen was surprised his wife was a top student. She was so young, probably just a newcomer at the company. Her income was likely not very high. I run a shop, Cen Wen replied just as openly. I co-own a bakery on Huayan Road in the North Business District. We mainly sell desserts, bread, and coffee. He wasn't as academically qualified as his wife, but his business was already up and running. He earned around 10,000 yuan a month, with potential to grow. Among peers, he wasn't doing too badly. By the way, are your living expenses high? What do you mean? Su Yue was puzzled. Was he worried she would spend his money? Then she saw him lower his head and fiddle with his phone. Her phone buzzed. Su Yue opened WeChat and saw that Cen Wen had transferred her some money, not much, just 3,000 yuan. Then he said, "You haven't been working long and you're in a big company, so you probably have to spend a lot on clothes and social activities. Take this as household expenses. I'll send you 3,000 yuan every month from now on." Su Yue was thoroughly stunned. So he was worried that her salary was too low to cover her needs and gave her some pocket money. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it. As she confirmed the transaction, a large balance briefly flashed on the screen, tens of millions sitting in her WeChat wallet. Unfortunately, Cen Wen didn't see it. "If you ever run into financial trouble, I'll help however I can," Su Yue said calmly, though her words carried weight. She wasn't someone who took kindness for nothing. Cen Wen laughed cheerfully. He didn't expect or desire any help from Su Yue. "Actually, my place is close to Cen Group. If commuting is hard, you could move in. There are 2 bedrooms, we can sleep separately." He emphasized the separate rooms to avoid misunderstandings. Cen Wen was considerate. Su Yue's expression flickered with a hint of awkwardness. "Got it. You go ahead and head back. If anything comes up, we'll talk on WeChat. What about you?" "I'll take a cab." "Okay. Bye." Cen Wen didn't think much of it, waved, and hopped on a bus. Su Yue stood there until his figure disappeared from view, then returned to her car. It was a limited edition Maserati, extremely expensive. Inside sat a gentle-looking middle-aged man who had witnessed everything and turned to ask, "Miss, you really married Cen Wen?" "Yes." Uncle Ping sighed. 2 years ago, the old master suddenly fell critically ill and slipped into a coma. Chaos erupted both inside and outside the family. In a moment of crisis, Miss Su took over according to the old master's will. As his only child, she became president of Cen Group and led the company through the storm. But the will also stated that she must marry within 3 years and bear a child within 5 to continue the family line. Only then could she inherit the old master's estate. 2 years passed in a flash, and only 1 year remained before the marriage deadline. Inside and outside the family, those coveting the inheritance were growing increasingly restless. Schemes and betrayals surrounded the succession and the selection of her husband. Left with no choice, Miss Su decided to get married. "Let us hope this time we made the right choice." Cen Wen was their pick. "I hope so too," Su Yue replied with a trace of melancholy, but in the next moment, her expression returned to its usual icy calm. "Uncle Ping, head to the company. Right now?" he asked, surprised. "Yes. Now that I'm married, I can finally start doing what I've wanted to do for the past 2 years." Her gaze was sharp, cutting through to the soul. Chapter 3, Move in Tonight. Cen Wen went to the notary office in the afternoon, presented his marriage certificate, and began to process the notarization of inheritance rights. He has all the necessary documents, and his grandfather's will has been notarized by the notary office. There is no objection to inheriting the property, and all he has to do now is go to the property registration department to handle the transfer of ownership of the property. So he moved in that afternoon. He walked into their house and opened the windows for ventilation. After doing all this, he looked back at this old-style house and the stone in his heart finally settled down. "After my grandfather passed away, he often came here to clean, and the house has always been kept clean and tidy, so you can move in right away without having to tidy up." After officially moving in, he had to buy a lot of things. Cen Wen made a list of daily necessities and set out to a large supermarket near his home to buy them. Everything was going well until he arrived at the bedding area and hesitated. As for the 4-piece bedding set, he was a grown man, so of course he could use any set. But if Yue really moved in, he would have to buy a new set for the guest room. What styles do girls like? Cen Wen knew little about women and wasn't sure of her taste, so he took out his cell phone, took a few photos, sent them to Su Yue, and then made a voice call. At the same time, the meeting room of Qianlin building of Qianlin Group was filled with the smell of gunpowder. As soon as Su Yue returned to the group headquarters, she convened a high-level meeting to announce a series of appointments and made large-scale adjustments to the group's senior leadership positions. Get rid of the family-based system and promote the professional manager system. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Su Yue's cousin, his second uncle's eldest son Su Yu, immediately jumped out to object. Yue, you are excluding dissidents by doing this. Su Yue sneered. Ever since her father fell into a coma, she had witnessed so much ugliness wrapped in so-called family affection. For their own interests, they could sell out her marriage at any time. You are not qualified to do this. Su Yu continued to roar in a low voice. You are just a president, do you think you are the chairman? Su Yue raised her eyebrows and was about to speak when her WeChat account vibrated continuously and a voice call came in. Seeing the note, Su Yue's eyes flashed with a hint of deep meaning. Then, under everyone's attention, she answered the phone in a gentle tone. What's up? Yue, I was shopping in the mall and saw some bedding. I sent you the pictures. Take a look and see which one you like. I'll make your bed for you tonight. Su Yue opened the pictures and looked at them one by one, then picked out a simple pattern and sent it over. This. Okay, I'll buy it then. After the call ended, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Yue, full of surprise, confusion, and speculation. Su Yue generously solved the mystery. As you can see, I am married. The call just now was from my husband. Thunder exploded. Everyone was stunned. The huge conference room suddenly became like boiling water, boiling with noise. Especially the relatives of the Su family, their faces looked as if they had eaten shit, and each one was uglier than the other. Su Yue, are you kidding me? Su Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked so vicious that it seemed as if he wanted to pop his eyeballs out. Su Yue suddenly raised her voice. I am not only the legitimate president of Qianlin Group now, but I am also ready to take over the shares of the group that my father left me. Am I qualified to do these things? Su Yue, who allowed you to do this? An angry voice suddenly sounded. At the door of the conference room, a beautiful woman in mink fur walked in. This person was Su Yue's stepmother, Shen Qianru. When did you get married and who was your partner? Shen Qianru asked anxiously and angrily. Su Yue looked at the furious Shen Qianru calmly. We just got the certificate this afternoon. As for who he is, it has nothing to do with you, auntie. The last address was to remind her of her identity. How can the eldest daughter of the Su family marry someone of unknown identity? Yue, your marriage is not up to you. I order you to divorce immediately and marry the young master of the Zhang family. The young master of the Zhang family is your perfect match. Su Yue smiled without comment, and looked at Shen Qianru with eyes full of mockery. Aunt Shen, we are holding a high-level meeting of Qianlin Group. You are not a senior executive of Qianlin Group, so it is not appropriate for you to stay here. Please leave. Su Yue ordered everyone to leave, and immediately a security guard who only obeyed her orders came over and asked Shen Qianru to leave. You just wait. Shen Qianru stomped her feet, exchanged glances with Su Yu and others, then turned and left the meeting room. As soon as she left the meeting room, she lowered her voice and angrily ordered the people around her, thoroughly investigate who is married to Su Yue. In the conference room, the meeting continued. In this battle, Su Yue won a great victory. After get off work, Su Yue returned to the car, leaned against the back of the car, and breathed a sigh of relief. In front of others, she was the prestigious President Su, but behind others, she was just Su Yue. Uncle Ping noticed her fatigue and asked with concern, Miss, do you want to go home and rest? Go home? Is there still a place for me in that home? Uncle Ping's words reminded Su Yue of the call that Cen Wen made 2 hours ago, so she turned on her phone and replayed it. Yue, why are you calling? Cen asked. It was very lively on the other end, someone was cleaning. Outside the car window, there were lights from thousands of houses and stars in the sky. Su Yue's tense body relaxed unconsciously, and her voice became light, like a glass of mellow red wine. You said this afternoon that you wanted me to move in with you. Does that still count? It counts. I have cleaned up the house. You can move in whenever you want. Cen Wen smiled brightly. Su Yue could imagine his smiling face that was contagious with joy when she closed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Okay, that's what you said. You can move in any time. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Cen Wen took off the rubber gloves in his hands, walked over to open the door. Yue, are you moving in tonight? He looked at Su Yue, who was standing at the door, beautiful as a fairy and with stunning temperament, in surprise. Are you welcome? Su Yue asked with a smile. Of course you're welcome. Come in. Cen Wen warmly welcomed people into his home and openly invited Su Yue to visit. The small 2-bedroom apartment was kept tidy and spotless by Cen Wen. The 2 bedrooms were side by side, the same size, and both faced south. Cen Wen left the one closer to the bathroom to Su Yue. Go sit on the sofa. I'll finish mopping the floor. Do you want anything to drink? There are a lot of drinks and milk in the refrigerator. You can take whatever you want. This is your own home. Cen Wen was busy working diligently, while Su Yue was sitting there, feeling quite uncomfortable. She took the initiative to ask, is there anything I can help you with? Yes, I bought a new 4-piece set. It was just dried. Can you give me a hand and let's put it on together? Men and women working together makes the work less tiring. Cen Wen saw that Su Yue was embarrassed, so he invited her to help put on the quilt cover. Su Yue had never done these things before and had no idea where to start. Cen Wen taught her to put in a corner of the quilt first, then pinch it, and then put in another corner of the quilt. The big CEO, at this moment, was like a serious and studious student in front of Cen Wen. Cen Wen secretly looked at Su Yue's focused profile and felt very happy. At this moment, the sound of a key unlocking the door was heard, and then Ji Yu Yang's familiar voice rang out in the living room. Jiang Hong, this is the house left by Xiaokai's grandfather. If nothing goes wrong, the house will be sold in another month. At that time, I will use the money to buy Xiaokai a larger apartment in the city center. Didn't you say that this house was left to your nephew? TSK, with Cen Wen's character, can he get a wife? Chapter 4 I'm interested in you. Ji Yu Yang felt inexplicably lacking in confidence when she said these words, because when she entered the room, she saw that all the lights in the house were on and the interior was clean and tidy, which showed that someone lived there. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that Cen Wen moved in secretly? Aunt, why are you here so late? Cen Wen came out of the second bedroom with a calm face, as if he didn't hear the loud calculations she had just made. Su Yue also came out behind him, quietly looking at the 2 uninvited guests. Cen Wen, what are you doing here? Ji Yu Yang's face instantly showed anger. She felt that her things were touched by someone. Oh, I moved in. This is not your house. What qualifications do you have to move in? Get out. Ji Yu Yang felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. Cen Wen took out the marriage certificate from his pocket slowly and introduced his new wife to Ji Yu Yang. I'm married. I just got the marriage certificate this morning. This is my wife, Su Yue. Yue, this is my aunt. By the way, aunt, I have already completed the notarization procedures during the day. Once the house is transferred, I will be the legal owner. Ji Yu Yang was stunned. With Cen Wen's ability, can he marry a wife who is as beautiful as a fairy? You're talking nonsense. You paid to rent this actor, right? The marriage certificate must be fake. Don't think I don't know there are people who make fake certificates. You can buy one for just a few $dozen. Cen Wen, you want to fake a marriage to get a house? No way. Ji Yu Yang rushed forward and tried to snatch the marriage certificate from Cen Wen's hand. Su Yue frowned and shouted, stop. Their voice is majestic without being angry. Ji Yu Yang looked at Su Yue hesitantly, but she was unforgiving. How much did Cen Wen pay to hire you? Little girl, you should have a bottom line. I advise you to stay out of our family's affairs. I am indeed Cen Wen's legal wife. If you don't believe me, you can check the authenticity. But if you dare to snatch our marriage certificate, I will definitely ask my lawyer to come and talk to you about what infringement is. Su Yue said with a sneer. Ji Yu Yang was overwhelmed by Su Yue's powerful aura and was speechless for a moment. Jiang Hong reacted quickly and smiled to smooth things over. Oh, we are all family, and quarreling will make people laugh. She winked at Ji Yang. I will investigate the matter. If you dare to lie to me, just wait and see. Ji Yang took advantage of the situation and left unwillingly. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Cen Wen smiled apologetically at Su Yue. Nothing. Su Yue already knew about Cen Wen's family situation and was not surprised. On the contrary, she felt that Cen Wen had a good temper. When faced with an aggressive situation, he could still face it calmly. Not everyone has this kind of temperament. I think you should change the door lock. Su Yue reminded, I don't want a few inexplicable outsiders to appear in my house from time to time. You're right, I'll find someone to replace it tomorrow. At this time, Cen Wen's phone rang. It was Gao Jie calling. Gao Jie was his college classmate and also a partner of the bakery. Cen Wen had always had a good relationship with Gao Jie. At this time, there is not much business in the store. The only business is the arrival of the logistics truck delivering materials. As expected, as soon as the call was connected, Gao Jie said, Wen, are you free tonight? A shipment of goods is going to arrive at the store at 10 o'clock, and my girlfriend and I have an appointment for a movie at 10 o'clock. Do you think you can come over and help me after get off work? Under normal circumstances, Cen Wen would have agreed without hesitation, but wasn't his wife here. He secretly glanced at his wife and was trying to find the right words when Su Yue smiled and motioned for him to go. Cen Wen breathed a sigh of relief. I'll be here in a moment if I'm free. Okay. Yue, then you can rest at home by yourself and get familiar with the place. I will be back before 12 o'clock. Although she was only a daughter-in-law in name only, Cen Wen still consciously reported his itinerary. Su Yue had no objection to this, okay. In the dim night, Cen Wen went downstairs, rode his electric scooter straight to the store. It was only 8 o'clock when they arrived at the store. Gao Jie was still sitting in the store playing with his mobile phone. When he saw Cen Wen come in, he immediately smiled with relief. I said that he is a good brother. He came immediately after I called him. He is not like a girlfriend. She only knows how to act cute and spoiled my business. Cen Wen felt bad for letting Gao Jie work alone in the store all day. It's my job, you should go back early to accompany Xiaomeng, I'll take care of this. She's still having dinner with her classmates, there's no rush. By the way, you went on a blind date again during the day and disappeared for the whole day. Gao Jie asked gossipingly. As a good brother, he knew everything that Cen asked. No, my aunt kicked me out this morning. If I hadn't gone back to get my things, all my clothes would have been taken away by the garbage truck. Cen Wen said calmly. Gao Jie was immediately furious. What? Ji Yang kicked you out? How shameless is she? In my opinion, Lin Kaifang was really blind to find such a wife. No wonder he has been unhappy all his life. Forget it, if you don't want to live here, then don't move in. I've advised you to move out a long time ago, but you're still grateful for your uncle's sponsorship of your schooling, so you're willing to stay in his house as a free babysitter. Now that all these bad things are over, you can move to my place. I basically live alone anyway. Lin Kaifang is Cen Wen's uncle. He is a high school math teacher and a good man. Unfortunately, he is always suppressed by Ji Yang at home. No, I'm married and have moved into their house my grandfather left me. Fuck, when did this happen? Gao Jie was shocked. A few days ago, I asked you how it was going, and you said there was no hope yet, didn't you? Cen Wen had no intention of hiding anything and explained everything in detail. Gao Jie felt like he was listening to a storyteller, and the more he listened, the more outrageous it became. He shook his head and said, You are so hungry that you will do anything. As long as a woman is willing to marry you, you will do it without considering the consequences. Cen Wen shrugged and did not comment. To be honest, if his grandfather hadn't left him a house, it would be unknown whether he would be able to get married in this life. After all, in today's society, who would be willing to be with an older young person who is penniless, has no house, no car, and no background? Fortunately, the inherited house doesn't need to be named after your wife, otherwise, you would have suffered a huge loss. Now, the most you've lost is your virginity. I've thought about this matter. I plan to add her name. Cen Wen said seriously. Gao Jie was stunned, as if he was looking at a fool. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid that she is coming for your half of the house? Seeing Center Wen's indifferent look, Gao Jia was distressed. If you really want to do this, you might as well find our store clerk Xu Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun is good in all aspects except her poor family background. She has a good personality, is hardworking, cute, and sweet. Go to hell. Center Wen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoyun is only 19 years old, your idea is too beastly. What do you mean by beast? I've already observed that when Xiaoyun saw you, she kept asking you, brother. When you were in the store, her eyes were always on you. It's obvious that she's interested in you. Chapter 5. Someone is waiting for him to go home. Center Wen's tone and expression became somewhat serious. Gao Jie, just forget about what you said to me, but don't say nonsense in front of Xiaoyun. The little girl is thin-skinned and can't stand jokes. Maybe they are hoping I can help clarify the matter. Gao Jie didn't care and smiled. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a married man now. I have to avoid suspicion. Center Wen didn't want to continue talking with Gao Jie about Xu Xiaoyun. He knew Gao Jie too well. This guy was always frivolous. If he really thought highly of himself and talked too much in front of the girl, he wouldn't know how to face her in the future. Xu Xiaoyun is a very hardworking girl. Among the 3 employees in the store, she is the most willing to endure hardships. She is always eager to do any work and has a strong ability to learn. Center Wen does not want any misunderstanding to occur. Oh, married people talk differently. Gao Jie couldn't help but tease. Your new wife has tied you up tightly, is she pretty? Let me see your photo, you look so cute. Are you a rich and beautiful woman? Beautiful. She is really beautiful, but there is no photo. Center Wen told the truth. The only photo was on the marriage certificate, but he left it at home before leaving. Gao Jie obviously didn't trust Center Wen's aesthetics. Your words are definitely biased. Why would a really pretty girl go through blind dates to find a partner? Normally, the people chasing after her would probably line up along the entire street. I'll show you a photo next time. Center Wen said calmly. Gao Jie was not surprised by Center Wen's stubborn attitude. As a man, who wouldn't brag about how pretty their wife or girlfriend was? At least after putting on makeup, they had to be pretty. Okay, our Center Wen's wife is not only as beautiful as a fairy, but also the daughter of a wealthy family. There are billions of assets waiting for her to inherit. Then if you marry her, it will be like reaching the pinnacle of life in one step, right? He laughed. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became, and Center Wen was helpless. But the next moment, Gao Jie put away his playful smile and said seriously, Wen, you are not really confused. How come? I've even given you a house, but you're still being stubborn. What's going on with her family? Tell me the truth, and I'll help you check it out, so you don't get cheated out of nothing. Center Wen took a look at Su Yue's ID card and vaguely remembered the general information. She is a native of Yunhai, her name is Su Yue, she is 8 years younger than me, she should be an only child, and she works at Tianlin Group. Tianlin Group. That's really awesome. Gao Jie exclaimed. She is definitely not a second-generation rich girl, but that doesn't matter. After all, I married her with the intention of living a good life. Center Wen was very self-aware. It was hard for even city girls to be attracted to him, let alone rich and beautiful girls. Of course, Yue was an exception, because they were not a real couple. Gao Jie knew very well Center Wen's purpose of getting married, and asked tentatively, do you really want to live with her for the rest of your life? I'm old now, and I've been through so much. You should know better than anyone that I have long since gotten rid of my fantasies and my thinking is very realistic. Center Wen spoke frankly. There was no need for him to hide anything between brothers. If she is willing to spend her life with me, then I will live a stable life with her. But if we are not suitable in the future, divorce will only give me half of the house. I will sell it and buy a smaller apartment. At least I can settle down in Yunhai City, which is much better than living without a fixed place and relying on others before. Center Wen's clear and mature thoughts made Gao Jie silent for a moment, and then he nodded in agreement. You're right. Marriage is a matter between two parties. You must give first before you can gain. You added the woman's name to the property certificate. It seems risky, but in fact you are exchanging sincerity for sincerity. On the other hand, if you don't add her name, she will definitely be unhappy, and it may even sow the seeds of a trust crisis, which will be detrimental to the long-term development of your marriage. Cen Wen smiled and did not comment on Gao's statement. Well, anyway, you got the house left by your grandfather, which is a good thing. Next, just focus on your business and think about how to make our bakery better and bigger. When the business picks up, we can open a few more branches and make a fortune. Gao has ambitious goals. Yeah. Cen Wen had a calm attitude. He was different from Gao. Gao was a rich second generation with his family assets worth tens of millions. He and Cen Wen opened this store with a trial mentality, thinking that if they could make it big, they would start a bakery chain. Gao's family has plenty of assets and can continue to invest. Cen Wen wants to be down to earth, earn money from this store to support his family and slowly accumulate capital. It was getting late. Gao changed his clothes and prepared to go to a date with his girlfriend. When he reached the door, he remembered something and turned back to ask Cen, by the way, when are you free? You bring Su Yue and I bring Xia Meng, so we can all get together and get to know each other. Let's see when you are free. Cen Wen hesitated and did not agree on the spot. He didn't know whether Su Yue would agree to appear in such a social event among friends. Okay. Gao didn't care, smiled, and left quickly. The logistics truck arrived half an hour late. Cen asked the customer to check and move the goods, including a large amount of cheese, flour and other materials, into the cold storage. It took him more than an hour to finish everything, and then he closed the shop and returned to the community. It was almost midnight, most of the lights in the community were off, and the roads were dim. Cen Wen came downstairs of his house and parked the car. I looked up and glanced at the location of my home, and suddenly saw that the light in the second bedroom was still on. It was the only beam of light in the entire dark floor. That is Su Yue's room. Cen Wen's heart was filled and he felt inexplicably at ease. The beam of light seemed to represent that someone was waiting for him to go home. Chapter 6. Your CEO is really stingy. Cen Wen walked out of the elevator briskly and came to the door of his house. He took the key to open the door, but suddenly felt something was wrong. The lock of his front door had been changed and he couldn't get in. What is going on? Could it be that Ji Yuyang came back and changed the lock? Cen Wen thought of Yue living at home, and was afraid that she would be embarrassed by Ji Yuyang, so he hurriedly knocked on the door. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no movement in the house. I called WeChat voice, but no one answered. Just when Cen Wen was getting anxious, a voice was faintly heard in the stairwell. It sounded like Su Yue's voice. He followed the sound, walked down half a floor, and confirmed that it was her. Su Yue was on the phone and her tone was very bad. I have nothing to say to them, leave me alone. Then let them go. Do I need to emphasize it again? I don't know who she was talking to on the phone, but she was very angry, and her aura was completely overwhelming, not allowing anyone to say anything. Cen Wen was shocked and felt embarrassed to continue eavesdropping, so he quietly retreated. When I returned home, I didn't feel as relaxed as before. Su Yue seems to have a bad temper. Could this be the real Su Yue? Was she wearing a mask before? It won't be hard to get along with each other in the future. Just as Cen Wen was daydreaming, Su Yue had already ended the call and returned to the 6th floor. She was stunned when she saw Cen Wen locked at the door of his house. The anger on her face disappeared. I changed the door lock. Yeah. Cen Wen guessed it, paused, and took the initiative to ask with concern, were you arguing with someone just now? Su Yue shook her head. They didn't dare to quarrel with her. But he couldn't say too much to Cen Wen, so he casually explained, I'm dealing with some company matters, which are quite complicated. I see. I've heard for a long time that these big companies have very high work pressure, such as the 996 and 007 work systems, which are more demanding than the other, and employees often don't treat themselves as human beings. It's almost early morning and I still have to deal with work. No wonder Yue is in a bad mood. Cen Wen understood immediately and expressed sympathy, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's important to combine work and rest. Your boss is too stingy, like a vampire. The employees have to work in the middle of the night. Cen Wen felt sorry for his wife and complained a few words with great empathy. But when he looked up, he saw Su Yue with a strange expression on her face, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself, and finally said nothing. Come in. Su Yue didn't want to listen to him continue complaining about her, so she interrupted him immediately, handed 2 keychains to Cen Wen, then opened the door and walked into their house. Cen Wen followed in and was startled, almost thinking he had walked into the wrong door. He had only been away for 2 or 3 hours, but the room had changed a lot. Not only was the furniture brand new, but there were even many of Su Yue's personal belongings, such as a small treadmill placed by the window and a simple desk. You changed all this? Cen Wen was dumbfounded. How come Su Yue's moving ability was like a magic trick? I helped you replace a batch of furniture, and I didn't throw away your old things. I put them all in the storage room on the first floor. Su Yue said while drinking milk. She only came to her senses now. It seems that she acted first and did not consult Cen Wen beforehand. It seems that she needs to be more careful in the future, not to bring the state of work into life and affect Cen Wen's life. Cen Wen didn't care about it. It was strange that there were 2 keys handed over. It turned out that the lock of the storage room on the underground first floor was changed at the same time. How many people did you ask for help? I don't remember. She just called Uncle Ping after Cen Wen left, and Uncle Ping asked someone to move the things over. As for sorting and arranging, she was not there, but was working in the bedroom, and when she came out, everything had been packed up. This was so normal that Su Yue didn't understand why Cen Wen was shocked. It must have cost a lot of money. Cen Wen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. It was okay for him not to contribute to the furniture replacement, but he couldn't not pay for it. However, he really couldn't pay the full amount, and he didn't have that much spare money, so he said, "Give me a bill, and I'll pay half of it." "Need not. That won't do." Su Yue thought for a moment and said, "Actually, these furnitures are not new. They were used by me before and I had no place to put them at home, so I brought them here. I only paid for the transportation, and I paid for them with the money you gave me." Of course the furniture was newly bought, and considering Uncle Ping's taste, it must be very expensive. If the bill was really shown, Cen Wen would be scared to death. Su Yue chose not to say anything. After all, her identity in this family was just an ordinary employee. Okay then. Cen Wen breathed a sigh of relief, no longer burdened. He thought that since Yue had given him the furniture, he would have to add a little more to the living expenses for next month. Although he was not a rich man, he would never take advantage of others. The 2 bottles of milk were finished in a short while. Su Yue stood in front of the dining table and looked through the instant food she had bought from the small supermarket downstairs. Cen Wen walked over and picked up the bag of instant food. The thing in her hand was taken away, and Su Yue looked at her strangely. Cen Wen smiled at her. "Are you hungry?" She nodded. "Didn't you eat?" Su Yue frowned. Uncle Ping had considered everything for her except that he forgot that she hadn't eaten. She had just bought this bag of instant food from the supermarket downstairs because she was extremely hungry. There are a lot of food in the supermarket, but she looks unfamiliar with each one. After all, she doesn't need to worry about these things on a normal day. 3 meals a day are prepared and delivered to her by someone. Why don't you order takeout? Cen Wen sighed. I don't know how to order takeout. Su Yue shook her head. The way Cen Wen asked was very unfamiliar to her, but of course she didn't need to understand it. Cen Wen was shocked again. Is there still anyone who doesn't know how to order takeout? He had heard before that many parents in the city took care of everything for their children so that they could free up all their time for studying, but as a result, they took care of their children to the point where they were unable to take care of themselves. Could it be that Yue? No wonder she is a top student. It seems that he will have to take better care of her in the future, otherwise stomach problems and gallstones will come to her sooner or later. These things are not nutritious. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Cen Wen put away the fast food, opened the refrigerator, found the tomatoes and eggs he bought at the supermarket in the afternoon, and prepared to make a bowl of simple and quick tomato and egg noodles. Is there anything you should avoid eating? Cen asked and took out a handful of green onions. No, I'm not picky about food. Su Yue leaned against the sliding door of the kitchen and watched him busy. In fact, Su Yue lied. She was indeed not very picky about food, but she lived a very refined life. To be honest, she didn't usually eat tomato and egg noodles, but since Cen Wen made it, she couldn't refuse. Cen Wen is a natural chef, and he lets the ingredients knead under his fingers. Take a small spoonful of lard from the pan. After the lard melts, crack in the beaten eggs and fry a whole omelette. Flip it over with a spoon and serve. Add peeled and diced tomatoes, stir fry until fragrant, add boiling water, cook into tomato soup, then add noodles and diced eggs. Before serving, sprinkle in a handful of chopped green onions and turn off the heat. A bowl of simple, steaming tomato and egg noodles is ready. Su Yue was already starving, so she started eating the noodles as soon as they were served. She swallowed the sweet and sour rich soup and the tender eggs wrapped around the noodles one mouthful after another. Perhaps because she was too hungry, she actually felt that this was the most delicious bowl of noodles she had ever eaten in her life. Chapter 7, Responsible for Beauty. Watching Su Yue eating noodles seriously, Cen Wen showed a satisfied smile on his face. As a baker, he cared a lot about whether the customers were satisfied with his craftsmanship. Yue ate all the noodles, which showed that she was very satisfied with the meal. Thank you, it's delicious. Su Yue, who never talks while eating or sleeping, only started talking after she finished eating. I'll wash the dishes, you go and have a rest. Cen Wen got up to collect the dishes and prepared to wash them. This was a subconscious behavior. When he lived in Ji Yu Yang's house before, Cen Wen was responsible for washing the dishes. Even if Cen Wen didn't eat, Ji Yu Yang would leave the dishes in the sink waiting for him to wash them. Not only dishes, but also clothes. Ji Yu Yang would ask him to take all the dirty clothes of their family to wash, but Ji Yu Yang never helped him collect the clothes. Sometimes he came back late and only his clothes were hung on the clothesline. If it wasn't for the desire to repay his uncle's kindness, Cen Wen would not have endured it for so long. No, I'll do it myself. Su Yue stood up, snatched the dishes from Cen Wen's hand, and walked straight into the kitchen. Can she wash? Cen Wen was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Sure enough, I saw Su Yue standing by the sink, frowning, as if there was a huge problem in front of her. Cen Wen held back his smile and walked forward to instruct, I'll teach you. First, squeeze some dishwashing liquid onto this sponge. Not too much, just a little bit will do. Su Yue found the dishwashing liquid and squeezed out a pump. Then what? She looked at Cen Wen with her beautiful big eyes, looking like she had absolutely no life experience. Yes, this was indeed the first time Su Yue had washed dishes in her life, and everything in the kitchen was extremely unfamiliar to her. Then use a sponge to wash the dishes. Cen Wen said patiently. It doesn't sound difficult. Su Yue picked up the bowl and was about to wash it, but her hand slipped and the bowl slipped through her fingers. With a clang, the bowl fell heavily into the sink and broke into pieces. Su Yue. It's okay, everything is fine. Just watch me wash it and you'll know later. Cen Wen hurriedly comforted her, pulled Su Yue aside, put on gloves to clean up the mess. He first picked up the broken bowl and threw it into the trash can, then began to wash the soup spoon, chopsticks, and pot. Because of his profession, Cen Wen is skilled, meticulous and very serious in doing these things. When a person treats something as a job, habit becomes natural. Su Yue's expression went from solemn to gradually calm. Her eyes followed Cen Wen's figure, watching him clean the house skillfully and put all the tableware and kitchen utensils back in place in an orderly manner. His hands seemed to have magical powers. He cleaned the entire kitchen with ease without getting dirty at all. He was even more meticulous than the professional chef in their family. Everything is cleaned up, Cen Wen said as he took off his gloves. Thank you for your help. Su Yue felt very sorry for not being able to help and causing trouble. It's not a problem. Everyone has their own areas of expertise, and my expertise happens to be in the kitchen. If you want to eat at home in the future, tell me and I'll cook for you, Cen Wen said cheerfully. He often cooks at home. If Yue wants to eat, he will cook an extra portion so that the amount is just right for 2 people and easier to control. Then I'll learn to wash dishes and tidy up the kitchen, Su Yue said with difficulty. She didn't want to waste her precious time on housework. If she put this time into work, it might generate tens of millions of times the benefits, but she was embarrassed to watch Cen Wen do their housework alone. Cen Wen took on the responsibility, I'll do the dishes too. From now on, I'll be responsible for taking care of the housework and making money to support the family. As for you, you'll be responsible for looking beautiful. Is he responsible for making money to support the family? Looking at Cen Wen's sincere look, Su Yue's eyes flashed with a smile, and a smile appeared on her face involuntarily, which stunned Cen Wen. This was the first time he saw his wife's brilliant smile, so beautiful. It's getting late, time to go to bed. Before going to bed, the two faced an unavoidable embarrassing problem, which was how to allocate the time for using the bathroom. There was only one bathroom in the house, and for a single man and a single woman, taking a bath and going to the toilet would be inconvenient. We can only discuss and stagger them. Cen Wen took the initiative to discuss. I get up at 5 o'clock every morning to work in the store, so why don't I take a shower first in the evening? What do you think? Su Yue had no objection. Okay, I go to bed late, and I want to do yoga before bed. In the past 2 years, due to the excessive pressure of managing the family business, Su Yue had poor sleep. If she didn't do yoga before bed, she would not sleep well the whole night. That's fine. Now that we have agreed upon it, let us do as we agreed. Cen Wen went back to his room, got his clothes and took a shower. After showering, he didn't linger outside and went straight back to his room. The old house had poor sound insulation. Not long after Cen Wen lay down, he heard some noise in the living room. Su Yue came out, and from the sound of her footsteps, she was going to the bathroom. Cen Wen's spirit recovered. The quiet environment amplifies the surrounding noises, such as the zipper pulling, the shower head falling, and the shower gel squeezing. Cen Wen swallowed and silently pulled the quilt higher. 20 minutes later, Su Yue came out and went straight back to the room. From the bedroom next door, there were occasional slight noises. Cen Wen lay quietly until the second half of the night, when he fell asleep completely. The next day, Cen Wen woke up on time at 5 o'clock, got up dazedly, opened the door, and went to the bathroom. As a result, as soon as he opened the door, before he could see anything clearly, a scream rang in his ears, completely driving away his sleepiness. Su Yue was using the toilet. Just as she stood up and flushed the toilet, the bathroom door was opened, which scared her and made her alert immediately. Then I saw Cen Wen, with a messy hair, wearing only shorts, and his upper body naked, standing at the door with his eyes closed, half asleep. It was obvious that he was so sleepy that he had forgotten that he had a wife at home. Cen Wen was exactly as Su Yue had expected. He woke up but was not conscious. He instinctively went to find the toilet, but he didn't know that Su Yue was using the bathroom. On the first day of their marriage, the couple met in a very indecent way. I'm sorry. Cen Wen quickly apologized. He saw his beautiful wife in front of him, wearing a set of close-fitting silk pajamas. It was very thin, and her beautiful figure was exposed at a glance. She was really thin where it should be thin, and convex where it should be convex. I'll go back to my room first. Su Yue hurriedly covered her chest, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face, and she quickly walked out of the bathroom and returned to the bedroom. After closing the door, a blush appeared on her fair cheeks, and her annoyance was clearly visible. This was the first time she had an intimate life with a man. Everything was strange, fresh, and even defenseless. When she lived at home before, there were no outsiders in the villa and the servants were all women, so she didn't care about her clothes. Unexpectedly, because of this negligence, she was seen naked by Cen Wen. Chapter 8: The Taste of Home. Not only Su Yue was embarrassed, but Cen Wen was too. But compared to embarrassment, he cared more about his wife's mood. Until he finished washing and was ready to go out, Su Yue didn't come out of the room, and there was no other movement. He should leave as soon as possible to avoid making her feel uncomfortable. Cen Wen changed her shoes at the entrance. Her eyes suddenly fell on the kitchen, and at the same time a thought came to her mind: if he just left like that, what about her breakfast? She doesn't know how to order takeout yet. After thinking about it, I felt worried, so I shook my head and sighed, changed back into my indoor slippers, rolled up my sleeves and walked towards the kitchen. Let us have a light breakfast, just make some porridge. Cen Wen planned to make century egg and lean meat porridge. He took out a piece of pork belly and put it in water to thaw it. He washed the rice and cooked it in a casserole. He also kneaded a dough and set it aside to ferment. The casserole gradually gave off a fragrant aroma. Cen Wen stood in front of the stove, lowering his head to send a WeChat message to Gao Jie. Cen asked, I have something to do in the morning, so I will be there half an hour later. After it was fermented, I put it aside and started chopping the meat and making the stuffing. Just as Cen Wen was kneading the fermented dough to release the air, dividing it into small portions and wrapping it into buns, the screen of his mobile phone lit up and Gao Jie replied. Gao Jie, I understand. All men who have just started having sex are like that. Gao Jie, take it easy and take care of your kidneys. I seemed to hear Gao Jie's improper voice in my ears. This kid, Cen Wen laughed and crossed out the message. The white and tender buns were put into the pan one by one. Watching them jumping in the oil, Su Yuwei's graceful figure appeared in my mind. To be honest, no man can resist being moved by that sight. Cen Wen is just an ordinary man, so he can't control his fantasies about Su Yuwei. He thought about a lot of things, many possibilities, and even fantasized that it would be great if they were a legitimate couple, and everything they did would be natural. At this time, Su Yuwei finally adjusted her mood, changed her clothes and came out of the room. She saw Cen Wen busy in the kitchen at a glance. Cen Wen also noticed Su Yuwei. He was startled and really worried that Su Yuwei would know what he was thinking just now. He quickly said, "I'm making breakfast. It will be ready soon. Please sit down first." He refused to talk about the embarrassing incident that happened in the morning, and Su Yuwei would not bring it up on her own initiative. Not to mention it, she felt awkward just thinking about it, so she sat down on the stool and looked at Cen Wen. It's quite strange. He is just an ordinary man, but as soon as he walks into the kitchen and uses those pots and pans, he exudes a charm of ease and is no longer ordinary. This also made Su Yuwei's eyes follow him involuntarily. Of course, she knew very well that this was just appreciation and there was no other deep meaning. Although she was touched by everything Cen Wen did for her, she also felt it was unreal. In her house, kitchen work was done by servants, and she did not think that she or her husband needed to do it themselves. But in fact, her husband was happy to immerse himself in it, which made her puzzled. Why would a person like to waste precious time in the kitchen? According to her original life plan and her father's teachings, her future husband must be a man of outstanding ability and excellent academic qualifications, and must be a perfect match for her in terms of social status and abilities. People like that have nothing to do with the kitchen. But as fate would have it, she ended up marrying Cen Wen. Although it is a marriage in name only, it is also a fact. Su Yuwei did not regard Cen Wen as her real husband. In the future, she might want to have a child to fulfill her father's wish, but she would only choose artificial insemination or in vitro fertilization, and would not consider letting Cen Wen be the child's real father. Just as Su Yuwei was lost in thought, Cen Wen brought out the prepared breakfast one by one. The century egg and lean meat porridge that is still bubbling just off the heat, the juicy pan-fried buns, and the fried dough sticks that are fried by hand without any additives. Each breakfast dish is carefully prepared with great care, and its appearance is comparable to that of a restaurant. Su Yuwei was once again stunned by Cen Wen's cooking skills, and the rich aroma even more tempted the glutton in her stomach, which kept rumbling. "Hurry up and sit down and have breakfast," Cen Wen greeted cheerfully. Su Yuwei sat down and picked up a pan-fried bun. "How does it taste?" Cen asked expectantly, unable to take his eyes off her. Yuwei in front of him had no makeup on her face, but her natural look could not hide her stunning temperament. Her translucent skin and rosy red lips made her truly a peerless beauty. Cen Wen wondered, it must be that his ancestors had blessed him with good fortune that allowed him to marry such a beautiful wife in this life. "It's delicious, even better than what my chef makes." Su Yuwei praised sincerely and ate two thin-skinned and juicy steamed buns in one go. Cen asked in shock, "Do you have a chef at home?" Su Yuwei suddenly realized what she had said and immediately changed her words. "I mean, the pan-fried buns you make are better than those made by the chefs in the hotel." It turned out that they were praising him. Cen Wen smiled happily and said, "I used to be a helper in a breakfast shop. I saw a lot and learned all their skills." "Why did you go to work as a helper in a breakfast shop?" Su Yuwei asked curiously. "For a living." Cen Wen rarely opened up, and in front of Su Yuwei, his words were sincere. "My parents have 3 sons. The eldest wants to buy a house and get married, and the youngest wants to study art, so everything needs money. My academic performance is not very good, so I went to look for a job after graduating from college. However, with my education, I couldn't find a high-paying job in the city, so I thought about learning more skills so that I can start my own business in the future. I have worked in many places, including bakeries, breakfast shops, and even the kitchens of big hotels. I have endured a lot of hardships and learned a lot of skills. You don't know that many breads made in stores and restaurants use additives to prolong their shelf life, look good and taste good. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted the food people eat to be like what they make at home, clean and without additives, so later, I started baking with a friend. As Su Yue listened to Center when telling her past experiences in person, her heart was filled with waves of emotion and a hint of guilt for having offended her. Center asked about his experiences over the years, and she had seen them all. A few thin pieces of paper summarized his life from childhood to the present, but the simple written description is not as warm as the personal testimony of the person who experienced it. She felt Center Wen's sincerity and kindness, and finally understood why the food Center Wen cooked was always so delicious. Because it tastes like home. After breakfast, Center Wen cleaned up the kitchen and went to work. Upstairs, Su Yue called Uncle Ping. Uncle Ping, do you have any way to bring Center Wen to meet my father without exposing my identities? See the master. Uncle Ping's tone was a little strange. Yes, my marriage is probably his greatest wish. I hope he can still see it. Su Yue murmured in an inaudible voice. Chapter 9, Tips on Finding a Wife. When Center Wen rushed to the store, Gao Jia was baking cake bases. After saying hello, he went to change his clothes and prepare the dough to make today's bread. The clerk Xu Xiaoyun suddenly knocked on the glass door and walked in. Brother Wen. She jumped in front of Center Wen like a little rabbit, her eyes sparkling, her voice dragging with a long tail. Brother Wen, someone is looking for you. Who is it? No, he said he was your uncle. Uncle is here? Center Wen immediately took off his work clothes and walked out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be my uncle. Lin Kaifang stood at the door of the bakery, looking inside anxiously. When he saw Center Wen coming out, his frown relaxed. Uncle, why are you here? Will it affect your business? Lin Kaifang asked with concern. Center Wen saw that he had something to say, so he naturally ignored the business and said, it doesn't matter if you delay for a while, Gao Jia is inside. Okay, let's find a place to talk. When they reached the other side of the street, Lin Kaifang sighed and said, I had a fight with your aunt last night. Center Wen was stunned. My honest and kind uncle has almost never had a quarrel with anyone. She is really unreasonable. Lin Kaifang said angrily. He is a high school math teacher and a class teacher. He is currently leading the graduating class of seniors to prepare for the college entrance examination. Therefore, he works overtime at school every night. If anything happens at home, he will always be the last to know about it. At 10:30 last night, he came home from get off work and clearly felt that something was wrong at home. After a while, Ji Yuyan came back angrily, cursing Center Wen for being a good-for-nothing. Lin Kaifang could sense something wrong in her words and hurriedly asked about the situation. Only then did she realize that Center Wen was kicked out of the house by her in public early this morning, and his luggage was thrown into the trash can. The usually honest man had a big fight with his wife for the first time. The older your aunt gets, the worse her temper becomes. Not only has she never treated you well, she has never respected me as her husband. In her eyes, I am the most cowardly and incompetent man in the world. Xiao Wen, your uncle has caused you a lot of injustice, and I'm really sorry. Lin Kaifang apologized to Center Wen in shame. As an uncle and an elder, he did not fulfill his responsibility to protect his nephew, and he felt very guilty. Uncle, you don't have to worry about me. I'm married and have inherited the property left by my grandfather. I can settle down in Yunhai City in the future. Center Wen comforted him. My uncle is not the cowardly and incompetent man that Ji Yuyang described. He has been teaching for nearly 30 years, won numerous awards, and has many students all over the world. Xiao Wen, you don't have to care about what your aunt says. The house is in your name and it will be yours from now on. No one can take it away from you. Lin Kaifang said. Center Wen said frankly, my aunt wants this house because she wants to sell it and buy a house for Xiao Kai. Lin Kai is my uncle's son. He is the same age as Center Wen and has also reached the age where he is eager to get married. However, Lin Kai has a high level of education and a good job. His monthly salary is more than 20,000 yuan, making him an elite. She is just too greedy. Our family is actually able to buy a house for Xiao Kai, and Xiao Kai has a good job, so he will be able to afford the mortgage in the future. All parents want the best for their children, which is why Ji Yuyang has always been harsh on Center Wen. After all, as long as he snatches that house, Lin Kai won't even have to pay the mortgage in the future. By the way, what kind of person is your wife? Is she good to you? Lin Kaifang didn't want to talk about the bad things at home anymore, and instead became concerned about Center Wen's life. She is fine. For fear of worrying his uncle, Cen Wen did not intend to explain the true situation between him and Su Yue. Lin Kaifang seemed to have sensed something wrong from Cen Wen's hesitation, but he couldn't say it directly, so he said earnestly, "Xiao Wen, from what your aunt said, it seems that your wife is quite pretty. In fact, you don't need to find a wife who is too young or too pretty. Pretty girls have high standards and active minds, so they are more tempted and more likely to cheat." Cen asked, touching his nose awkwardly. He knew why his uncle said these words. These were actually the words his uncle was most embarrassed to say in his life. My uncle's frank admission was simply to warn him as a veteran that women who are too beautiful are usually difficult to control. My aunt was very beautiful when she was young. Cen Wen had seen her photos, but she was fickle. When my uncle was in his 30s, they had a marital crisis and almost got divorced. Let us not talk about the past, let us talk about the present. Cen Wen heard his aunt talking on the phone with strange men at home several times, and the content of the conversation was very ambiguous, but since he had no evidence, Cen Wen did not dare to tell his uncle. At the same time, Su Yue's delicate face appeared in front of Cen Wen. In terms of beauty, Su Yue is many times more beautiful than my aunt back then. But Cen Wen really didn't understand her character. He just hoped that Yue was not a person like his aunt. Otherwise, even if they were just a couple in name only, he couldn't stand it. Lin Kaifang continued to persuade. You can't find a wife with a bad temper. Some women don't have the fate of a young lady, but they have the illnesses of a young lady. If a man marries such a woman, he will easily suffer from her for the rest of his life. Lin Kaifang sighed, and every word he said was filled with regret for his original choice. Over the years, he had had enough of Ji Yang's bad temper, and sometimes he wanted to slap himself in the face and poke out his eyes. Choosing a wife is such an important matter. How could I have been so blind at that time? Uncle, I understand what you said. Actually. In fact, after talking for a long time, Cen Wen couldn't say the following words. He wanted to comfort his uncle, but he couldn't help but think of the scene last night when Su Yue was on the phone cursing in the stairwell. After all, he and Yue had only spent too short a time together and he had no idea of her temper. Is it usually a disguise? Cen Wen didn't know. Lin Kaifang added, also, it is important for women to be diligent. You can't find a woman who is lazy and doesn't like to do housework, otherwise the man will be treated like a slave for his whole life. Every word Lin Kaifang said was based on himself. On the surface, he was teaching Cen Wen, but in fact, he was talking about Ji Yang's shortcomings. Ji Yang has been married to him for decades and has never done housework. She really has no good qualities. Cen Wen choked. I can't speak even if I want to. Su Yue is indeed very naive in life. But she doesn't look like a lazy person. Lin Kaifang made his closing remarks. In short, finding a wife is a science. It is important to match the family background. If the woman is too rich, she will look down on her husband. Don't find a wife whose family background is too good, otherwise she will be too powerful and easily conflict with her parents. Back then, your aunt's family was. Alas, the past is too painful to mention. Cen asked with relief. He finally found a way to continue his uncle's words and quickly said, Uncle, the situation of my wife's family is similar to mine, so you can rest assured about this. Cen Wen was sure that Su Yue's family conditions were not very good, otherwise she would not have moved in to live with him. That's good. My wife is similar to me. I won't be ridden over by her for my whole life. It will be too late to regret it then. Cen Wen smiled and replied, Anyway, I have already found one now, there is no way to change it, so don't worry, uncle. Lin Kaifang, let my nephew's wife meet me when I have time. It's not nice for an elder not to even meet her. Chapter 10. Aren't you curious? Cen Wen had already warned Su Yue about this matter beforehand, that they should cover for each other in front of each other's families, and Su Yue agreed, so he nodded. No problem. I'll find a time to bring Yue over to have dinner with you, uncle. As for other people who don't care about him, Cen Wen won't bother himself. Lin Kaifang smiled knowingly, paused, and then thought of something else. He asked worriedly, Have your parents known about your marriage? Cen Wen shook his head. I haven't told you yet, but I can't hide it for long. They will know it sooner or later. When I talk about my parents, I feel heavy-hearted. Cen Wen has never been favored by his parents since he was a child. Compared with his older brothers and younger brothers, he is more like an adopted son. It is not his turn to have good things at home. His grandfather loved him so much that he kept it a secret from everyone and left the most valuable property to Cen Wen in his will. He was afraid that his parents would not care about him and he would not be able to find a wife in the future. Because of this incident, Cen Wen's relationship with his family became strained. If there was no will, Cen Wen's mother would have inherited half of the house. She wanted to sell their house and let Cen Wen's eldest brother buy another house, and let her younger brother do business. When Cen Wen failed to fulfill their wish, his mother became so angry that she threatened to cut off all ties with him. Your mother is too good to your elder brother. She always forgets that you are her biological son. Lin Kaifang has always been dissatisfied with his sister's favoritism, but after all, it is someone else's family business and he has no say. His uncle's words made Cen Wen feel a little bitter. Lin Kaifang looked at his watch and said, "It's getting late. I have to go to the morning self-study class of the school management class. I'll leave first." "Okay, goodbye uncle." Cen Wen saw his uncle off, and then he returned to the operation room of the store. The first batch of cake bases have come out of the oven. Gao Jie is applying flour to today's orders. Xu Xiaoyun is cracking a basket of salted duck eggs next to him, preparing the ingredients for egg yolk pastry. As soon as Cen Wen came in, she looked at him frequently, her eyes full of concern, but Cen Wen was preoccupied with his own thoughts and did not notice her gaze. "What does your uncle want to talk to you about?" Gao Jie and Cen Wen chatted. "He knows everything about yesterday and came to ask me about my situation." Cen Wen replied as he poured the flour into the noodle machine. "Your uncle still cares about you. By the way, have you told him about your marriage?" As soon as Gao Jie finished speaking, there was a click in the operating room and something fell to the ground. The two turned their heads and saw Xu Xiaoyun's back squatting down quickly, hiding the panic on his face. "What's wrong, Xiaoyun?" Cen asked with concern. "No, it's okay." The duck egg accidentally fell to the ground. Xu Xiaoyun picked up the salted duck egg, his hands kept shaking, his head was buzzing. He got married. He asked his brother why he got married suddenly. "Oh, be careful." Cen Wen didn't take it seriously and continued to reply to Gao Jie, "Yes, he said that we should have dinner together next time and get to know each other." Gao Jie glanced at Xu Xiaoyun squatting on the ground and said, "I guess you didn't dare tell him that you just found someone to marry because you wanted to inherit the house as soon as possible, right?" "Well, I don't want to make him worry," Cen Wen said casually. These words made Xu Xiaoyun's eyes light up again. It turned out that when Ji had faked the marriage in order to inherit the house. Gao Jie smiled and said, "Wen, please take some time this afternoon to go out with me." "What's the matter?" "The store must be full." Usually the afternoon is the busiest time for the store, and unless it was an urgent matter, Cen Wen didn't want to leave the store. "Don't worry, the store won't go bankrupt even if we leave it for a few hours. TSK, last week I spent 12,000 yuan to sign up for a training course on corporate strategic decision making and mid and senior level management training. The class starts this afternoon and is a 2.5-hour course. You come with me. Are you crazy? Spending so much money for training?" Cen Wen was shocked. "This is 12,000, not 120 or 1,012. Gao Jie shrugged his shoulders and said, "I am in a small corner with a global vision. I said that opening a store is not a joke. I am determined to make it bigger and stronger and turn it into a chain store, so I need to learn the knowledge and skills of the core management team. I think it's better to be down to earth and take one step at a time. You can't get fat in one bite." Compared with Gao Jie's grand goal, Cen Wen cherishes his current career achievements more. Gao Jie said, "There is no conflict between the two. You have to accompany me to class this afternoon anyway. I spent 12,000 yuan, and the registration fee is non-refundable. If you go with me, we will each pay 6,000 yuan. Isn't it a much better deal if you think about it this way?" Gao Jie knew that if he said this, Cen Wen would definitely feel distressed and would agree. Sure enough, Cen Wen's expression struggled and he loosened. Gao Jie struck while the iron was hot. After the course, there will be a banquet hosted by the Federation of Industry and Commerce. The participants are all the elites of Yunhai City's business community. If we can expand our relationships there, wouldn't that be a big win? By the way, the female president of Qianlin Group will also attend the meeting. She is a legendary figure who is in charge of the entire company in her early 20s. Even the media has never got a photo of her. Aren't you curious about what she looks like? To be honest, I'm not curious. Cen Wen felt more distressed about the 12,000. It won't happen again. He agreed reluctantly. Gautier raised his eyebrows in amusement. Brother Jie, can I go with you? I also want to see the world and listen to classes. You know, if I go too, it will only be 4,000 yuan per person, which is more cost effective. Xu Xiaoyun suggested enthusiastically. The registration fee was enough to buy 3 places. Gao Jie usually trained Xu Xiaoyun as a core employee of the store, so he said, "No problem, I'll take you with me later." In the afternoon, the 2 bosses handed over the task of looking after the store to 2 other employees and set off for Yunhai Qianyuan Hotel. The training course was just a formality. After lectures by several management elites, it entered the most critical banquet stage. The banquet was a buffet combining Chinese and Western styles, and the entire first floor of Qianyuan Hotel was transformed into a banquet venue. Some bigwigs from Yunhai City's business community, at the invitation of the Federation of Industry and Commerce, continued to appear, pushing the atmosphere of the buffet banquet to a climax. Of course, these big guys want to dine with ordinary people. They have their own special dinner in the small banquet hall on the second floor of the hotel, and ordinary people can't go in. Gao Jie used his family connections to get along very well at the buffet banquet. Cen Wen was not good at socializing and no one paid attention to him, so he found a seat and sat down, concentrating on dinner. Xu Xiaoyun wore light makeup and casual clothes, which made her very eye-catching, but she always stayed by Cen Wen's side and did not go anywhere, so Cen Wen also attracted a lot of attention. Just then, the motorcade of President Su, the heir of Yunlin Group, stopped at the entrance of Yunhai Hotel. The whole banquet suddenly became a sensation. Chapter 11. It's not someone else's turn to bully you. The commotion also attracted the attention of Cen Wen and Xu Xiaoyun, and they followed the crowd and looked towards the door. However, they were sitting in a corner, and with so many people watching, they couldn't see clearly who the person was. Cen Wen only saw a white silhouette, who went straight to the second floor with the support of a group of bodyguards. Xu Xiaoyun stared at the back of President Su in a daze. After a long while, he sighed, "Brother Wen, why do we have such different destinies when we are both human beings? Are you jealous?" Cen Wen asked with a smile. "How can I not be envious? Unfortunately, I can't envy you. Since I don't have this fate, I still have to rely on my own efforts in the future. Brother, do you think I am right?" Cen Wen smiled slightly but didn't answer. How could Cen Wen know that this important figure who was envied by Xu Xiaoyun and treated like a star by everyone was his newlywed wife, Su Yuei? Su Yuei attended the banquet at the request of the Federation of Industry and Commerce, and also came to discuss cooperation with several business leaders. Her plan was to keep a low profile on this trip, but she didn't expect to encounter a warm crowd as soon as she got off the car. She had no choice but to ask her bodyguard to escort her upstairs. She did not see Cen Wen in the crowd. After arriving at the conference room on the second floor, she began talks with the business leaders who had been waiting there. During this time, Uncle Ping suddenly walked up to Su Yuei, leaned over and whispered, "Miss, the uncle is here too, but he didn't see you." Su Yuei raised her eyebrows slightly and looked towards the first floor in the direction Uncle Ping indicated. She was sitting not far from the window, and from her angle, she could just see Cen Wen when she looked down. However, because the lights on the first floor were bright and abundant, and the light in the small banquet hall on the second floor was relatively soft and dim, Su Yuei could see Cen Wen clearly, but Cen Wen could not see Su Yuei clearly. He was seen sitting at the dining table, enjoying the food in front of him seriously, and seemed to have no interest in socializing and chatting with other people around him. Next to Cen Wen sat an innocent-looking girl. The girl picked up some food for him and Cen Wen ate it. The two of them were talking and laughing, and they seemed to have a very familiar relationship. According to the background check, Cen Wen did have a cousin, but that cousin was in her 20s and did not look as young as this girl. So, who is she? Su Yuei looked at Uncle Ping inquiringly with her lips slightly pursed. People who knew her knew that was a sign that she was in a bad mood, so much so that the atmosphere in the entire conference room became cold. Several business tycoons began to speculate in their hearts who had made President Su unhappy, and that person was probably finished. The specific situation has been investigated. Uncle Ping replied in a low voice. "Don't worry about him." Su Yuei said coldly, but she was feeling irritated in her heart. Although she didn't understand why she cared about Center when being with other women for no reason. They are just a contractual couple, nothing more. Center Wen has the right to communicate and get along with other women, and even talk about love. Of course, she is also free in this regard. But maybe Su Yue did not intend to allow herself freedom, so she thought that Center Wen should not have an intimate relationship with other women while being married, otherwise it would be unfaithful to the relationship. After retracting her gaze, Su Yue continued to discuss cooperation with the bosses as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually warmed up. Several frightened business leaders had no idea why this legendary cold female president behaved so moody and could only serve her carefully. At this moment on the first floor, Center Wen had no idea that his every move was under the eyes of his wife. After he and Xu Xiaoyun were almost full, they planned to find Jiao Jie and ask him when he was going to leave. There were quite a few business elites attending this training class. Center Wen's cousin Lin Kai also came. Unlike Jiao Jie, who spent 12,000 yuan to buy an admission ticket, Lin Kai did not need to pay any fees because his group, the Ocean Group, was the organizer of this event. Lin Kai and Center Wen do not have a good relationship, especially last night after learning that Center Wen had snatched the house. He hated him to the core. The relationship can be best described as hostile as fire and water. In the buffet restaurant, Lin Kai suddenly saw Center Wen and his face suddenly darkened. How could he, a cook, be worthy of appearing at such an occasion where elites gathered? After a few glasses of red wine, evil began to arise. Lin Kai deliberately walked over and mocked Center Wen in public. Center asked, "Is this a place you are qualified to come to?" A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Center Wen was startled, and turned around to see Lin Kai. Because of Lin Kai's ridicule, many people were attracted to watch the show. "What? You can come here but I can't." Center Wen was not the type to swallow his anger. He didn't argue with Ji Yu Yang because he considered that she was his elder. He would not make so many concessions to Lin Kai. "Of course I'm different from people like you. Don't compare me with you," Lin Kai said with disdain. His eyes fell on Xu Xiaoyun beside Center Wen. He misunderstood. "Is this the actress wife you hired? She's just so-so. My mom is really exaggerating. She's saying it's the best in the world. How can someone like you deserve a beauty? You're only worthy of marrying a widow from the countryside or a street beggar. Gee girl, a whore who lets anyone ride on her." Center Wen's face darkened as he warned word by word, "Lin Kai, be more respectful when you speak. Don't think that I won't do anything to you just because we're out in the open. Do you still dare to attack me? You are a traitor, a piece of shit that no one wants, a heartless vampire. I curse you. Even if you get the house, you will be alive to get it but not to live in it." Center Wen's fist hardened. At this time, Jiao Jie arrived at the battlefield first. He rushed over and punched Lin Kai hard in the butt, causing Lin Kai to fall on his butt. "You are a bastard who has no mother's education, a despicable and shameless bastard who covets other people's property. How can you have the nerve to fart here?" He opened his mouth and started cursing, which was very satisfying. Lin Kai got up in a rage and started a fight with Jiao Jie on the spot. "You two are birds of a feather. You are nothing but two cooks, but you sneaked into a banquet of this level. You have ulterior motives and are embarrassing yourself. I'm a cook, who are you? Someone else's lackey." Jiao Jie cursed. Lin Kai stared with a pair of scarlet eyes. "I am the assistant to the general manager of the Dayang Group. This dinner was initiated by the Dayang Group. Believe it or not, with just one word from me, the security guards will come and throw you two out like dogs." On the second floor, Su Yue watched the fast downstairs indifferently. Although she couldn't hear what they were arguing about, it was not difficult to tell that someone was making things difficult for Center Wen. Even if Center Wen was only her contracted husband and he was having affairs with other women, one thing is one thing. Since he was a member of her family, it was not someone else's turn to bully him. Uncle Ping. Uncle Ping understood what he meant and went out immediately to deal with the matter. Chapter 12, Scumbag. On the first floor, when Lin Kai mentioned the name of the Dayang Group, Center Wen decided to keep it to himself for the time being, because Jiao Jie's parents were cooperating with the Dayang Group on some of their businesses. He grabbed Jiao Jie, whose blood was boiling, and prepared to leave this place of trouble. At this time, an obese middle-aged man hurried over. This man was Cen Wen, the general manager of the Ocean Group and also Lin Kai's immediate superior. "Lin Kai, what are you doing? Mr. Chen, you're here. I was just about to look for you. When Lin Kai saw Cen Wen coming, he sobered up immediately. What do you want to talk to me about? Do you want to piss me off to death? Cen Wen had a furious look on his face, but Lin Kai didn't understand how he had accidentally offended his leader. Boss Chen, what happened? What else? His career was almost over. Cen Wen took a deep breath and said, apologize to Mr. Center and Mr. Gao immediately. What? Lin Kai's face showed surprise, and he apologized to Center Wen. Did he hear it right? Cen Wen ignored Lin Kai and walked straight to Center Wen and Gao Jie. In front of their surprised eyes, he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Center, Mr. Gao, Cen Wen sincerely apologizes to you for what happened just now. Gao Jie's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Apologize to them. The general manager of the Ocean Group actually apologized to them. Center Wen was also surprised. Why would Cen Wen stand on their side? Gao Jie touched Center Wen's arm, meaning how would it end? Center Wen said calmly, Mr. Chen, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize to us. No, Mr. Center, I should apologize to you. Lin Kai is my subordinate. If he dares to insult you, it means I failed to discipline him properly. Center Wen was not sure what the other party meant. Lin Kai, why don't you come over and apologize to these two gentlemen? Cen Wen scolded Lin Kai. This kid hasn't realized how big a disaster he has caused. Lin Kai felt aggrieved and didn't understand. Boss Chen, these are two unknown chefs. Do you still want to do it? Could the person that Uncle Ping is protecting be an unknown person? If you want to die, don't drag him into it. I want to. Faced with reality, Lin Kai lowered his head, his face flushed, and walked in front of Center Wen. As arrogant as he was just now, he was now as humble. I'm sorry, Mr. Center, Mr. Gao. I apologize to both of you for what I said just now. I hope you can forgive me. He clenched his fists unwillingly. Center Wen, I will make you pay double for today's shame one day. Who are you pretending to be so reluctant for? Gao Jie rolled his eyes and looked down on him. Mr. Chen, since that's the case, let's end the matter here. Center Wen didn't say forgiveness, but he didn't care about it anymore, which was considered giving Cen Wen face. Cen Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he received a call from Uncle Ping from Qianlin Group and was scolded by him. At first he thought that the noise downstairs had caused dissatisfaction among the big guys upstairs, but after careful consideration, he realized that Uncle Ping was protecting Center Wen and Gao Jie, and he was so scared that he rushed over to calm the situation. After all, the person behind Uncle Ping is President Su. President Su is the ceiling of Yunhai City's business community and is someone that the Dayang Group dare not offend. Even the chairman of the Dayang Group can only be submissive when he sees President Su. Who is Cen Wen? He is a smart guy. He did not think that being scolded by Uncle Ping was a bad thing. Instead, he thought it was an opportunity to curry favor with Uncle Ping. Cen Wen didn't dare to dream of having a relationship with Mr. Su, but he dared to think about Uncle Ping. It was for this reason that he apologized in public, even at the cost of humiliating Lin Kai, just to show it to Uncle Ping. Soon, Cen Wen's men sent Center Wen and Gao Jie's information to his WeChat. Time was urgent and the information collected was quite simple, but it was enough for Cen Wen to make a judgment. Center Wen has a simple background and would not be the person that Uncle Ping would pay attention to. On the contrary, Gao Jie's family is quite powerful, and the person Uncle Ping cares about should be him. After making this judgment, Cen Wen's smile towards Gao Jie had a hint of deliberate intimacy. Mr. Gao Jie, are you from the Gao family? He asked with a smile. Yes, my father is Gao Jinghua. Gao Jie didn't understand Cen Wen's sudden change, but still replied with a smile. I was saying, you look so familiar. Your father has business dealings with our Dayang Group. We have met several times. I admire your father very much. Now that I see you, I know that a good father will have a good son. Cen Wen held Gao Jie's hand with a smile on his face, acting like an elder treating a younger person, but his actual intention of trying to curry favor with him was clearly written on his face. Gao Jie was very surprised and immediately realized that this was a rare opportunity. He smiled and said, my dad also talked about Uncle Qian. He admires you very much. Come on, let's go over there and sit down and chat, Cen Wen invited. Gao Jie winked at Cen Wen, signaling him to wait a moment, then turned around and smiled as he went to chat with Cen Wen in another seat. Cen Wen and Xu Xiaoyun looked at each other, bewildered, and had to find another seat to sit down and wait for Gao Jie. Unlike Gao Jie, Cen Wen doesn't like these social occasions and feels he doesn't fit in. So after eating, it would be boring to stay there. Fortunately, Xu Xiaoyun was there with them, so neither of them felt awkward about being alone. They chatted idly while hoping that Gao Jie would finish his business and come back soon. Cen Wen didn't know that in front of a window on the second floor, a sharp gaze had been falling on him and Xu Xiaoyun. This gaze seemed calm, but actually contained extreme dissatisfaction. Su Yue kept reminding herself that there was no need to argue with Cen Wen. They were just contracted husband and wife, and it was impossible for them to have any feelings for each other or really be together. Whether Cen Wen was unfaithful or not was nothing to her. But somehow, she was always uneasy and would pay attention to Cen Wen and Xu Xiaoyun downstairs from time to time. Cen Wen felt more and more bored as he stayed there. He saw that Gao Jie and Cen Wen had no intention of ending their relationship, and he also knew that Gao Jie wanted to seize this rare opportunity to build relationships, so he left a message with Gao Jie on WeChat and went straight back to the bakery. Cen Wen wanted to leave, and Xu Xiaoyun naturally followed. The two left the hotel together. Since Xu Xiaoyun rented a single apartment next to the bakery, and Cen Wen's electric bike was parked at the bakery, after going out, Cen Wen took an online taxi, and the two of them got in the car and went to the bakery. Su Yue, who was on the second floor, frowned involuntarily when she saw Cen Wen and the little girl leave early, and she felt a lump in her chest. "You left so early, are you planning to go on a date next time?" She couldn't sit still any longer, so she said goodbye to several business leaders and went straight down the stairs. When she arrived at the entrance of the hotel, she just happened to see Cen Wen and the little girl get into a taxi and drive away. Did he really go to a hotel to get a room? Center asked this scumbag. Cheating on the first day after marriage. Just then, Su Yue's car arrived and she got in. "Miss, are we going to Sunshine Home tonight?" the driver asked. Sunshine Home is Cen Wen's current home. "No, let's go back to their villa on the top of the mountain." Su Yue's cold tone scared the driver so much that he immediately fell silent and dared not say anything more. Chapter 13, Find a Rich Wife. When the car was about to reach the mountaintop villa, Su Yue looked at the flickering lights outside the car window and suddenly changed her mind. "Go back to Sunshine Home." "Yes, miss." The driver immediately turned the car around and drove back to the city. Of course, top luxury cars would not openly drive into the community. Su Yue kept in mind her identity as an ordinary person and asked the driver to park the car about 100 meters away from Sunshine Home, then got out and walked there. Cen Wen did not go home as expected. The small two-bedroom apartment seemed extremely deserted without one person. Su Yue sneered, sat on the sofa, and began to scroll through WeChat. The last chat she had with Cen Wen was last night, which meant that he hadn't thought of his newlywed wife the entire day. If she had known this, she should have asked Uncle Ping to go and take a look. If there was real evidence of cheating, she could use it as evidence if she needed to divorce Cen Wen in the future. On the other side, Cen Wen had already returned to the bakery. The shop would be closing soon, and the Clark Lucian began to sell the cakes that had not been sold today and the few remaining breads at a discount. In Cen Wen's store, all products are only sold on the same day. If they are not sold out during the day, the remaining products will be promoted in the form of blind boxes after 6 p.m. Sometimes they are even given as gifts to old customers who came to buy in the evening but did not get the products they wanted. Although this will cause some customers to wait for promotions, the store's strict adherence to no additives and fresh taste have also ensured its reputation remains good. Cen Wen took a bag of leftover cakes and rode his electric bike home. As soon as he entered the door, he unexpectedly saw Su Yue sitting on the sofa, working on her tablet computer. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Yue had arrived home earlier than him. "Yue, are you off work?" "Yeah." Su Yue responded coldly. Cen Wen was a keen observer and could tell that she was not in a good mood. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that she really has that kind of moody temper? "I brought a bag of cakes. Would you like to eat some first?" He changed his shoes and walked over with the small cake. Su Yue raised her eyes and glanced at him. In fact, her mood was not so bad when Cen Wen walked in. The fact that he came back so soon at least meant that he didn't go to check into a hotel with someone else. Seeing her face changing from gloomy to clear, Cen Wen was more certain that she had a bad temper. He opened the package and took out a small, soft, yellow cake. He handed it to Su Yue and said with a smile, "Would you like to try one? I personally made the flavor. It's tender and delicious." The cake gave off a faint fragrance, as if orange peel was added to it. The scent was very fresh. Su Yue smelled it and swallowed her saliva imperceptibly. At the banquet tonight, Cen Wen ate so much that he was almost full, but Su Yue didn't eat a single bite. Her stomach was singing the Empty City plan at this moment. She took it hesitantly and took a bite. It tasted really good, tender and fragrant. The seasoning and baking time were perfectly controlled. After she finished eating it, she took another one and ate several in a row. Seeing Su Yue enjoying the meal, Cen Wen said happily, "How is it? Doesn't it taste good? This small cake is a new product launched by our store. It's creative and few people bought it, so there is only one bag left. I thought it would be a pity to sell such a good thing at a discount, so I brought it back for you to try." This turned out to be a bag of discounted goods, and Cen Wen actually gave her the discounted cake to eat. Su Yue suddenly had a strange expression on her face. She had never eaten a discounted product in her life. "Does your store only sell what is available that day?" "Of course, the taste of the day is the best. What if we can't sell them? Hold a promotion. That will cause us to lose a lot of customers." Su Yue made an incisive analysis of customer psychology. Cen Wen nodded, "There's nothing I can do. If there are no additives, the taste will deteriorate the next day. I'd rather make less money, but I have to make it with a clear conscience." He is a person who sticks to his original intention. Su Yue ate 5 small cakes in one go. She was no longer hungry. She looked at Cen Wen and deliberately tested him. "You came back really early today. Don't you usually have to work overtime in the store?" "Yes, I accompanied Gao Jie to a training course this afternoon. There was also a banquet after class, which took up a lot of time. There are not many products in the store, and they are almost sold out, so I came back early. By the way, I saw the president of your Qianlin group at the banquet." Cen Wen suddenly talked about this with great interest. He felt that this could be considered a common topic with Yue. "Oh, really? I haven't seen this president much, have you?" Su Yue was sure that Cen Wen didn't see her face, but she was curious about what he was going to say. "Actually, I can't really say I saw him. I just saw his back. That president has such a strong aura and is surrounded by a high wall of bodyguards. Unless I were a fly, there's no way I could fly in front of him and see his real face." Cen Wen said self-jokingly. "Why, are you curious about this, Mr. Su?" Su Yue really wanted to know what Cen Wen thought of her other identity. This would also allow her to better evaluate the character of the man in front of her. Curiosity, just average. People like that, young and talented, worth billions, are like stars in the sky, too far away from me. Su Yue smiled faintly. "You men should all desire to have a rich woman like this as your wife. I don't know what others think, but I certainly don't think so. I'd like to hear the details." Su Yue raised her eyebrows. Cen Wen analyzed in a serious manner. Economic status determines the relationship between the two parties. A rich woman is too rich, so she will definitely boss her husband around at home. Their husband has to endure it. And rich people usually have bad tempers. Maybe she is a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, or she may be very ugly. Otherwise, given her age and status, how could she not be married? Oh, and rich people are more unfaithful, so their husbands are more likely to be cuckolded. The wife in front of him had a completely dark complexion. Actually said that to her. Female Tyrannosaurus. Ugly? Prone to cheating on her husband. How could she be such a person? This time, Cen Wen did not notice Su Yue's bad expression. He thought she was serious and thinking about what he said, so he spoke more and more excitedly. "Of course, the biggest reason why I don't covet rich women is that I already have a wife." "Oh, now that you know you have a wife, why are you still flirting with others at the party?" Su Yue almost blurted out this sentence, but she held it back and looked at Cen Wen without saying anything. At least his answer just now was flawless, so he managed to get away with it. She remembered Uncle Ping's arrangements, so she changed the subject. "When are you free recently? I want you to meet my father." It just so happened that my uncle had also mentioned that he wanted to meet UAE. Cen Wen thought about it and suggested, I'm fine with either. How about we arrange a time for both of our parents to meet and have a meal together, so that we can officially tell them that we're married? What do you think? Chapter 14, Their Household Man. Unexpectedly, Su Yue remained silent. Cen Wen didn't wait for a response and asked, What's wrong, Yue? My dad may not be able to eat with your uncle. In Cen Wen's puzzled eyes, Su Yue smiled bitterly, he is a vegetable now. Cen Wen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Any words would seem pale at this moment. You can't see my mother either. She died when I was a child. I do have a stepmother, but she hates me. I think you two should not meet. Cen Wen noticed Su Yue's loneliness when she mentioned her mother's death, and also noticed her disdain when she talked about her stepmother, and immediately realized that she had a complicated family environment. No wonder she was willing to move in with him. Who would want to live with a stepmother with whom they have a bad relationship? Cen Wen couldn't help but feel a little pity for Su Yue. It's okay, then we won't have dinner together. This is just a small matter. When the time comes, I will go with you to visit your father, and then I will take you to have dinner with my uncle, and then we will have met each other. UAE, let's live a good life from now on, and all the difficulties will pass. Cen Wen was not good at comforting people. He said a few words clumsily, just hoping that she could get a little comfort. Su Yue smiled faintly. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. After Su Yue finished speaking, she stood up from the sofa with her tablet computer and went back to her room. Then I'm going to take a shower first. Having slept little yesterday, Cen Wen planned to go to bed early tonight. He took his clothes, went into the bathroom to pack up, and then returned to his room. A good night's sleep. The next day was Saturday. Since the bakery was located in a commercial district, business was slightly slower on weekends, so Cen Wen and Gao Jia would take turns to rest. Today was Cen Wen's turn. He didn't intend to sit idle, so he decided to use his day off to tidy up the basement and get rid of all the old furniture left by his grandfather. I got up before 5 o'clock and went to work. After being busy for an hour and a half, Cen Wen went home to find tools to unpack the boxes. When he entered the room, he saw Su Yue putting on makeup in the bathroom. The bathroom door was open, and it was obvious that she didn't care if Cen Wen saw her. Did you go out for exercise? Su Yue saw Cen Wen wearing a short-sleeved shirt and sweating all over, and thought he went out for a morning run. Cen Wen squatted down and looked for unpacking tools in the shoe cabinet, while answering, No, I went downstairs to sort out the old furniture, and I plan to get rid of all the furniture. Su Yue walked out of the bathroom. Are you not going to have it anymore? Yes, they are all useless. They just take up space. Why bother doing it yourself? Just find someone to come and transport it. After all, he is Su Yue's husband. Can't he just call someone to handle these physical tasks? What a waste of time. The cost of workers coming to my house is very high. Old furniture is not worth the money. Besides, I'm on vacation today and I'm free anyway. I can make money to supplement the family income and exercise my physical strength. Why not do it? Cen Wen said happily. Su Yue stopped trying to persuade him, as she knew she couldn't change Cen Wen's mind and there would be many more such disagreements in the future. Their philosophies of life are very different. For her, time can be used to create more value, but for Cen Wen, doing things himself means saving money. UAE, I'll have someone come to collect the furniture. I think we can get some money for it. Are you going to work today? It's the weekend, so I'm taking a break. How could she mean the weekend? She just felt embarrassed to just walk away after seeing Cen Wen working so hard for the family. She appears irresponsible. Is there anything I can help you with? Su Yue asked. She was standing in the living room in an exquisite and capable manner, which made her unsuitable for work. Cen Wen smiled and shook his head. No, these are just rough jobs, there's no need for you to do them. UAE, we are family, you don't have to be polite to me. What he said was indeed right. Su Yue offered to help because she was embarrassed. Perhaps she didn't really consider Cen Wen as a family member in her heart. Cen Wen opened the local app, searched online for nearby furniture and appliance recycling people, and then called them. Finally, he called a few people to come and look at the old furniture. Half an hour later, those people arrived one after another. Cen Wen took them to see the old furniture and moved the old furniture into the car together. Su Yue watched the whole process from the side. She saw how diligent and hardworking Cen Wen was, and also saw him bargaining with others for $12. In the end, the old furniture was exchanged for 1,650 yuan. Cen Wen was so happy holding the money that he could not express it in words. Yue, look, I've changed a lot. Cen Wen put all the money on the table and said with satisfaction, this is turning waste into treasure. Su Yue respected the fruits of his labor. It's pretty good. More than I expected. I'll go to the mall this afternoon and buy you an underwear washing machine. 6-Star Appliances is having its 3rd anniversary promotion, and the prices are better than online. I estimate that if I add a few $100 more, I can get a good one. Cen Wen was thinking about the plan. Su Yue was stunned when she heard this. Was he going to use the money he earned from working hard all morning to buy her a new washing machine? Why? Why? Cen Wen asked curiously, and said as a matter of course, isn't it normal for me to buy you a small appliance to free your hands? Last night, he heard Su Yue washing her underwear in the bathroom, making a lot of noise, and he made up his mind to buy her an underwear washing machine. He had seen that thing before. It wasn't too expensive. He could get a big brand for 2,000 yuan. Cen Wen found out about the underwear washing and Su Yue felt embarrassed. Housework was indeed her weakness. Cen Wen had already understood this clearly from every detail of their daily life together. Save when you should, spend when you should. Have lunch at home. I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables. You wait. Cen Wen took the key to the electric bike and prepared to go out. I'll go with you. Su Yue blurted out, and regretted it right after she said it. She had never been to a vegetable market in her life. You want to go too? Can you regret it? Okay, it's not far anyway, let's walk there together. Cen asked. The biggest advantage of living in the city center is that life is convenient and close to everything. Opposite Cen Wen's house is a big vegetable market that has everything. When Su Yue stepped into this place full of worldly affairs for the first time, it was like opening the door to a new world. Watching Cen Wen skillfully selecting vegetables, buying vegetables, and bargaining, everything seemed fresh and magical. Cen Wen bargained for 3 yuan for a pound of ribs. The boss shook his head in pain and said to Su Yue, your husband is really good at bargaining. Su Yue was at a loss for words and didn't know how to react, so Cen Wen dragged her to the next fish shop to continue shopping and bargaining. Half an hour later, the two returned home with 2 bags full of vegetables. The first thing he did when he got home was to cook lunch. Cen Wen was already hungry, so he rushed into the kitchen and started washing and preparing vegetables swiftly, planning to cook for dishes and a soup for lunch. Su Yue walked up to him and said, let me help you wash the vegetables. Do you know how to wash vegetables? He asked. I really don't know, but I can learn. Su Yue said honestly. Okay, I'll teach you. Cen Wen watched Su Yue clumsily using the basin to wash vegetables, with a smile on his face and feeling very happy. He was now sure that Yue was not a lazy person. She couldn't do it, but she was willing to learn. The two of them did housework and cooking together, which finally made this home feel like home. Chapter 15, 3 Articles of Agreement. In less than an hour, 4 home-cooked dishes were served under Cen Wen's big spoon. Each dish was full of aroma, making people salivate. Both of them had only eaten a few small cakes to fill their stomachs in the morning. Now they were hungry. They didn't bother to clean the kitchen. They just served their meals and sat down to eat. She didn't know whether it was because Cen Wen's cooking was delicious or Su Yue was really hungry, but she felt that every dish on the table suited her taste. Unconsciously, her appetite increased a lot. 1 bowl was not enough, so she had another half bowl. She ate until her stomach was full and then she put down her bowl and chopsticks. Are you full? Cen Wen asked with a smile. Yue was satisfied with the meal, and he felt even more satisfied. Nothing could make a chef happier than seeing all the food on the table being eaten up. I'm full. The food you cook is just as delicious as the cakes you make. Su Yue praised her generously, and even felt that it would be a very good thing to be able to eat the delicious food made by Cen Wen often in the future. Cen Wen's good craftsmanship gave her more expectations for this marriage. You cook the meal, and I will clean up the dishes. Yue, there's no need to make such a clear distinction. Cen Wen tried to stop her, But Su Yue said seriously, life is for two people. We can't let you do all the work. She was very persistent and went to the kitchen. When she came out again, she was wearing the rubber gloves that Cen Wen usually used to clean the kitchen. Pour the leftovers, bones, and soup into the waste bin, stack the dishes and chopsticks and carry them into the kitchen sink, then add detergent and start washing the dishes. Her movements were so much more skillful than yesterday. Cen Wen was very surprised that his wife had actually learned how to wash dishes and tidy up the kitchen. It had to be said that her natural learning ability was really strong. The reason why Su Yue took the initiative to offer to do housework was not because she had changed her usual thinking, but because she thought that since she wanted to eat the food cooked by Cen Wen, she certainly couldn't just eat and drink for free, and she had to do something within her ability in exchange. As it happens, she doesn't hate washing dishes that much. While his wife is working, their husband also has to keep busy, wiping the table and mopping the floor. Cen Wen wants to make the entire house clean so that Yue can live comfortably. Cen Wen, I have something to discuss with you. Su Yue was washing dishes while chatting with Cen Wen, who was separated by a door. What's up? From now on, let's share the housework. I'll take care of the light and simple tasks like washing vegetables, dishes, and sweeping the floor, and you'll be responsible for cooking, mopping the floor, and other heavy housework. How do you think? Cen Wen was surprised. She really planned to contract out the dishwashing job in the future. Yue, you don't have to think too much. Washing vegetables and dishes is not tiring. I can do it all by myself. Cen Wen still felt sorry for his wife. He had seen his wife's hands, which were delicate and tender. How could he bear to use them for housework? No, this is what I should do, Su Yue said in a firm tone. Generally speaking, things she has decided are difficult to change. Okay. Cen Wen agreed reluctantly. Although he had no intention of letting his wife do housework, he was pleasantly surprised by her idea. His wife's willingness to make changes for the family meant that their future days would be more harmonious. After cleaning up the kitchen, Su Yue went back to her room to work. In Cen Wen's eyes, she was very busy at work. She spent most of the day dealing with construction work, and her days off were also occupied. But it was understandable, after all, big companies were never idle. Cen Wen sat down on the sofa, preparing to play a game of three sheep to take a break, when he suddenly received a WeChat message from his cousin Lin Shui. Lin Shui, cousin, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? I want to tell you something. Last night, Lin Kai came home furious and said that you embarrassed him in front of many colleagues. What's going on? Lin Shui is the only one in the Lin family who has good intentions towards Cen Wen. She is only in her early 20s, but very reasonable. She came to ask about what happened at the banquet purely out of concern for Cen Wen, not to accuse him. So Cen Wen simply recounted what happened yesterday in writing, and sure enough, Lin Shui's response was very fair. That's what he deserves. He was the first to think of bullying others. He is too conceited. It may not be a bad thing to teach him a lesson this time. The little girl was also very considerate and took care of Cen Wen's emotions. Cousin, I know you best. You have done a lot for our family over the years. Even though my brother and mom treat you badly, my dad and I are on your side. We will always support you. These words made Cen Wen feel warm inside. It seemed that his kindness to this girl was not in vain. Thank you, Shui. I understand. By the way, I have discussed it with your cousin's wife. I will invite you and your uncle to have a meal together in 2 days when you are free. Lin Shui, cousin, my mom and Lin Kai are not at home today, why don't you come over and talk to my dad? I'll tell you in secret, you have several things that I put away for you without my mom's knowledge, she doesn't know anything. Cen Wen could almost imagine the little girl's mischievous expression when she spoke. Well, that's fine. I just happened to be going out to buy some things this afternoon, so I'll stop by your house to pick them up. Okay. My dad and I will be waiting for you at home. Cen Wen took a shower and changed his clothes, then walked to Su Yue's room and knocked on the door. Yue, I'm going to go out for a while. I'll come back to cook dinner. Well, go ahead. Su Yue replied through the door. Cen Wen took the electric bike key and went out. After riding for 20 minutes, he arrived at Mingyuan Community. After going upstairs, Lin Shui opened the door and handed Cen Wen a box with all the things inside. To express his gratitude, Cen Wen bought her favorite sugar-roasted chestnuts on the way. When the little girl saw the delicious food, her eyes lit up and her mouth was so sweet. "Cousin, you are the best. You treat me 100 times better than my own brother." Cen Wen also laughed. "Cen Wen, you're here." Lin Kaifang walked out of the study, wearing glasses and looking elegant and bookish. Several people sat down on the sofa, and Cen asked, "Uncle, are you and Sheshua free in a few days? UAE and I plan to treat you to a meal, as if we were meeting the elders." "When I'm free." Lin Kaifang nodded. Seeing that his nephew's wife was such an important matter, he had to make time to go over even if he was not free. Lin Shui sat beside them and listened to their conversation. While peeling sugar-roasted chestnuts, she asked Cen Wen gossipingly, "Cousin, my dad said that my cousin's wife works at Tianlin Group. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Your cousin's wife is a top student." When talking about his wife, Cen Wen inexplicably felt a sense of pride. Tianlin Group is a place where only the best people can work. Lin Shui also had an envious look on her face. "My cousin's wife must be very capable to be able to work at Tianlin Group. Cousin, I will also go to Tianlin Group for an interview tomorrow. If I am lucky enough to work in the group, I will help you find out more about my cousin's wife." Chapter 16, Square Dance on the Bed. Lin Shui graduated from a key university and happened to be a fresh graduate this year. She was able to interview at Tianlin Group. Cen Wen was not surprised. He patted her on the shoulder and encouraged her, "You have been smart since you were a child. You will definitely succeed in the interview." Lin Shui smiled innocently, "The position I applied for only recruits 2 people, but there will definitely be a lot of people going for the interview. It's very difficult. I hope I can be as lucky as my cousin's wife." "Of course." Lin Kaifang listened to the conversation between the brother and sister, but he felt complicated. He always felt sorry for Cen Wen. If Ji Yang hadn't made things difficult for Cen Wen and kicked him out, Cen Wen wouldn't have been in such a hurry to get married. If the marriage partner he found was a good girl, Lin Kaifang would feel better, but if she was a liar or a person of bad character, it would really harm him. "Cen Wen, you and your wife just moved into our small home. Are you getting used to living here?" Lin Kaifang asked indirectly. "Very well, uncle. UAE is an only child and not very good at housework, but she is willing to learn. This afternoon she took the initiative to help me with their housework, washing vegetables, dishes, and sweeping the floor." Center's questions dispelled some of Lin Kaifang's worries. She is willing to take the initiative to share their housework. She is a good girl. Lin Kaifang smiled knowingly, "That's good. Husband and wife should share the chores with each other." Center asked and nodded. He let his uncle meet UAE just to put his mind at ease. UAE was really good. He never thought he could find such a good wife. Lin Shui had been studying in another city before and had just returned not long ago, but she had always known the situation at home. Her mother was not good to her father, and was even worse to her cousin, so she pouted and said, "Cousin, you don't have to care about what my mother said. It's yours, and no one can take it away. If it's destined to be yours, you will get it eventually. If it's not destined to be yours, don't force it." She and Lin Kai just couldn't understand this truth. "And Dad, you need to be tough at home. You are the pillar of our family. Don't always be suppressed by Mom. It's too tiring to live like that." Lin Kaifang smiled bitterly helplessly. Getting along with husband and wife is a science. He has failed the exam and has been suppressed by Ji Yang for decades. How can he turn things around overnight? Fortunately, his daughter Lin Shui inherited neither his honesty and cowardice nor Ji Yang's aggressiveness and domineering nature. She is well behaved and sensible, and it is hard not to love her. Lin Shui looks cute and playful, but she actually has a mature mind. After persuading her father, she used her father as an example to persuade Cen Wen, "Cousin, you are the same. You have a very good personality. I am planning to use you as a model to find a husband in the future. But you must not meet a woman like my mother, otherwise it will be a tragedy." Although young, he can clearly see the well-being of the family. "Okay, I get it." Cen Wen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Kaifang also shook his head helplessly. After chatting for a while, Cen Wen quickly got up and left because he didn't want to meet Ji Yang and Lin Kai from the bottom of his heart. After Cen Wen left, Lin Kaifang returned to his study to mark the test papers, but he felt uneasy. If he didn't inform Ji Yu Yang in advance about having dinner with his nephew's wife, she would definitely make a big fuss when she found out. Lin Kaifang didn't want Cen Wen to cause Ji Yu Yang to have a bad impression in the future, so he reported it to Ji Yu Yang on WeChat and asked for her opinion. He naturally knew in his heart that Ji Yu Yang would definitely not go, but saying it and not saying it were two different things. Not long after, Ji Yu Yang sent a 59-second voice message. Lin Kaifang clicked to play it and was scolded. Are you mentally ill, or have I starved you? What's the point of eating the food of such a conscienceless person? I tell you, I won't go, and Xiao Kai won't go either. If you dare to go, I will never let you go. What nephew's wife? Bar. She is just a hired actress. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Cen Wen, don't think you can cheat me out of the house like this. Lin Kaifang sighed as he listened to their voice. He really couldn't handle this hot-tempered wife. As long as something didn't go her way, she would erupt like a volcano, without end. Ji Yu Yang sent another WeChat message. The kitchen and toilet at home have all been cleaned, the clothes have been washed, and the floor has been mopped. If you come back in the evening and let me see the mess, I will see how I will deal with you. After Cen Wen left, all their housework at home fell on Lin Kaifang alone. Even if Lin Kaifang was too busy with work to remember to do housework, Ji Yu Yang would never do it. Not only did she not do housework at home, she also never washed her own shoes, socks, and underwear. She would pile them all up in the bathroom. Lin Kaifang had thought about resisting. He turned a blind eye to the underwear that Ji Yu Yang had changed out of. Ji Yu Yang went to buy new ones and piled them up one by one. After a long time, the odor was so strong that Lin Kaifang had no choice but to help her deal with it. At this moment, Ji Yu Yang was dancing square dance with a group of dance partners in a park near her home. After she cursed at Lin Kaifang into her cell phone, she turned around and walked into the dance group, twisting her waist and hips. It has to be said that Ji Yu Yang, who never does housework or works, has taken very good care of herself and still has her charm. She is the leader in her age group and attracts a lot of attention. Just as Ji Yu Yang was dancing to the music, her old acquaintance Zhu Yongqing came over. The two of them exchanged glances in the crowd, and then tacitly walked to the cold drink stand at the edge of the park to have a drink. Ji Yu Yang, who is naturally lively and aggressive, shows her shy side as a woman in front of the elegant Lao Ju, and is often amused by the humorous Lao Ju and giggles with her hands covering her mouth. As the two chatted, they got angry. Zhu Yongqing suggested finding a place to rest for a while. Ji Yu Yang understood what he meant and got into Zhu Yongqing's car and went to a hotel far away from home. When the door is closed, there will be a catastrophe. We couldn't wait to hug each other and rolled onto the bed. In fact, this was not the first time that Ji Yu Yang had an affair with Zhu Yongqing. The two had been having an affair for half a year. Every week, Ji Yu Yang would take time out to go out on a date with Zhu, and Lin Kaifang was kept in the dark. After the incident, Ji Yu Yang lay on Zhu Yongqing, recalling the wonderful feeling just now, and said with emotion, "Yongqing, I really want to be with you every day. You don't know that I have no energy at all when I face the blockhead at home every day." Zhu Yongqing lit a cigarette and laughed as he listened to Ji Yu Yang's words while smoking. "Then why don't you divorce him and follow me? Then you can drink with me every day, right?" "That won't do." Ji Yu Yang's mind was still clear. Although Lin Kaifang had no interest in romance, he was like an obedient dog in front of her and could serve her well. No other man could do as well as him. So, she needed Lin Kaifang to be the dog at her feet. Chapter 17, Trouble. Zhu Yongqing smiled but said nothing, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at Ji Yu Yang. In his heart, he looked down on Ji Yu Yang, thinking that this old woman had a bad temper and was old. No matter how well she took care of herself, her age was still written on her body, and she could not be compared with a truly young girl. The reason why he was willing to be with Ji Yu Yang was because he was attracted by the connections behind the Ji Yu family. Ji Yu Yang's family had some background, which was very helpful to his business. Of course, he despised Lin Kaifang even more from the bottom of his heart. He lived a useless life and was dominated by a woman. He didn't even know that there was a green grassland growing on his head. Lin Kaifang's only advantage is that he has a beautiful and smart daughter. He has met Lin Shui a few times and she looks very much like him. If he gets the chance, he will definitely get her into bed and have some good fun with her. Lin Shui naturally didn't know that there was a vicious wolf eyeing her. At this moment, she was sending Center Wen out of the gate of the community. Xieshue, go back. I'm leaving. No, I'll wait until you leave before going home. You have something to say to me, right? Center Wen had seen through Lin Shue's little tricks and scratched her upturned nose with his hand. Do you need to be hesitant between you and me? Being seen through, Lin Shue smiled sheepishly. Cousin, I want to apologize to you on behalf of my mother. Center asked, raising his eyebrows. She is my mother after all. Even if I dislike her behavior, I can't change my blood relationship with her. In fact, I have always hoped that we can be a harmonious family, but I don't know what to do to make my mother and Lin Kai change their prejudice against you. As she spoke, her eyes reddened slightly. Silly girl. Center Wen ruffled her hair, his tone softening involuntarily. Anyway, you just need to know that you will always be my good sister, a little girl that I watched grow up, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Shui sniffed and nodded vigorously. In her heart, Center Wen's status was no less than that of her brother. Center Wen rode on the electric bike, turned around and waved at her. Little girl, go home quickly. Okay, cousin, you should be careful on the road too. After saying goodbye to Center Wen, Lin Shui returned home and began to prepare seriously for tomorrow's interview. This job was very important to her. If she could successfully enter Qianlin Group, it would be like having a high starting point in her life. The next morning, Lin Shui got ready and headed to the Qianlin Group headquarters. The interview was at 10:30, but she arrived at 9:30 and bought a cup of coffee to wake herself up. As a result, just as she reached the entrance of Qianlin building, she accidentally tripped in her high heels. She didn't fall to the ground, but the coffee in her hand spilled onto the man walking in front of her. That's a whole cup of hot coffee. The man's entire upper body was baptized. Lin Shui froze, her beautiful eyes widened, and she stood there at a loss. Yes, I'm sorry, sir, are you okay? The man turned around and looked coldly at Lin Shui, who had caused trouble. He was a mature young man of about 30 years old, with a buzz cut and dressed in a suit. He looked handsome, but he had a stern face and looked quite fierce. No one would be in a good mood if coffee was splashed all over them for no reason. Lin Shui was extremely embarrassed and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'll pay you for the laundry. This dress can't be washed. It's basically ruined after being splashed with your hot coffee, the man said coldly. What? Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, then I'll compensate you. How much? 36,000. Lin Shui's eyes widened. This is a rip-off. Just sell her. Facing Lin Shui's astonished expression, the man did not lose his temper, but said word by word, Armani's new limited edition for this spring, I have the invoice and maintenance instructions, I can show you everything. Lin Shui was confused. She basically believed what the man said was true, but, I don't have anything on me now. What's your phone number? Lin Shui gave out her phone number honestly. After a while, the phone in her bag rang. She frantically took out her phone and saw an unfamiliar number. She heard the man say, this is my number. When you go home to get the money, add me on WeChat and transfer the money to me. Okay, don't worry, I won't default on my debt. After Lin Shui finished speaking, she lowered her head and quickly walked into Qianlin Group. However, due to excessive shock, her mind went blank, and she was even a little absent-minded during the interview, and her performance was seriously abnormal. On the other side, the crew-haired man came to Su Yuwei's office with a bad look on his face. His name was Li Zhan, and he was the eldest son of the Li Group and the son of Su Yuwei's uncle. The two had a good relationship since childhood. Su Yuwei looked up and saw that he had a sullen face. She asked with concern, Li Zhan, what's wrong with you? Don't mention it. I was walking on the street and someone inexplicably splashed coffee on me. Su Yuwei saw that he was indeed in a mess and smiled nonchalantly. I'll ask someone to bring a spare suit, can you change into it? Yes, that's what I meant. So Su Yuwei called her assistant and asked him to bring up a new suit according to Li Zhan's size. Li Zhan changed his clothes and sat down across from Su Yuwei. He suddenly sighed with melancholy, oh, my Yuwei has really grown up. She didn't even tell me about something as important as getting married. Knowing that he was going to bring an army to hold her accountable, Su Yuwei smiled faintly. Li Zhan raised his thick eyebrows and asked, you don't like the girl I introduced to you? Su Yuwei continued to smile without saying anything. She knew, of course, that Li Jian had protected her since she was a child and had carefully chosen partners for her, but she really had no feelings for young men from wealthy families. Well, you have had your own opinion since you were young. Since you picked the person yourself, at least you are satisfied with him. Tell me, what kind of person is he? Li Jian waved his hand and didn't want to pursue the matter anymore. Instead, he tried to find out more. He must study this brother-in-law. Don't think about it, he's just an ordinary person. What's the meaning? Su Yuwei's eyes jumped over the French window and fell on every passerby in the distant street. He doesn't know my identity, but I know his background very well. In his eyes, we are just an ordinary couple, and I am willing to play that role in front of him. Li Jian's face was full of surprise. He had thought that even if Yue married someone who was not from a wealthy family, he would definitely be able to match her in other aspects. But to everyone's surprise, she married an ordinary man. No wonder Shen Qianru couldn't find out who the other party was despite such a high-profile investigation. Yue, you are as smart as always. I support you. Li Jian is extremely doting to this girl who is like his own sister. Thank you, bro. I heard that you cleared out the Su family. The old witch was so anxious that she jumped up and down. You did a good job. You are worthy of being my sister. I've wanted to do this for a long time. When Su Yue mentioned Shen Qianru, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. You have to be careful, the old witch won't let you go. Li Jian's eyes were solemn, but his tone was extremely serious. If she dares to do something bad, I, your uncle, your brothers and sisters, and the entire Li group will be your strongest backing. No one can bully a woman from our Li family. I understand, bro, thank you. Cen Wen was busy in the store all day, and at 6 in the evening, he hurried off work to prepare dinner. When he got home, Su Yue had not come back yet. He did not wait for her. He carried the vegetables he bought on their way into the kitchen and started to get busy. When the meal was ready, Su Yue just arrived home. There was ready-made food when she walked in. She saw Cen Wen, who was still busy in the kitchen, and felt a little sorry. Everyone is very tired after a busy day at work, and Cen Wen has to cook alone when he gets home, which is even more tiring. In fact, she did rush back from get off work early, but she didn't expect to be a step late. Why didn't you wait for me to cook? She put down the things in her hands and walked into the kitchen to take over the work in Cen Wen's hands. They agreed to each take on some of their housework, and she couldn't let Cen Wen do all their hard work. Chapter 18, is this considered favoritism? I came back early and did it. We are family, why do we need to make such a clear distinction? Cen Wen knew clearly that Yue did not treat him as her own, so she was polite and distant. She always acted according to the agreement between the two parties. But he wanted to break this distance and slowly integrate himself into her world. Go wash your hands and don't let them get dirty with oil. I'm ready and will eat right away. He stopped his wife from touching the pots and pans and sent her to the bathroom next door. Su Yue couldn't resist and had to give up. At this moment, the cell phone rang. It was Lin Shui calling. Cen Wen was washing the pot and had no time to spare, so he turned on the speakerphone. Cousin, what should I do? I'm in trouble. Lin Shui was crying. Cen Wen's heart tightened. What's wrong? Tell me slowly, I'm here. I went to the Qianlin group for an interview this morning, and I accidentally spilled coffee on someone's suit. The suit was a big brand, costing 36,000 yuan, and I had to pay him back. And my interview, my brain seemed to have frozen, I felt groggy, and the interview was basically ruined. Brother, what should I do? Lin Shui couldn't continue speaking. Cen Wen understood and sighed in his heart. After comforting Lin Shui, he hung up the phone and thought about where to borrow the money. The money in my uncle's house is managed by my aunt. My uncle has no money, and Lin Shui absolutely dare not ask my aunt for the money. He has to find a way to help Lin Shui solve this problem. The kitchen and bathroom are not soundproof, and Su Yue heard the conversation between Cen Wen and Lin Shui. She walked out of the bathroom and saw Cen Wen in a daze. Cen asked. She called out. Oh, Yue, come and have dinner. Cen Wen came back to his senses and served the meal to the table. The two began to eat. The atmosphere at the dinner table was gloomy. Facing Cen Wen's worried expression, Su Yue took the initiative to ask, did something happen to your cousin? Cen Wen was stunned for a moment, then said, My cousin went to Qianlin Group for an interview this morning and accidentally soiled someone else's suit. She had to pay 36,000 yuan. She just started working and had no money, so she asked me to help her think of a solution. Don't worry, I can handle this matter. Could it be that Li Zhan's suit was soiled by Cen Wen's cousin? There is really no coincidence in the world. Su Yue remained calm. That's really unexpected. By the way, are you two on good terms? Well, I watched her grow up, and I have treated her as my own sister since I was little. Cen Wen said without hesitation. So, Su Yue hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, I have a little savings. If you are short of money, I can lend it to my cousin first. When she starts working, she can pay me back slowly. Cen Wen had used all his previous savings to invest in the shop, and he was sure that he couldn't come up with 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. He looked serious just now because he was thinking about how to borrow the money. No, how can I ask you for a loan? Unexpectedly, Cen Wen refused directly. I can think of a way. Gao Jie is a rich second generation and knows my cousin. He will be willing to help. And if it really doesn't work, I will use Jiebei. Xiaoxue is a good child. I don't worry that she won't pay me back in the future. Cen Wen picked up a piece of chicken wing and put it in Su Yue's bowl. In fact, compared to compensating her for her clothes, I am more worried that she will not pass the interview at Qianlin Group. If she fails because of this, it will be a huge blow to her. Su Yue seemed to be thinking about something. To ease the atmosphere, Cen Wen half-jokingly said, Yue, it would be great if you were the leader of Qianlin Group. Then maybe you could give Xiaoxue a second interview opportunity. Of course, this is just a beautiful fantasy. Yue has just entered Qianlin and it is good enough for her to be able to stand on her own feet. How can she have the energy to help others? Su Yue had a serious expression and did not express her opinion. After dinner, Cen Wen went back to his room and called Gao Jie to borrow money. Su Yue got up, cleaned up the dishes, and went to the kitchen to wash them. Halfway through, she took off her gloves, took the phone and went into her room. In fact, Su Yue hates nepotism the most in her life, and she doesn't want favoritism to appear in the group. This is her principle of doing things. But as for Lin Shui's matter, forget it. After all, she is just a small clerk. Even if she joins the company, it won't affect anything. He is someone Cen Wen is close to, she can't just sit there and watch him do nothing. Su Yue sighed and did something that violated her principles for the first time. Lu Zhifeng. She called Lu Zhifeng, the group's human resources director. At this moment, Lu Zhifeng was eating hot pot at home when he suddenly received a call from President Su. He hurried to the balcony, closed the door, and answered the call nervously. This was the first time Mr. Su had called him personally in 2 years since he became president. How can I put it? I'm flattered. It's me, President Su, do you have any instructions? Is there a girl named Lin Shui coming to the company for an interview today? Su Yue went straight to the point, her tone light and unobtrusive, just like herself. It was the first time she made an exception for someone, and she was not used to it. Lin Shui. Lu Zhifeng quickly searched for this name. Fortunately, he had a good memory and remembered that there was indeed an interviewee named Lin Shui in the feedback submitted by his subordinates. Yes, Mr. Lin, she came to interview for the position of administrative assistant. How was your performance? Lu Zhifeng confessed frankly, her performance was not satisfactory and did not reflect her true level, but the experience in her resume was very good and met the requirements of our company. Got it. Su Yue said and hung up the phone. Lu Zhifeng let out a long sigh, and at the same time his brain continued to work rapidly, deeply analyzing the meaning of the president's words, and he immediately called his subordinates. Xiaolu, please assign the new administrative assistant position to an interviewee named Lin Shui. Why do you have so many whys? Just do what I say. Su Yue called Li Zhan again. Li Zhan rarely received her call, and said with a smile, why did you think of me, you busy man? How's that dress of yours? What clothes? Li Zhan had long forgotten the incident that happened in the morning. The one that was stained with coffee. Oh, I threw it away. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly care about my clothes? Li Zhan was very surprised. This was indeed not in line with Su Yue's usual style of doing things. Su Yue paused and said, Lin Shui, who spilled your coffee this morning, is my husband's cousin. What? Li Zhan was shocked. This was too much of a coincidence. He immediately understood what Su Yue meant by calling, and said directly, I didn't intend to ask her to pay for it all. I have worn that dress twice, and I will throw it away if I wear it 1 or 2 more times. Since she is my brother-in-law's cousin, let her pay 1 or 2,000 yuan as a token of my appreciation. Su Yue was indifferent to her cousin's extravagant behavior. In their class, many clothes worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars were often only worn once. Thank you. Su Yue thanked him briefly. Li Zhan was giving her face. When are you going to introduce us to my cousin's husband and his family? Su Yue hesitated for a moment. She was originally going to meet Cen Wen's uncle and cousin in a few days, and it would not be good if no relatives showed up on her side. It would be too unlike a normal family. After thinking for a moment, she replied, Sure, I'll arrange it, but you can't participate in a normal capacity. I don't want Cen Wen to know that my relatives are very rich. No problem, we are all ordinary people. Li Zhan agreed readily on the other end of the phone. It can be heard that he seems to be quite interested in this kind of drama. Chapter 19. It feels so good to help each other. On this side, Cen Wen explained the situation to Gao Jie on the phone. Gao Jie was very straightforward and transferred the money directly through WeChat. After Cen Wen got the money, he had new worries. 36,000 is not a small amount, so you must be cautious when spending it. He was afraid that Lin Shui had been cheated. In fact, the suit was not worth that price at all. Perhaps it would be safer to hand the matter over to the police directly. After thinking about it, Cen Wen decided to decide on the next step after talking to Lin Shui on the phone tonight. When he walked out of the room, Yue was not in the living room. Cen Wen went straight to the kitchen and saw half of the washed dishes in the sink. The gloves were thrown aside. Without thinking too much, he rolled up his sleeves and continued to wash the remaining dishes. At this time, the door of the second bedroom opened. Su Yue came quickly and returned to the kitchen. Seeing Cen Wen washing dishes, she explained, I just made 2 phone calls. Leave the dishes here. I'll wash them. It's okay, I'm almost done. Cen Wen said cheerfully, how about you clean the stove? Su Yue responded, took the hot rag from Cen Wen's hand, and began to wipe the stove carefully. The couple took each side and began to clean the entire kitchen that had just been washed by oil stains in tacit understanding. After a moment, Cen asked, What's wrong? Su Yue lowered her head, fighting against the oil stains, and pretended to speak naturally, I have a very coincidental story to tell you. This morning, my cousin came to the company to find me and gave me something. As a result, a little girl stained his clothes with coffee while walking on the road. He was so angry that he asked the girl to compensate him for his clothes. Didn't your cousin call just now and say that she had soiled a man's clothes downstairs in our company and the other party asked her to pay compensation? I wondered if the man was my cousin, so I called to confirm. After checking the information, I basically confirmed that they were the 2 people involved. My cousin said that since we are all relatives, there is no need to compensate so much. Just give a few thousand yuan as a token of appreciation. Really? This is such a coincidence. Cen Wen turned around and looked at Su Yue in disbelief. Su Yue also turned around to look at him, and seeing that he was obviously relieved, as if a huge stone had been lifted off his shoulders, she knew that she had done the right thing, and smiled faintly. Yes, it's true. If you don't believe me, call your cousin later. The reason why she decided to clarify the matter with Cen was because she took into account that Li Zhan and Lin Shui would meet again. Instead of exposing their relationship at that time, it would be better to take precautions now to avoid being exposed. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao will call. Lin Shui called Cen Wen, her tone unable to conceal her excitement, and she said happily, Brother, you don't have to borrow money from me anymore, you know. Just now, Mr. Li took the initiative to contact me and said that he was trying to scare me during the day. His clothes were just an exquisite imitation, not a real Armani. He said that I just need to compensate him with 1,000 yuan. This is really great. Har har har. High imitation. Damn, there are fakes everywhere these days. Luckily I didn't really transfer the money to him. I was just thinking, how could it be such a coincidence that you just spilled coffee on an Armani? This rich man is not a street flower, how can it be so easy to meet him? Cen Wen couldn't help but shake his head and complain, and secretly despised the other party for being such a jerk. No matter what, it was a false alarm for them. Listening to Cen Wen's complaints, Su Yue almost laughed out loud, but she coughed lightly and held it back. It was so funny to make the eldest son of the Li group admit against his will that he was wearing a high-end imitation. She could even imagine the frustrated expression on Li Zhan's face at that time. Okay, brother, I still have 1,000 yuan, just give it to him directly on WeChat. I am relieved that the matter can be solved smoothly. Lin Shue's voice was like a happy lark, so joyful that she danced and sang loudly. This certainly made her mood rebound, and it must be more than just a matter of not having to compensate Li Zhan 36,000. Brother, I have great news to tell you, and you are the first person I want to share this with. Okay, go ahead. Just now. I received a call from the Human Resources Department of Qianlin Group, saying that I was accepted. Oh my god, I feel like I'm in a dream. I can actually work in Qianlin Group. That's my dream place. Lin Shui jumped up happily on the spot, and their whole phone was filled with her innocent laughter. Emotions can move people. Cen Wen laughed along with her. That's great, Xie. They called you at night to let you know. That shows they really value you. Hey, brother, I've made up my mind. I will work hard in Qianlin Group and get through the entire internship safely. I want you, my dad, and the noble person in the group who decided to recruit me to be impressed. Well, I'm very optimistic about you. Cen Wen said many encouraging words to Lin Shui, and then they said good night to each other and ended the call. After putting away his phone, Cen Wen felt a pair of focused eyes surrounding him. When he looked up, he met Su Yue's beautiful eyes. Yue, thank you. Cen Wen smiled and thanked her sincerely. His heart was as clear as a mirror. If it weren't for Yue's phone call, how could the other party suddenly change his mind and let Lin Shui pay only 1,000 yuan in compensation? You're welcome. At this moment, subtle ripples also arose in Su Yue's heart. It turns out that it is so simple to make an ordinary person achieve ultimate happiness. It was just a simple phone call on her part. Su Yue couldn't help but feel dazed. How long had it been since she was as happy as Lin Shui? No, I not only thank you for convincing your brother, I also want to thank you for the opportunity you fought for Xie. Su Yue was stunned. She didn't expect that Cen Wen was so meticulous that he even guessed that Lin Shui's admission was related to her. I didn't contribute much. I had a colleague in the HR department who I had a good relationship with and happened to be able to have some say. Lin Shui's resume also met our company's admission requirements, so she was hired. But I didn't expect that Lin Shui would receive the news so soon. Her frank and honest attitude moved Cen Wen so much that he said sincerely, Yue, before I met you, I never thought that one day I would have someone who would truly help me. Su Yue was also looking at him, her eyes were full of questions, her pupils were shining, and her smile was brilliant. Cen Wen continued, it's really good for us to help each other as a family. If Xie knew that it was her cousin's wife who helped her get this opportunity, she would definitely be very grateful to you. She is really a good child. Chapter 20, Life's Little Differences. He is so sincere. He was so sincere that Su Yue had to look away to hide her throbbing heartbeat. Cen Wen, my uncle's family will attend the banquet on behalf of my family the day after tomorrow. She changed the subject. Okay, my uncle and cousin will also come, and we can have a good meal together. This is a tacit understanding between adults. Cen asked her why she didn't invite her stepmother, and Su Yue didn't ask him why he didn't notify her parents. The two of them sat on the sofa in the living room and seriously discussed the details of the banquet day. Unexpectedly, differences arose from the very beginning. Yue, I will leave work early the day after tomorrow to buy food to entertain your relatives and my relatives. I can invite them to dinner at home in the evening. Do it yourself. Su Yue frowned. She was really busy and had no time at all. Moreover, she couldn't understand it. It was okay for the two of them to have a meal together, but did she have to do something like treating someone to a meal herself? I think about this. I'll book a 5-star hotel, book a big table, and we can all get together for a meal. It saves effort and time. The key is, it doesn't have to be annoying or stressful. No, it's too extravagant and wasteful. The same dish would cost several times more in a hotel. Besides, eating in a hotel is not as warm as cooking at home. When I was a child, relatives would always invite us home for dinner. Our relatives on both sides are simple and frugal people, so let's just set up a table at home. Cen Wen said hurriedly. Su Yue had a slight headache. For the first time, I felt that it was not easy to be an ordinary person. Can we prepare food for so many people? There was enough space for a table in the small living room, but when Su Yue thought about having to deal with the kitchen all day, she was completely resistant. I can do it, just trust me. Cen Wen said confidently. Su Yue was silent. Although she didn't express her displeasure directly, she really disliked the trouble in her heart. She had to negotiate a business deal in the next 2 days and was very busy. When she thought about entertaining guests at home the day after tomorrow, and she had to do it all by herself without a nanny to help, she suddenly felt a headache. But what Cen Wen said was not wrong. How can it be a daily routine for ordinary people to eat at a 5-star hotel? As a second choice, eating at an ordinary restaurant, my uncle's family is not used to the service level. After thinking about it, it is indeed the most compromise and the most appropriate to set up a table at home. Okay then. Su Yue agreed, although she was forced. Since she married an ordinary man and had to live his life, she would have to change and compromise a lot in the process of adjusting to life. Cen Wen noticed that she looked solemn, but mistakenly thought that his wife did not trust him to prepare food for a table of people by himself, so he secretly made up his mind that he must not let her lose face at the family dinner the day after tomorrow. That evening, Cen Wen began planning for the family dinner. He first decided on the dishes. Some of the main dishes that would serve as a feast for the eyes needed to be prepared a day in advance. The next day he was still checking for missing details. Su Yue saw all of this, but she was too busy these 2 days and had no time to take care of Cen Wen. She also didn't agree with holding a family dinner at home, so she let Cen Wen do it alone. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the day of the family dinner. Cen Wen got up early in the morning and hurried to the bakery to work. By noon, the work in the kitchen was basically completed. Cen Wen said hello to Gao Jie and left the shop early. When he got home, he took the list of ingredients he had made over the past 2 days. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered that he had missed an important piece of information, so he called Su Yue. At this moment, Su Yue was inspecting the factory accompanied by several senior executives and listening to work reports. It was at this time that she received a call from Cen Wen. After looking at the notes, she picked up the phone. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yue, I hope I didn't disturb you from work. I just wanted to ask you how many people from your uncle's family will come. I plan to go buy some groceries. Probably 5 or 6 people. In fact, Su Yue was not sure how many elders Li Zhan would bring with him, but he was always reliable and did not need her to ask. Okay, I understand. You go ahead and get busy. Cen Wen said and hung up the phone. Su Yue put away her phone and found that everyone stopped and looked at her. They had obviously guessed that it was her mysterious husband calling. I have something going on at home, so I have to leave first. Mr. Zheng will be in charge of the rest. During these 2 days, Cen Wen prepared the family dinner with great sincerity, and Su Yue saw it all. In the end, she felt that she couldn't let Cen Wen be busy alone, so she handed this important task to a subordinate she trusted more, and then turned around and left. The group's senior executives were left in disarray. They would never believe that President Su had given up a project worth hundreds of millions of dollars just to rush home and cook a meal for her husband. Half an hour later, the luxury car that Su Yue was riding in parked low-key in the community opposite. She got out of the car and walked quickly towards home, planning to buy an ordinary car to keep at home as a backup, so that she would not have to hide when traveling, and Cen Wen could use the car when he occasionally needed it. As soon as he walked downstairs of the apartment building, he saw Cen Wen carrying a large bag of vegetables off his electric bike. He was a little surprised to see Su Yue. Yue, why are you home? I've taken a leave of absence and will come back to help you. Su Yue said lightly. Of course it would be best if someone could help. Cen Wen was surprised and delighted. I just went to the vegetable market to buy some seafood. They were all alive and kicking. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some fresh vegetables later. Do you want to come with me? Su Yue asked curiously, why don't you buy all the vegetables at the market? Because seafood is cheaper in the market and more expensive in the supermarket, but many vegetables are cheaper in the supermarket. Besides, we also have to buy drinks and beer, so we can buy some vegetables at the same time. Cen Wen explained clearly. Su Yue was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Her man really knows how to live. So Cen Wen asked her to wait downstairs, and he quickly went upstairs to put these high-end seafood in the pool, then went back downstairs to meet Su Yue, and the two of them walked to the large supermarket closest to their home. Not long after entering the supermarket, Cen Wen felt that there were many strange looks cast at him today. After paying attention, I found the source. The person they were looking at was Su Yue. Su Yue had just returned from work today. She was wearing a tight-fitting suit, which exuded a noble air. Coupled with her angelic beauty, it would be a miracle if she didn't get a lot of attention. Cen Wen couldn't help but feel proud. This is his wife. For any man, it is a matter of pride to take his wife out. Su Yue is different. She has long been accustomed to the attention of others. On the contrary, what interests her most, apart from the novelty of large supermarkets full of the breath of life, is her husband Cen Wen. Cen Wen knew the prices of all kinds of vegetables, fish and meat very well. He could always find the most affordable ones among the dazzling array of goods and change the dishes for today's dinner based on these commodities at any time. This ability surprised Su Yue. She suddenly felt that Cen Wen might be right about the small disagreement between her and Cen Wen in the past 2 days. He could indeed host this family dinner at home. Chapter 21, Unexpected Visitors. After shopping in the supermarket for an hour and paying for their bags of stuff, the two decided to go back. After all, if they continue to buy, they won't be able to lift them even if they have 8 hands. Su Yue was very considerate of Cen Wen. After Cen Wen took on most of the weight, she took the initiative to share 2 of the small packaging bags. Walking on the street carrying vegetables was a really new experience for her. Just as they reached the intersection, Li Zhan called. Su Yue had to carry all the bags in one hand and answer the phone with the other. Yue, we are here. Which building is my cousin's husband's house? Building 3. You came so early. We just came back from the supermarket. Su Yue said as she glanced at Cen Wen beside her. Cen Wen was standing close to Su Yue, and he could hear their voice on the phone very clearly. He didn't expect that Yue's uncle and his family would arrive so soon. You went to the supermarket to buy something. The next generation of people in charge of Cen Wen Group went to the supermarket to buy groceries in person just to cook a family dinner for them. Li Zhan digested it with great interest. The story behind this must be very interesting. It seemed that his cousin was very devoted in playing the role. He couldn't fall behind in the future. Okay, we'll wait for you at the gate of the community. By the way, Grandpa and Grandma also want to meet my cousin's husband, so I brought them both here. Our grandparents here too. No matter how many people Li Zhan brought with him, he won't be exposed. Su Yue frowned slightly. On the side, Cen Wen said complacently, fortunately, I was well prepared and bought food for more than a dozen people. Even if your elders come, there will be enough food. Su Yue remained silent and hung up the phone. The two continued walking forward, and soon they arrived at the gate of the community. They saw a tall and slender man with a flat head standing at the main entrance of the community. This person was none other than the modified Li Zhan. Li Zhan waved at the young couple and raised his eyebrows as he looked at Su Yue, who was carrying the vegetables and walking towards them, feeling extremely surprised. Su Yue didn't care whether he looked or not. She searched the surroundings with her eyes and saw several familiar figures getting out of a semi-new van one after another. Their clothes looked no different from those of ordinary people. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Li Zhan is reliable, and he even thought of renting a van. Li Zhan was certainly reliable. In order to cooperate with Yue's family dinner, he made careful arrangements and even strictly selected the people who would attend the dinner. His father, Li Zhan, often appears on TV interviews and is a familiar face to the public, so Li Zhan directly excluded him and asked his mother, Yu Wanling, who usually stays at home, to participate in the family dinner, as well as his grandfather Li Weiguo and grandmother Zhao Ying, who usually love Yue very much. There were also a few younger ones, including cousins. Li Zhan picked out the well-behaved and sensible ones and brought them over together. We were trained on the way to ensure that nothing would be exposed. Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, Cousin. Su Yue walked over, called everyone one by one, and introduced the elders in her family to Cen Wen. As Cen Wen called for help, he was secretly amazed in his heart. No wonder Yue was so beautiful. It turned out that her family had good genes. The elders in her family were all extremely handsome and stunning when they were young. and they are easy to get along with. Except for this cousin who looks serious, everyone else seems very friendly. While Cen Wen was looking at them, several elders of the Li family were also observing their husband who was personally chosen by Yue. Especially Aunt Yuanling, she has always loved Yue and treated her as her own daughter. When she heard from her son that Yue had a flash marriage and married an ordinary man, her heart was broken. In her opinion, Yue deserves the best man, who is not someone Cen Wen can reach. But this is Yue's own decision, so she can't say anything and can only bear with it. On the contrary, the respected elders of the Li family, Su Yue's grandparents, were both of the older generation who had experienced ups and downs and had sharp eyes. They saw at a glance that although Cen Wen was just an ordinary person, he was a man who could live a down-to-earth life and knew how to take care of his wife and family. Therefore, they had no objection to their niece's choice of marrying him. "Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, please come upstairs and sit for a while. I have prepared a plate of fruits and vegetables and have been waiting for you to arrive." Cen Wen invited them warmly, and took the 2 bags from Yue's hands, motioning her to help the 2 elderly people go upstairs. Su Yue said nothing, walked to her grandmother's side and held her wrist. This scene stunned the younger members of the Li family. In their eyes, their cousin and brother were the most powerful among their peers, managing millions of people, being the decision makers and their role models. Especially their cousin, who took over the family business at a young age. No one in the Qianlin group was dissatisfied with her iron-blooded wrist. But such a strong woman has a calm aura and gets along harmoniously with her cousin's husband. It seems that her cousin's husband is really an expert in controlling his wife. A group of people quickly and busily came to Cen Wen and Su Yue's small home. At the same time, Lin Kaifang and his family were also on their way. Lin Kai was driving the car, carrying Lin Kaifang, Ji Yuyang, and Lin Shui. The car was driving smoothly on the road, but the atmosphere inside the car was absolutely low pressure. Lin Kaifang had never expected that just when he and Lin Shui were carrying fruits and getting ready to go out, Ji Yuyang suddenly changed her mind and said that she also wanted to attend Cen Wen's family dinner, and asked Lin Kai to drive them and go with the whole family. Lin Kaifang was so worried that his hair was almost bald. "Ji Yuyang, Xiao Wen's relatives are all at the family dinner, so please be careful about your words and actions, and don't say anything that shouldn't be said." "Shut up." Ji Yuyang glared at the man who always turned his elbow outward with hatred. "I might as well tell you that I changed my mind and went to the family dinner because I wanted to find evidence to expose Cen Wen's scam of faking marriage and getting a wedding house." Lin Kai glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror and said, "Dad, who is your biological son? Cen Wen embarrassed me at the banquet that day, and even now there are still people laughing at me behind my back. How can you not help me get rid of this anger?" Lin Kaifang sighed and felt that he had nothing to say. Lin Shui, hiding in the corner, had already sensed that something bad was going to happen, and secretly sent a message to Cen Wen. "Cousin, my mom and brother changed their minds and came with us. I think they might cause trouble, but don't worry too much. I will definitely help you to smooth things over when the time comes." Chapter 22, A Small Incident at the Family Dinner. Cen Wen was preparing food in the kitchen when his cell phone on the chopping board suddenly lit up and Lin Shui's message caught his eye. He shook his head and smiled. He was not afraid at all that Ji Yuyang and Lin Kai would come and cause trouble. Washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, preparing vegetables, each step was done in an orderly manner, and Su Yue came over to help. "Yue, don't worry about the kitchen. Go out and spend time with your family. It's rare for them to come over." "It's okay, Li Zhan will accompany them," Su Yue said lightly, picking up a bundle of celery and picking leaves. Under Cen Wen's guidance, she has gradually understood how to handle some raw ingredients. For example, celery leaves are edible but taste bitter, so they need to be removed. The kitchen is very close to the living room and there is a glass sliding door, so the scene inside is almost visible at a glance. Several young people were shocked to see that their idol, the usually serious and arrogant president, was actually staying in a small kitchen of less than 10 square meters, picking vegetables obediently, like a virtuous wife. They looked at each other in surprise. Yu Wanling was worried and distressed. She whispered to the 2 elders, "Yue has to cook for herself now. I don't know how much suffering she will have to endure in the future if she follows this ordinary person." Grandpa and Grandma looked at this scene, looked at each other, and nodded with a smile. They now have a lot of property, but they live a simple and low-key life in their old age. They take care of all their housework themselves. Wanling, don't worry. Don't you think that Yue is living a very real life now? Grandma said kindly, no matter how much wealth we have, the meaning of home is the same. Two people together support each other and help each other. We old couple think that Yue's choice this time is a good one. Yu Wanling hesitated to speak. She couldn't understand what the two elders meant by good. It was good for women to cook and do housework. But she also knew that she couldn't change anything, so she sighed and kept silent. When the meal was halfway cooked, Lin Kaifang and his family arrived. Cen Wen went to open the door and welcomed them in. Ji Yang had a stern face and originally wanted to make things difficult for Cen Wen and give him a warning, but when she saw so many people coming in, she thought that Cen Wen might not be able to afford so many actors, so her face changed slightly and her momentum was immediately dampened. Uncle, Aunt, Xiaoxue, Lin Kai, please sit wherever you like. They are all relatives of Yue's family and our family. Cen Wen greeted them cheerfully, as if he had no grudge against Ji Yang and Lin Kai and treated them all equally. Su Yue came out of the kitchen after washing her hands to meet someone. Cen Wen brought her to Lin Kaifang and introduced them to each other. Uncle, she is my wife, Su Yue. Yue, this is Uncle. My uncle has been very kind to me since I was a child. Hello, Uncle. Su Yue was not shy and greeted him. When Lin Kaifang saw that his niece's wife had such a charming temperament and was well educated, and was willing to do housework and was very virtuous as Cen Wen had said, most of his worries were immediately put to rest, and he nodded happily with a smile on his face. Lin Kai was stunned. Cen Wen's wife was so beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. Wait, who was the beautiful girl who attended the banquet with Cen Wen that day? Could it be that Cen Wen was eating from the pot and looking at the bowl? Lin Kai felt that he had caught Cen Wen with a small handle, and sneered, but his eyes were fixed on Su Yue who was greeting the guests to take a seat. As for Ji Yang, she was too lazy to say hello to Su Yue's family. As soon as she entered the door, she looked around Cen Wen's small home, trying to find clues. Unfortunately, Cen Wen and Su Yue were well prepared for this family dinner. They even put their bedding together in advance and put some photos taken at the head of the bed. Everything looked like their real home. Cen Wen saw her looking around and felt it was funny, so he simply let her visit everywhere. After all, their house was so big that she could see everything at a glance. Your name is Yue, right? Who are the people who came to our house today? Why don't you introduce them to us? How could Ji Yang give up easily? Since she couldn't find any evidence, she asked Su Yue about her family in a roundabout way. Aunt, let me introduce them to you. These two are Yue's grandparents, this one is your aunt, this is your cousin, and these are Yue's cousins. Cen Wen said. Hey, why are all the people here cousins? Where are your parents? Aren't they coming? You're not like Cen Wen, who is disobedient and has no future, so his parents don't want to take care of him anymore. Ji Yang said sarcastically, and at the same time she was confirming in her heart that this was a trick they had done together to cheat for the house. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that neither of the parents of both parties would be present at the family dinner? Ji Yang, if you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Lin Kaifang became angry and cursed Ji Yang inwardly for embarrassing herself in front of her niece's family, but he could do nothing about her mischief. Su Yue's face darkened. There was a hint of coldness in Li Zhan's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a family dinner, he would have lost his temper for Yue's sake. Mom, stop talking nonsense. My cousin's wife is so beautiful and has such a strong aura, how could she be so useless? Lin Shui was clever and came out to smooth things over. She first scolded her mother and then openly praised Su Yue. Sure enough, the atmosphere was eased a lot by her. Moreover, the first time she walked in, she recognized her cousin's wife's cousin Li Zhan, the man on whom she accidentally spilled coffee 2 days ago. Lin Shui had a good personality and was very outgoing, so she was not embarrassed at all to meet her enemy. Instead, she felt friendly and went over to greet him with a smile. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm Lin Shui, the one who got your clothes dirty that day. Do you still remember me? I can't forget it. Li Zhan nodded. Unexpectedly, Lin Shui's eyes suddenly lit up, and she boldly touched Li Zhan's new suit, and said with envy, Mr. Li, what brand is this high-end imitation on you? The craftsmanship is really good, there is no flaw at all. By the way, can you share the store link with me? I will also attend some occasions in the future, but I can't afford the original. I think your idea is very good. You can spend a small amount of money to wear a high-end A-grade product. Anyway, ordinary people can't tell, hee hee. She said this with a silly smile. Li Zhan. In public, she was talking about whether it was a grade or not. Was this woman crazy? Li Zhan was holding his breath and his ears turned red. Su Yue, who knew the inside story, was amused by Lin Shue's naive appearance. Center asked about this cousin, and found that her personality was indeed lovely. Except for Yu Wanling, who looked puzzled, the other family members were also feeling very uncomfortable. The eldest son of the Li family was actually asked whether the clothes he was wearing were imitations, and he was even asked for the store link in public. It was so funny. However, this time Lin Shui really guessed it right by accident. In order to play this scene well, Li Zhan prepared a set of high-end imitation clothes in advance. Not only Li Zhan, but all the Li family members present, the clothes they wore were either high-end imitations or ordinary brands that can be found everywhere, fully pretending that this is an ordinary big family. Xiaoxue, don't make fun of your brother Li. At this time, Cen Wen brought out the prepared dishes, scolded Lin Shui for talking nonsense, and said to Li Zhan in a gentle voice, "The girl is young and has just entered the society without any experience. She can mistake the genuine products for high-quality imitations." Cen Wen meant well by trying to smooth things over, but it sounded strange to Li Zhan. Unfortunately, it cannot be explained. Just lie down and accept it. It doesn't matter. Young Master Li said calmly. What he was wearing today was a high imitation anyway. Chapter 23, Lin Kai jumping up and down. Their hot, carefully cooked dishes were served one after another, soon filling up the large round table that Cen Wen had specially borrowed. Cen Wen asked everyone to sit down and eat. The Li family, young and old, the four members of the Lin family, and the young couple Cen Wen all sat down. The dinner table was bustling with activity. Everyone tasted a few bites of the dishes made by Cen Wen and praised them highly. This is not a compliment made against one's conscience. Cen Wen's cooking skills are indeed comparable to those of a great chef, otherwise he wouldn't be able to cook a table full of delicious dishes by himself, including several delicious fresh meals that are both tasty and colorful. This cannot be done without solid skills. Even Yu Wanling felt that she had seen a good point in Cen Wen, and Yu Wei would at least have a good meal in the future. "Grandma, where do you work?" Even though she was having a good meal, there were always people with evil intentions who wanted to provoke her. Ji Yuyang targeted her grandmother, who looked the most amiable and easy to attack. "I'm retired," Grandma replied. "Is there a pension?" "We old couple don't have any pension," Grandma said with a smile, treating it as an ordinary chat at the moment. Ji Yuyang secretly smiled and asked deliberately, "Without pension, what do you eat? How do you live? Do you need the younger generation to support you? Or is he just making money by being an actor?" "We don't need their help. We have enough food just from growing crops," Grandma said honestly. Her family owns tens of thousands of acres of fertile land and 5 large farms. They have a bumper harvest all year round, which she sends to the younger generations. They cannot eat all the food by themselves. They turned out to be 2 authentic old farmers. Ji Yuyang curled her lips in disdain and lost interest in the old lady. Her gaze paused on the younger generations of the Li family and suddenly glanced at the oldest man with a flat head. Before she could say anything, Li Zhan, who had been paying attention to her, had already taken out the prepared work and dealt with it. "I'm a driver, and I drive for the leaders in the company." Ji Yuyang looked even more disdainful. What kind of undignified jobs did this family have? If they were really Su Yue's relatives, then they would be a perfect match for Cen Wen, a cook. Unlike her son Lin Kai, who graduated from a prestigious university and worked in a large company. Ji Yuyang felt full of superiority. She looked at Lin Kai. Lin Kai had always been her pride and the capital she could brag about to others. This mother and son seemed to be in sync with each other. Lin Kai immediately said, "Being a driver is a good job, just like Cen Wen being a small chef, at least there is no pressure. Unlike me, being a leader in a company, I have to manage thousands of people. Although I earn tens of thousands of dollars a month, it is very tiring." As he spoke, he loosened his tie and glanced at Su Yue vaguely, wanting to see her reaction after hearing it. But Su Yue lowered her head and slowly ate the piece of fish that Cen Wen picked up, not paying any attention to what he said. Lin Kai frowned irritably, looked at Li Zhan, and asked, "Which company do you work as a driver for?" How is the salary? I can introduce you to Dayan Group, and the salary will be 8,000 a month, just a word from me. Is it still Lin Kai's turn to have the final say on the personnel matters of the Ocean Group? Will this pretense ever end? The disgust in Li Zhan's eyes was about to burst out, and he didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. The younger ones were all holding back their laughter and exchanging glances with each other with teasing expressions. Normally, the people they met were all fawning on them. This was the first time that a villain like Lin Kai had succeeded and bumped into them directly, so they felt it was very fresh. It's so much fun to pretend to be an ordinary person. But Cen Wen couldn't stand it. His wife's family were ordinary people and he was mentally prepared. He didn't expect much help from them. But Lin Kai's statement was wrong and disrespectful. Okay, there's no need to talk about work at the family dinner. No matter whether the job is good or bad, everyone has his or her own path, and it's up to you to follow the path that suits you, he said. Cen Wen's words made the two old men agree, and they nodded secretly. In the eyes of the two old men, Lin Kai seemed to be used as a foil to Cen Wen. But Center's question was tantamount to confronting Lin Kai, and he became very unhappy. In addition, Li Zhan had a stern face and did not respond from beginning to end, which also made Lin Kai feel very unhappy. Lin Kai, Cen Wen, look at what you said, it's all self-hypnosis and self-consolation of a loser. A good job means high income and a comfortable life, like me. He pointed at the clothes on his body and said, this suit of mine costs more than 6,000 yuan. It is a famous domestic brand. With our income, we don't need to buy fake goods to show off. I'm not like you. You wear cheap goods all day long. You can't even go out. In a word, he not only attacked Cen Wen, but also dragged Li Zhan into it. Li Zhan's eyes flashed with fire. He suppressed his anger and couldn't help cursing in his heart. They are obviously born of the same parents, but the brother and sister are so different. Lin Kai didn't care about Li Zhan's angry look at all. In his opinion, a mere driver was not worthy of his respect, and it didn't matter if he offended him. He continued to boast smugly. Of course, my achievements were not achieved easily. I joined Dayan Group right after graduation and now I am the assistant to the general manager. I get 15% salary a year and an annual income of 400,000, which is something most people of the same age cannot achieve. Everyone at the table fell silent. A family dinner turned into Lin Kai's personal show. Cen Wen exposed him calmly. Lin Kai, you are a noble man who forgets things easily. Your experience of joining Dayan Group was not as smooth as you said. I remember that you were rejected by Qianlin Group after several interviews, and then you went to Dayan Group. And you got the job successfully only after your mother sent you expensive gifts through her connections. My UAE is the one who started working at Qianlin Group right after graduation. Cen Wen's wife actually works at Qianlin Group. Lin Kai looked at Su UAE frequently, and felt that this woman was full of charm. Not only that, the reason why Sheshua was able to successfully join Qianlin Group this time was also because UAE called to help. Things have come to this point, and Cen Wen decided not to endure it any longer. As expected, when he said this, not only the Lin family was surprised, but the Li family was even more shocked. Everyone knows that UAE is the most impartial person, but she is willing to break her principles for Cen Wen. Li Ting was young and could not hide his shock. He blurted out, doesn't Sister UAE hate people who use nepotism to seek personal gain? I begged her to let me intern at Qianlin Group for several months but she refused. Sister UAE is too good to my cousin's husband. Cen Wen was stunned and looked at Su UAE in surprise as she was concentrating on eating. UAE, is this true? Don't listen to what he says. Since we are husband and wife, there is no need to be so polite. Su UAE said calmly. Lin Shui was deeply moved, and her favorability towards her cousin's wife soared instantly. Cousin, it turns out that I am all thanks to you. I was wondering, how could anyone want me based on my performance at that time? Woo woo woo, I am so moved. Cousin, I will work hard in the future and not embarrass you. Su Yue looked up when she heard that and gave her a faint smile, as if ice and snow were melting, so beautiful that it was shocking. Anyone who happened to see this smile would be so enchanted by its beauty that they couldn't take their eyes off it. Only Lin Kai was furious. How could Cen Wen be worthy of such an excellent woman as Su Yue? Even he had never dated a woman who could compare to her. Either they were not as good as her at work, or they were far inferior to her in appearance. The scenes at the banquet that day resurfaced in Lin Kai's mind. This was his lifelong shame. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Lin Kai asked sinisterly. Center Wen, I remembered something. Who was that beautiful girl sitting next to you at the Federation of Industry and Commerce banquet that day? I saw that you had a close relationship, and I mistakenly thought she was your wife. Chapter 24, Li Jian finally lost his temper. As soon as Lin Kai said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Center asked if he cheated right after getting married. Everyone in the Li family could no longer sit still, and they all turned their eyes to Center Wen and Su Yue. Li Jian, who was eager to protect his sister, looked sharply in the direction of Center Wen and Yue, only to see that Yue was still eating the rice in the bowl slowly and unmoved. However, his sister was always expressionless, and the less reaction she had, the more terrifying she might be. Center Wen frowned and looked at Lin Kai warningly. At this moment, Center Wen was very annoyed. Lin Kai's behavior of sowing discord was too beastly. His mouth was like a black crow, which could turn white into black. He must be resentful for embarrassing him in public that day, so he took this opportunity to make trouble. In front of the relatives who loved Yue the most, he said that he had an affair with another girl. His intentions were so vicious. Even if Center Wen didn't care about other people's opinions, he couldn't help but care about Su Yue's thoughts. Trust is the foundation between husband and wife. Even though he and Yue are just a contractual couple, he doesn't want her to think that he is a playboy. Just as Center Wen was about to explain, a calm yet pleasant voice sounded in his ear before he did. Center Wen told me about this when he got home that day. The other party was just an ordinary friend of his. I think there is nothing wrong with attending a banquet with friends. Su Yue took out a wet wipe, wiped her fingers, and helped Center Wen out of the predicament with a few simple words. Until this moment, she also recognized Lin Kai. It turned out that Lin Kai was the one who made things difficult for Center Wen at the banquet that day. No wonder every word he said to Center Wen was full of provocation. What weird relatives. After Su Yue explained on behalf of her husband, most people present felt that Lin Kai was making things difficult for Center Wen and was making a big deal out of nothing. Center Wen looked at Su Yue almost subconsciously, his eyes full of surprise. Because he was the only one who knew that Xu Xiaoyun attended the banquet with him. He did not tell Yue after returning home. The reason was simple, he had never cared about the matter at all, and he had never expected that it would be used as a handle by Lin Kai to be brought to the table. Fortunately, Yue believed him and helped him smooth things over, but Center Wen still needed to give an explanation to the other members of the Li family, so he said. The girl that Lin Kai mentioned is an employee of our store named Xu Xiaoyun. It was actually me, Gao Jie, and Xu Xiaoyun who went to the training together that day. The hotel provided a free dinner after the class, so we had dinner together. Lin Kai saw it that day and insisted on misunderstanding that Xiaoyun was my newlywed wife Yue. I had no way to deal with it. In fact, it was nothing. He spoke very frankly and was always paying attention to Su Yue's reaction, but she remained indifferent the whole time and didn't seem to care at all. Center Wen couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After all, you were a contract couple and he was not in her heart at all. So not only was she willing to smooth things over for you, she also didn't care whether you were really behaving ambiguously with other women. For some reason, Center Wen felt a little uncomfortable. After hearing these words, Su Yue's expression did not change much, but her eyelashes trembled slightly. She stretched out her chopsticks, picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks as if nothing had happened, hesitated for a moment, and put it directly into Center Wen's bowl. Sorry to interrupt me. I have to go out and take a business call. Li Jian is a sober man. After watching this scene coldly, he has made a judgment in his heart. Even though the couple said the same thing, he did not believe it completely. Whether it was Yue or Center Wen, there were tricks hidden in their reactions. This matter is definitely not as simple as they explain. As Yue's cousin, he couldn't interfere in Yue's family affairs, but if Yue had any troubles, he could help solve them with just a wave of his hand. So he made an excuse, got up and walked out. Outside the door, Li Jian made a call directly to the private cell phone of the chairman of Dayang Group. Mr. Li, how come you have time to come and see me today? Zhang Qinghao, chairman of Dayang president, saw the caller ID and immediately answered the phone. He asked with a smile. Do you have a man named Lin Kai under your command? Li Jian asked straight to the point without any need for courtesy. Few people know that the Li Group actually controls 40% of the shares of the Ocean Group, which is more than what Zhang Haoqing holds. Therefore, Li Zhan has enough say in the Ocean Group and Zhang Qinghao has to respect his opinions. What kind of person is Zhang Qinghao? As soon as I heard Li Zhan's tone, I knew what happened. There is such a person. He is a subordinate of General Manager Cen Wen. Has he offended you? I will ask the HR department to fire him immediately. I think his words and actions are not suitable for Dayang Group and are a disgrace to its image. Zhang Qinghao understood immediately that it was just a matter of getting rid of an assistant to the general manager. He immediately apologized and made his position clear: if he offended you, it has absolutely nothing to do with Dayang Group. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Yeah. Li Zhan hung up the phone. Zhang Qinghao did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately called Cen Wen. After finishing the call, Li Zhan walked around the stairwell and returned to the dining table. This Lin Kai was really talkative. He just failed to slander Cen Wen and was slapped in the face by the couple. Not long after, he brought up other topics and began to brag about his achievements in the Dayang Group. He was the only one talking loudly at the table. Apart from a few elders who were trying to maintain their composure, the younger ones either played with their cell phones and ignored him, or frowned and concentrated on eating. The reactions of the Lin family were also very interesting. Ji Yuyang was very proud of Lin Kai's achievements, but Lin Kaifang and his daughter Lin Shui looked embarrassed. One of them was so uncomfortable that she couldn't eat, and the other one lowered her head and played with her fingers, wishing she could dig 3 feet into the ground to bury her brother. At this moment, Lin Kai's cell phone rang. He gave me a "just what I want" smile. "Excuse me, my boss, General Manager Cen Wen, called me. I think he has some important work arrangements with me." After saying that, he openly answered the phone at the dining table. "Mr. Chen," he said in a humble tone. "Lin Kai, I'm officially informing you that starting tomorrow, you're no longer my assistant. Go directly to the group to complete the resignation procedures." "What? Mr. Chen, what's going on? I've always been at your service and have done nothing wrong." Cen Wen sneered. "You made a scene at the banquet last time, bringing shame to the group and causing me to be scolded by the chairman. If the chairman doesn't fire you, I will. Boss Chen, this is a misunderstanding. Please save me. I can't lose this job. Please help me put in a good word with the chairman." Cen Wen hung up the phone without saying anything. Lin Kai held the phone in his hand, his face pale and limp. Ji Yuyang was so anxious that she pushed his arm and asked what was going on. How could he lose his job? Just when everyone was shocked by this reversal and exclaimed that it was wonderful, only Su Yue looked at Li Zhan meaningfully, and Li Zhan smiled at her. Everything is self-evident. Chapter 25, Uncle is Tough. He went from being a winner in life to being a joke. Lin Kai felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a mouthful of shit. The normal voices of people talking turned into laughter and discussion in his ears. Flames shot up, and Lin Kai couldn't control his rage. He blamed all their mistakes on Cen Wen alone. Bang! A slap landed on the table. "Cen Wen!" The voice was extremely loud. This time, even the amiable elders of the Li family looked at him with frowns. This young man is impetuous and narrow-minded, and is really not worthy of being in the upper class. In comparison, their husband chosen by UAE is a rare good person. "It's all your fault that I lost my job, and now you're happy as you wish." Lin Kai's eyes were bloodshot and the relationship was completely broken up at the dinner table. Cen Wen thought it was very funny and retorted, "What you are like, what does it have to do with me? Lin Kai, whether it was at the banquet that day or at the family dinner today, you were the one who was looking for trouble from beginning to end. I gave you enough face. You are so good, Cen Wen, trying to act noble in front of me. Just wait, I will settle this score with you." Lin Kai slammed the table angrily again and stood up. He was not so stupid that he could not see the way people around him looked at him, but now he could not stay there for a moment longer and turned around and left in anger. "Hey, Xiao Kai." Ji Yuyang was anxious and angry. She clearly came here to settle accounts with Center, but not only did she make a fool of herself, but she even lost her son's job. The continuous blows made her dizzy and she didn't know where to vent her anger. "Kaifang, Xie Xue, let's go. It's unlucky to stay here." Ji Yuyang wanted the family of 4 to leave so that Cen Wen would have no relatives to support him and to dampen his enthusiasm. "I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, go by yourself." Unexpectedly, Lin Kaifang rarely showed his toughness in front of her and sat firmly in his seat. I'm here to attend my nephew's family dinner. I have to stay to have dinner with my in-laws. I won't leave until I finish this meal. Lin Shui gave her father a thumbs up in her heart. Old Lin is so awesome. The liberated serfs are singing. She was confident, I have to accompany my dad. He is old, and if he drinks, someone needs to take care of him. You two are such good-for-nothings. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Ji Yang stomped her feet fiercely, strode away, and slammed the door of Cen Wen's house shut. When he went downstairs, he was so angry that he regretted it. He called again and sent a voice message to Lin Kaifang. Lin Kaifang simply turned off his phone. Unexpectedly, the family dinner, which had originally been full of twists and turns, inexplicably became harmonious after Ji Yang and Lin Kai left. Lin Kaifang filled a glass of wine, stood up and raised the glass to apologize to the elders of the Li family. I'm sorry, everyone. Aunt Cen Wen has a bad temper. She and I didn't educate our son well. We made a fool of ourselves. I'll punish myself with a glass of wine as an apology. After saying that, he drank the entire glass of red wine in one breath. Lin Kaifang is a scholar who doesn't usually drink, but today he drank just to give himself courage. After guzzling a glass of red wine, he felt a little flustered and a little excited. My mind is becoming clearer and clearer. He smiled bitterly. Actually, this glass of wine cannot represent my apology at all, but every word I say is from the bottom of my heart. I am very grateful that you are willing to marry Yue to Cen Wen so that he can have someone to accompany him in the future. I also really like Yue as my nephew's wife. Lin Kaifang spoke so sincerely that Su Yue's grandparents were moved. Grandpa is the head of the family and made his position clear. We are so old and have seen all kinds of ups and downs. Eating a meal is enough to see a person's character. Cen Wen is a good child and you treated us with care. You are also a good uncle, but you have an ignorant son. Anyway, no matter what problems Cen Wen's family has in the future, as long as they do not involve principles, we will support them. The heartfelt conversation allowed the two parents to resolve their conflict. The family dinner ended in the warmth that was originally planned. After dinner, Li Zhan took his family back home, while Lin Kaifang and Lin Shui stayed in Cen Wen's home temporarily on the pretext of helping with the cleanup. Just when Cen Wen and Lin Kaifang sent the Li family away and returned home, Su Yue was already cleaning up the dishes, and Lin Shui was helping to pick up the garbage. Yue, just leave it alone and let me do it. You can't handle so many things. Cen Wen really didn't want his wife to touch the leftovers, so he hurried over to take over. Su Yue directly dodged his hand and said calmly, no need, I'll do it if we agreed, you can go and chat with your uncle. Cen Wen was stunned, not knowing if it was his illusion, but he felt that Yue was unhappy. Yes, cousin, you have worked hard. Just chat with my dad in the living room. I will help Sister Yue. I can handle it. Lin Shui said with a smile. Of course, she also had her own little thoughts. She was about to join Qianlin, and she wanted to ask her cousin's wife about the internal news of Qianlin and learn from her. Naturally, she had to create an opportunity to be alone with her cousin's wife. Lin Shui signaled to Cen Wen not to ruin her little plan. Cen Wen smiled helplessly and had to ignore the strangeness in his heart for the time being. In the living room, Cen Wen and Lin Kaifang were chatting heart to heart. Uncle, Lin Kai lost her job today, and you didn't do what she wanted. I'm afraid you'll have a quarrel when you go back. Lin Kaifang shook his head. I don't care, I've gotten used to it. Cen Wen, don't take it to heart. It's worth it for your uncle to do this. If your uncle really leaves today, you won't be able to hold your head up in front of Yue's family anymore. Thank you, uncle. In the evening, when Lin Kaifang and Lin Shui left, the kitchen had already been cleaned up. The young couple were left alone in the small family. After the noise comes silence. Su Yue was tired after a day of housework, so she sat on the sofa and read the financial news on her mobile phone, planning to go back to her room to work overtime. After throwing away the garbage, Cen Wen went upstairs, washed his hands, and sat down next to Su Yue. At this moment, time was peaceful and the suppressed strangeness surfaced in his heart again. Yue. What's up? That's right, it's indeed colder than usual. Are you unhappy because of what Lin Kai said at the dinner table? Cen Wen decided to ask directly. He felt that when two people live together, conflicts should be actively resolved. Moreover, even if Yue was angry, it was justified. Shouldn't I be angry? Su Yue put down her phone. Since Cen Wen had brought it up, she didn't avoid it. The fast that your relative performed at the dinner table was really ridiculous. What a coincidence, I think so too. I hate Lin Kai as much as you do, but what can I do? I can't choose my relatives for myself. Cen Wen looked helpless. Su Yue's tone did not soften, and she said seriously, Mr. Center, please remember that I covered for you at the family dinner to save your face, which does not mean that I approve of what you did. No matter what, you and I are husband and wife, representing each other's face outside. Please pay attention to your behavior, keep a proper distance from the opposite sex, and don't make trouble in front of me and embarrass me. Perhaps because Lin Kai mentioned it again today, the scenes of Cen Wen and Xu Xiaoyun at the banquet that night appeared in Su Yue's eyes again, which made her suddenly feel inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. This discomfort seemed to be stronger than the previous few days. Chapter 26 Su Yue's Prenuptial Agreement. After saying those words, Su Yue realized that her emotions were fluctuating too much. She frowned in confusion, got up and went back to the bedroom. Cen Wen watched her finish her words, and before he could react, she left. Not only that, she also locked the door with a click, as if she was warning him not to come near. He was dumbfounded. Was the matter so serious? Even after being married for several days, he still couldn't figure out his wife's temper, just like when they first met. Sometimes she is considerate and easy to talk to, willing to do housework, and even breaks her principles to help Xiexue for him. But sometimes she is very emotional and her temper comes out at any time. Forget it, he was indeed wrong in this matter. He spread the rumor of his affair with other women in front of her relatives, which made her lose face. Naturally, she would be angry. Cen Wen didn't want the couple to have a rift over a trivial matter. So he walked over and knocked gently on the door. The bedroom was quiet. Yue, are you angry? Cen Wen asked softly. There was still no movement inside. He seems very angry. He is really capable. He can make his wife so angry that she stays indoors. Cen Wen sighed. Su Yue ignored him and he was at a loss as to what to do. He thought that he couldn't push her too hard and she needed some time to digest her emotions, so he went back to his room. After Su Yue walked into the bedroom, she sat on the bed and also examined her emotions. She felt that she seemed a little unreasonable when she was angry this time. Cen Wen is not her real husband, they are just husband and wife in name only. Even if he is really having an affair with someone outside, what right does she have to blame him? Even if he really slept with other women, she couldn't do anything about it. The weird thing is, I understand the logic. But once she thought back to how Cen Wen was with Xu Xiaoyun that day, she felt uncomfortable. Just then, Cen Wen came over and knocked on the door and asked outside. Su Yue hesitated for a moment. Although she was unhappy, this was indeed a good opportunity to get the two men to step down. She stood up to open the door. Just as she took a step forward, she heard Cen Wen leave. He actually left. Did she calm down? He left. How could she put aside her pride and open the door? Su Yue felt depressed and sat down again angrily. The phone vibrated a few times, and a message came in on WeChat. Could it be Cen Wen? Su Yue turned on her cell phone and saw a message from her grandmother. Nan, grandma has arrived home safely. Su Yue replied with an okay, and then told her grandmother to go to bed early. Grandma didn't agree with her words, and sent another long message. Nan, grandpa and grandma have looked at the husband you have chosen for you today. We all think you have good taste. As expected, my Nan has been smart and independent since she was young. Cen Wen knows that this child has good character. Since you are married to him, you should hurry up and have a child. This is also your father's wish. Only if you give birth to a child can you inherit all of your father's property so that it will not be coveted by outsiders. When Su Yue saw her grandmother urging her, her cheeks turned red and she quickly replied, Yes, grandma, don't worry. Just to comfort the old man. Having a child means that she and Cen Wen will have to have a further intimate relationship. Just thinking about it made her blush. Their relationship hasn't reached that point yet. What's more, how could she do that kind of thing with him when Cen Wen was married and still had affairs with other women? Su Yue suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at the group photo placed together on the bedside table for when the elders came to visit, and the pillows of her and Center when placed side by side on the bed. Adding to her grandmother's words, her face inexplicably burned even more. I immediately stood up and put away all the photos, out of sight, out of mind. She still had to draw a clear line between herself and Cen Wen. Starting tonight, the boundaries between them should be more clearly defined. As for how to distinguish them clearly, it is definitely not as simple as thinking about it. She has always been a person of action. The prenuptial agreement was not signed, which led to many things being out of order after marriage. If she wants to put the chaotic order right, she has to formulate new rules. Su Yue turned on the computer and typed a line on the blank document, marriage agreement. Then, she typed out all the terms she could think of at the moment, line by line, including every little detail of life. It starts with the two of them agreeing on who buys the groceries, who washes the vegetables, who cooks, and then who washes the dishes. Then there's the question of bathroom usage at night. Finally, she added the most important sentence: even if it is a marriage by agreement, the obligation of mutual loyalty must be fulfilled during the marriage. If one party of the marriage cheats during the marriage and causes damage to the other party, including reputation. Having written this, she gritted her teeth and added, the other party has the right to seek compensation for all losses until the wrong party is left with nothing. After finishing, she breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, she would definitely not cheat on her husband. If she really wanted to have a child in the future, it would be through in vitro fertilization and she would not have a de facto relationship with Cen Wen, so she was not worried about being bound by the agreement. To put it bluntly, the agreement is aimed at Cen Wen. She also knew that Cen Wen would definitely have to sign the agreement, and their relationship might deteriorate drastically as a result, perhaps no longer as harmonious as it is now, but she didn't care. Cen Wen wanted to blur the boundaries between them and her so that they would look more like a family, but she just wanted to draw a gap in this relationship and then build a high wall to strictly separate them. Who told Cen Wen to have no distinction between men and women outside? He asked for it. In another room, Cen Wen was feeling depressed when Gao Jie sent him a WeChat message. Wen, how was the family dinner today? Did you pass the test with your wife and family? Center asked back, everything is fine, except that Ji Yang and Lin Kai are here. Fuck, if they come, there will be chaos. Cen Wen explained a few words and sent a painful emoji. Lin Kai is making trouble. He brought up the fact that I attended the Federation of Industry and Commerce banquet that day and was with Xu Xiaoyun. My wife is upset now. Cen Wen is a novice in emotions and he doesn't understand women's minds, but Gao Jie is a battle-hardened guy who knows women's minds very well, so he humbly asks, what do you think I should do? This was the first time Gao Jie saw Cen Wen being so embarrassed, and he sent a long string of laughing emojis. Cen Wen, you are such a dull guy, your wife is obviously jealous. Jealous? Cen Wen looked at Gao Jie's message with some shock. He didn't believe that Su Yue would be jealous. Then what should I do? After thinking about it, he continued to ask. Gao Jie's reply was simple, just 3 words. Coax my wife. Chapter 27, it turns out that my wife needs to be coaxed. How to coax my wife? At this point, Cen Wen, a novice in love, had no idea at all. Gao Jie is a good man who helps to make suggestions. The most common and effective method, which I often use, is to buy some gifts that girls like, and then say some sweet words that they like to hear. I guarantee that you will coax your wife into submission. Cen Wen remained silent. Why doesn't he think these methods will be useful to Su Yue? Besides, he couldn't even say sweet words. However, Gao Jie's words reminded him of something. He had originally intended to use the money he got from selling second-hand furniture to buy Yue an underwear washing machine. However, he had put the matter on hold because he was busy preparing for a family dinner these 2 days. Thinking of this, Cen Wen went out immediately. It's 8:10 now. The 6-star appliances store in the city center usually closes at 9 p.m., so maybe we can still make it if we rush over. After Su Yue finished writing their prenuptial agreement, she was sitting in front of the computer, hesitating whether to talk to Cen Wen openly about it. After all, after signing the agreement, she was her and Cen Wen was Cen Wen, and the two of them would be real marriage couples. Just as she was hesitating, Cen Wen came out of the bedroom and left home. The sound of the front door closing made Su Yue stunned. He left. She was still angry and he left. This is too much of a disregard for her feelings. Su Yue smiled angrily and said, "Okay, let's go. We will be separated clearly when we come back." She got up and left home, preparing to find a copy shop to print out the prenuptial agreement. After walking downstairs and looking around, I couldn't find any copy shop nearby that was open. Su Yue had no choice but to ask the driver who was on duty 24 hours a day to take her to the company to print. Anyway, she was determined to get the agreement done tonight and get Cen Wen to sign it. By the time she printed out their prenuptial agreement and put it in her bag to take home, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. After returning home, their house was still deserted and Cen Wen had not returned yet. Is he planning to spend the night outside? She began to wonder for no apparent reason. If she had any doubts, she had to clarify them immediately, so she sent a WeChat message to Cen Wen and asked directly, "What did you do?" The tone is not good. She was prepared for a quarrel tonight. She wanted to see what this usually good-tempered man looked like when he was angry. Soon, Cen asked back. It was a voice message. Su Yue clicked it. I'm on my way. I'll be home soon. Please wait for me." His voice was breathless and sounded a little excited. Su Yue felt strange, but did not ask any further questions. She sat down on the sofa in the living room, turned on the TV, and watched the news while paying attention to the movement at the door. About 5 minutes later, the key was inserted into the door lock and Cen Wen came back. Su Yue resisted the urge to look back and just glanced over out of the corner of her eye. Cen Wen walked in breathlessly holding a brand new electrical appliance box. Su Yue recognized at a glance that this was the packaging of a smart washing machine for underwear. It's a good brand. Late in the night, he went out to buy a washing machine. Su Yue was stunned for a moment, and at this moment she didn't care about getting angry, so she looked at Cen Wen. "Yue, I'm back." Cen Wen saw Su Yue sitting in the living room watching TV, and pretended that the embarrassing incident just now had never happened. He said cheerfully, "Fortunately, I got there in time and bought this washing machine before 6-Star Electric closed in the evening." As he spoke, he unpacked the box. The box was packed tightly, so he asked Su Yue to help and go to the kitchen to get a pair of kitchen scissors to unpack it. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yue helped him get it. After he came back, I watched him unbox the machine and carefully studied the installation instructions. She didn't even have the chance to take out the prenuptial agreement. The shopping guide told me that the underwear washing machine is not difficult to install. You can choose to install it yourself or have it installed at your door. I want you to use it sooner, so just install it yourself. Cen Wen unpacked the box, took out the washing machine, and prepared to install it on the balcony. There were spare sockets and drainage pipes on the balcony, which he had already checked. Cen Wen brought various tools and started tinkering with it. The underwear washing machine is not very large and can be placed directly on top of the drum washing machine. Cen Wen introduced while installing it, this underwear washing machine has the functions of washing and drying. The shopping guide said it is a relatively high-end underwear washing machine on the market. From now on, it will be exclusively for you. I definitely won't use it. You went out late at night just to buy a washing machine? Su Yue asked hesitantly. This was different from what she had imagined. It seemed as if all her anger was wasted on cotton. Cen Wen laughed and said awkwardly, "Didn't I make you angry today? It's true that I was wrong, but I don't know what to do to make you calm down, so I thought of buying you a gift." Cen asked, still feeling a little embarrassed and blushing. Su Yue burst out laughing. To be precise, it's a mixed bag. So he was using the underwear washing machine as an apology? Su Yue didn't know what to say for a moment. When Cen Wen saw her smile, his face was visibly relieved, and he felt relieved. It seemed that what Gao Jia said was true: to coax a girl, you have to buy her gifts. He said sincerely, "Speaking of which, I really want to thank you this time. I didn't know that you had violated your personal principles in order to help Lin Shui. Also, at the family dinner tonight, if you hadn't spoken for me, I wouldn't have been able to get through with your relatives. To put it more distantly, without you, I wouldn't have been able to inherit this house. Yue, you are my little lucky star. Thank you so much." Cen Wen spoke with deep emotion. Su Yue was given full emotional value, and her previous unhappy mood was instantly calmed down. Cen Wen continued to install the washing machine on the balcony. Su Yue couldn't help, so she went back to the living room to watch TV, glancing towards the balcony from time to time. It wasn't long before the washing machine was installed. Cen Wen washed his hands and returned to the living room. By the way, UAE, did you have something to say to me just now? He suddenly remembered that when he just entered the door, UAE came over and obviously had something to say, but was interrupted by him inadvertently. So UAE put her hands in her pockets, rubbing the folded agreements. She looked at Cen and asked. Cen Wen smiled at her, not understanding why. Nothing, I'm going to rest. She pulled her hand away, turned around and walked towards the bedroom, but the corners of her mouth curled up quietly the moment she turned back. Cen Wen scratched his head. He still couldn't understand what his wife was thinking, but one thing was certain. It seems that my wife has been coaxed by him. Chapter 28: The Mysterious Old Customer. The next day, Cen Wen went to work at the bakery early in the morning. The store's recently launched new products, European bread with taro paste and salted egg yolk, and small orange cheese cakes, are gradually becoming popular. An old customer placed a large order for afternoon tea at work, so Cen Wen had a heavy workload today. Gaoj arrived soon, and the shop assistants arrived one after another. Making bread, beating cake batter, applying flour and decorating cakes marked the beginning of a busy workday. While he was busy, Gaoj did not forget to talk to Cen Wen and continued chatting about what happened after the family dinner last night. Wen, did you use the method I taught you last night? It was used. Cen Wen smiled. It's true that Gaoj's experience is sometimes quite reliable. Gaoj knew he had succeeded as soon as he saw his expression, and said with a smug smile, "It seems I have coaxed him. TSK, I am worthy of being you. The method you taught me, I didn't think it would work at first. She doesn't seem like the type to be coaxed by small gifts. But there's no other way, so I gave it a try, and it turned out to be quite effective." This praised Gaoj so much that his tail even stood up. Girls, no matter how cold and arrogant they are, can be coaxed into good behavior as long as you find the right method. I dare not say that the method I teach is 100% effective, but it can definitely deal with 90% of the situations. Cen Wen smiled again. Okay, I will ask you for advice more often in the future. No problem. By the way, I finished last month's bill last night. Guess what? In the first month of expanding the side business, our store's net income increased by 40%. Gaoj said excitedly. In the past 6 months, community group buying has become popular in community groups. It just so happens that Cen Wen's store also has a customer group with more than 400 customers and 1 or 200 active groups. It is a good business opportunity. In addition, the bakery usually makes desserts, which requires a large amount of fruit. They have to go to the fruit wholesale market and can get the lowest wholesale price. Cen Wen and Gaoj took the opportunity to promote and sell the products in the WeChat group. Bring fruits, local specialties, etc. The low price strategy adopted was very effective. Not only did the side business generate gratifying income, but it also brought in a group of new customers, and the main performance of the bakery also improved. That's great. As long as we control the quality and price, we will definitely be able to maintain this group of customers. Cen Wen said. This is growth step by step. Gaoj likes their hustle and bustle, so he suggested, the expansion of the side business has led to a surge in workload last month. Everyone is very tired. How about we organize a team building and have a meal together to comfort each other? Okay, you decide. Okay, let's set the time tonight. Let's go to the hot pot restaurant. Let's bring all the family members. I'll take Xiaomeng, and you can bring your wife as well. It's a good opportunity for me to get to know her. Without waiting for Cen Wen's consent, Gaoj walked out of the operation room and directly informed the 3 employees in the store about the team building dinner tonight. As expected, the employees cheered. After all, when Boss Gao invited them to dinner, they always went to high-end restaurants, which they themselves usually couldn't afford to spend. Cen Wen also put down the work in his hands, walked out and said, Gaoj, UAE may not be available tonight, so don't count her out. This was one of the reasons. The other was that Cen Wen took into consideration that there had just been a disturbance over dinner last night, and that disturbance was related to Xu Xiaoyun, an employee in his store. He was really unsure whether UAE would agree to participate in the store's activities. Rather than letting Gaoj's hopes fall through, it would be better to decline first. There is still a long way to go before they meet. Then find a way to get her to make some time for it. Can't you handle such a small matter? Gao Jie refused. He had wanted to see Cen Wen's new wife for a long time. That's right, Brother Wen, we also want to meet the boss lady. Brother Wen, you can't keep a beautiful woman in your golden house. Shop assistants Lucian and Zhao Yu followed Gao Jie in making a noise. They were all very curious about the true face of this boss lady. Only Xu Xiaoyun had a lonely look on her face, and she stood aside with a forced smile. Cen Wen couldn't stand it anymore. There happened to be a customer in the store's WeChat group asking about fruits and local specialties. He immediately avoided everyone's questioning by saying that he wanted to get the customer back. The two customers who asked about the fruit had just joined the group, and they tagged Cen Wen, the group owner. But the questions they asked were a bit strange, as if they were here to buy something, but also not like buying something. Cen Wen was very patient and answered them in detail. Finally, the two customers said they would come over to get the fruit in person, and then stopped replying to the message. Cen Wen did not take the matter to heart. There were customers who came to consult him every day, but not every customer would place an order after consulting. He was used to it and was about to go back to the operation room to continue making bread. An old voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Excuse me, is this Cen Wen's shop?" Cen Wen turned his head and saw two energetic old people. He recognized them at a glance. Aren't these the grandpa and grandma who had eaten together last night? Grandpa, Grandma, why are you here? Cen Wen went over to greet them in surprise. Grandma smiled and said, "We heard from our friends that the fruits you sell are cheap and of good quality. We also want to try them, so we came to buy some." "Well, if you two elders want to eat some fruit, why don't you just let Yue and me tell them? There's no need to come and buy them in person." Cen Wen smiled and shook his head. No wonder he felt that the two customers were a little strange. Now he understood everything. Although Yue's grandparents are well educated and still use the internet and WeChat in their 70s and 80s, the communication methods of the elderly and the young are different after all, and their generation gap between them is magnified by the internet. Cen Wen took the two elderly people to look at the fruits displayed in the lounge and introduced them. "Here are mandarin oranges, Arxu apples, jackfruits, coconuts, and strawberries. These are seasonal fruits and very sweet. I'll pack a portion of each for you." Cen asked to get a few plastic bags and help the old men pick out the fruits. He would put the reddest and best ones into the bags. The two old men watched from the side. They seemed to be more and more satisfied as they looked. They would look at each other from time to time and nod with a smile. Of course they were satisfied. Just now they pretended to be customers and joined the group, and picked tricky questions to bother Cen Wen, just to see if Cen Wen was really consistent in his words and deeds. Obviously, Cen Wen passed this test. "Grandpa, Grandma, please sit down." Gao Jie brought two stools and asked the elderly to sit down. He also introduced himself. "My name is Gao Jie. I am a good friend of Cen Wen and one of the owners of the store." "I know. Everyone in the group says that Boss Cen and Boss Gao are both principled and honest businessmen," Grandma said with a smile, obviously not unfamiliar with Gao Jie. "No one doesn't like to be praised." Gao Jie's face was filled with joy. "Grandma, I asked our Wen to bring his wife to have dinner with us tonight, but he was unwilling and hid her from us. Unexpectedly, I didn't see our Wen's wife, but I did see her two elders. After seeing you two, I am sure that our Wen's wife must be a great beauty, otherwise why wouldn't he let us see her?" "Don't talk nonsense, I don't have any," Cen Wen retorted while picking fruits. Grandma's eyes flashed with deep meaning, and she smiled and said, "It's a good thing to make more friends. Xiao Wen, why don't you ask Yue to come to dinner? I'm worried that Yue doesn't have time. She's too busy with work." Cen Wen replied considerately. This was indeed one of the reasons. It's not busy. I will let Yue come to the dinner, don't worry." Unexpectedly, Grandma made a very generous decision the next second. Cen Wen was stunned for a moment, but since his grandmother had spoken, he naturally didn't say anything. Anyway, he didn't want to force Yue to come and participate in the team building. Gao Jie was laughing to death. The two old people, especially the grandmother, really made the right decision on this trip. "Grandpa, Grandma, you guys just have a good chat with a Wen. I'm going out to take care of the business." Gao Jie was very tactful. He could tell that the old man had something to say to Cen Wen, but couldn't say it because there were outsiders present, so he took the initiative to leave. Chapter 29 Grandma Supports You. Okay. After a while, Cen Wen filled several large bags with fruits, putting the most expensive ones in them. They were a bit heavy to carry, and he thought the two elderly people would not be able to lift them, so he planned to send them directly to the car. Cen Wen, don't pack more. We can't finish so much. Grandma saw him packing more and hurriedly stopped him. If he gave them the fruit, it would be wasted. Cen Wen could keep it and sell it for money. She smiled and said, "Actually, I came to see you because I have something else to ask you. Just tell me what you want to say. Is there something wrong between you and UAE?" Cen Wen suddenly realized that the two old men might not have come simply to buy fruit, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence that they happened to find out about his store? "Grandma, UAE and I are fine." Grandma doesn't believe it. Grandma is straightforward and doesn't like to beat around the bush. I raised UAE. I know her too well. She's strong-willed and serious. She's a workaholic. She's under a lot of pressure. People who get along with her will feel stressed. Cen Wen smiled. He had long felt that Yue's temper was unpredictable. My Yue has a good heart. The reason why she has the personality she has today is due to family reasons. Grandma paused and didn't continue. She had to disguise her identity as an ordinary person. If she continued, she would be exposed. Fortunately, Cen Wen understood and felt that this was a secret that was difficult to express. "Cen Wen, Grandma hopes that you can be more considerate of her in life. I let Yue attend your dinner because I also hope that she can relax and enjoy life. Don't worry, you two elders. Yue is my wife. I will definitely treat her well and live a good life with her." Cen Wen said sincerely. In fact, the best way to cultivate feelings is to have a child. Grandma said in a roundabout way, finally getting to the point, and said seriously, "You are not young anymore, it's time to have a child. After all, as long as you give birth to it, you will have enough money to raise it." Although Grandma received a reply from UAE last night, she knew it was just a perfunctory response, so she came to ask Cen early in the morning, intending to start with him so that she could hold her great-grandson sooner. It can also allow UAE to inherit the family property as soon as possible to prevent it from falling into the hands of someone with ulterior motives. Grandma's words shocked Cen Wen. Want a child? This was too far away. He hadn't even held Yue's hand, so how could he take the leap to having a child? "Cen Wen, you should be more anxious. He really wants to be anxious. Is Yue willing?" Cen Wen had so much trouble that his face turned red. "My grandmother encouraged me, saying, girls are shy about this kind of thing, but men need to be bolder and create opportunities to take the initiative. That's how I got pregnant with my first child." As she spoke, she glanced at my grandfather. Grandpa blushed. Grandma is really not shy. Is this something he can listen to? Cen Wen swallowed hard and said, "I will discuss this matter with UAE. In fact, it is just a delaying policy." To him, UAE was just a pure companion, and if he really asked for a child in front of her, he would be acting like a hooligan. "Okay, Grandma will be waiting for your good news." Grandma smiled again. "Oh, by the way, send a text message to UAE and tell her that we are going to have dinner at the bakery tonight and that you can bring your family members. Invite her to join us." Cen Wen responded and made a voice call to Su UAE. At this moment, Su Yue was busy at the group and was ready to work overtime until 8 o'clock. It was only because the call was from Cen Wen that she took the time to answer it. "Is there something wrong?" she said in a serious tone while still working. Cen Wen became even more nervous, and in the expectant eyes of the two elders, he tactfully mentioned the matter of dinner in the evening. "Maybe not. I have to work overtime tonight." Unexpectedly, Su Yue refused without even thinking about it. It was no wonder that she had already delayed a lot of her work in order to prepare for yesterday's family dinner. A dinner party is indeed insignificant. Cen Wen was not surprised at all. He looked at his grandmother and waited for her to say forget it. But his grandmother frowned and took Cen Wen's phone directly and said, "UAE, you must attend the dinner tonight because your grandfather and I will also be there." "Grandma? Why are you asking Cen?" Su Yue was surprised, and then she realized that it must be because she couldn't make the move last night, so she went to ask Cen. Su Yue felt uncomfortable when she thought about what she would talk about with Cen Wen. I'm here to buy some fruit. Don't change the subject. You must put down all the work in your hands tonight and return to a normal life. Don't make everything about your career. You have to understand that you have a family now. Grandma's tone was firm, and it was obvious that her words carried weight. I understand. I will go. Su Yue had no choice but to agree. After the call ended, Grandma handed the phone to Cen Wen and said happily, "See, I was right, Yue is willing to come. This is really a reluctant agreement. Well, we all too have to go back to take care of the farmland." After creating an opportunity for the young couple to spend time together, Grandma and Grandpa prepared to leave. Cen Wen asked hurriedly, "Aren't you staying to eat together?" Grandma waved her hand. "It's an activity for young people, why should we two old people join in the fun?" No, Cen Wen, you also have my WeChat now. If you have any problems in the future, just come and find Grandma. You're welcome. Grandma said kindly. In her opinion, preventing Yue from burying herself in work is a key step in promoting the progress of her relationship with Cen Wen. Otherwise, if she gets off work so late every day, how will she have time to do other things? Then I'll take you out to get a taxi. Cen Wen carried a few heavy bags of fruit. You keep the fruit and sell it. Grandma doesn't want it. We have a lot growing at home, more than what you import. Grandma thought of her large orchards on several hills and smiled. This further confirmed Cen Wen's guess that Grandma was not here to buy fruit, she was here to induce labor. This little old lady is really. Cen Wen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, one thing is for sure, he still let his grandmother take the fruit away. His grandmother and grandfather got in a taxi, and he put the fruit in the trunk. Only after the car drove away did Cen Wen return to the store and continue working. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When Su Yue finally finished one of the jobs, Uncle Ping reminded her of their dinner in the evening. It was already late. "Miss, it takes half an hour to drive from the company to Wonder Plaza where you are having dinner, and it is rush hour now. If you don't leave now, you will definitely be late." Su Yue looked at Uncle Ping helplessly. "Uncle Ping, you know I don't like my life to be arranged by others, even if that person is my grandmother. But you have already promised the old lady, and your brother-in-law has told you the address of the dinner this afternoon," Uncle Ping said. Su Yue was silent for a moment, then stood up, picked up her coat, and walked out of the office to keep the appointment. However, she was too busy. As soon as she got in the car, she put on headphones to attend a multinational meeting. The mobile phone in her bag lit up several times, but she didn't see it. At exactly 7 o'clock, in the hot pot restaurant, more than half an hour had passed since the agreed time, and Su Yue had not arrived yet. Cen Wen sent her a message and made several phone calls, but couldn't get through to anyone. Looking at the table full of people waiting, he couldn't help but look embarrassed. It's already 7 o'clock, and everyone is hungry. Let's not wait any longer and eat first. Cen Wen called the waiters over and asked them to serve the dishes that had been ordered earlier. While waiting, Gao Jie ate several plates of fruit platters. He couldn't help but wonder, Wen, your wife won't stand you up, will she? I don't know. Cen Wen shook his head. There was nothing he could do if the call couldn't get through. Seeing that Cen Wen was in a bad mood, Gao Jie stopped talking and started eating hot pot. When the delicious food came, it was hot and warming to the stomach, which was very soothing. Brother Wen, the tripe here is delicious and crispy. I'll get you a piece. Xu Xiaoyun was very considerate. Seeing that Cen Wen was in a bad mood, she picked up a piece of tripe and put it in his bowl. Unexpectedly, after Su Yue got off the car, she rushed to the hot pot restaurant and happened to see this scene. Chapter 30, A Man's Face. A nameless fire suddenly rose in my heart. At this moment, Su Yue felt that it was ridiculous for her to put down her work and rush to the so-called dinner party. She turned around and left without hesitation. As she walked, she called the driver to pick her up. While waiting for the elevator, Grandma called. Although Su Yue was angry, she still answered the phone. Nan, are you eating hot pot? Grandma asked with concern. I'm already full, but I still want to eat hot pot. Su Yue took a deep breath. Grandma, you tricked me into coming here, but you weren't here, was this your idea? Grandma paused and asked aggrievedly, are you angry with Grandma? Su Yue could tell that her grandmother was pretending to be wronged, but she could only reply stiffly, no. It's obvious, but you say one thing and mean another. Grandma is the only one who doesn't care about tearing off Su Yue's mask, and she also knows best why she wears this mask. Su Yue understood her, so she also opened up and said, Grandma, you don't have to worry about what happens between me and Cen Wen anymore. I don't want to get involved in your business. I just feel bad for this kid Cen Wen. The grandmother on the other side didn't care about Su Yue's surprise and continued, hey, how can I not feel sorry for him? You are a person who, even if you are married, you still focus on work and career, and family always comes last. It is inevitable that you will neglect our Cen Wen. Our center asked. Grandma, I am your biological granddaughter, right? Su Yue almost blurted out. Plus, you don't know how to run a family, you don't know how to live, you don't know how to love, you don't care about Cen Wen's feelings, and you don't even want to take care of his face in front of outsiders, just like this morning when you refused to let him join the dinner. Tell me, how pitiful our Cen Wen is, and how disappointed he must be when he is rejected by you. Grandma kept nagging, which made Su Yue completely silent. I can't argue with her. Grandma, you don't have to say anything more. I know everything. Su Yue saw the car coming to pick her up, and in order to prevent her grandmother from knowing that she left in anger, she hung up the phone early. But before getting on the bus, he hesitated again. No matter what Cen Wen did, Grandma was right about one thing, he was her husband, and he had invited her and her friends and colleagues to dinner. If she didn't show up and stood them up, it would be too disrespectful to Cen Wen. After standing beside the car for 3 minutes, Su Yue turned around and returned to the square. On the 3rd floor, inside the hot pot restaurant. Everyone was happily eating hot pot and chatting. When we were halfway through the meal, a voice rang out, Gao Jie. It's you. What a coincidence that you also come here to eat hot pot. Cen Wen and Gao Jie looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who greeted them was their college classmate Liang Xuan. Liang Xuan is a second-generation rich man. When he was a student, he had a good relationship with Gao Jie, who was also a second-generation rich man. As for Cen Wen, they are just nodding acquaintances. Liang Xuan? Long time no see. Gao Jie stood up and shook hands with him, then asked politely, is this your girlfriend? She's pretty. Your girlfriend is not bad looking either. Liang Xuan reciprocated the courtesy and complimented each other on their good taste, which was also a form of politeness. Hey, this is Cen Wen. I heard that you got married recently and married a beautiful wife. Where is your wife? Liang Xuan said with a teasing tone. A few days ago, Gao Jie accidentally revealed the news of Cen Wen's marriage in the university classmates group, and said that his wife was very beautiful. It was just a casual chat, but Liang Xuan remembered it. Of course, he didn't believe it and just asked on purpose. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. Cen Wen was inevitably a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain, a cold voice sounded behind everyone, sorry, I'm late. Everyone who looked over there couldn't help but hold their breath. Su Yue, who suddenly appeared, was so beautiful that it was shocking. Except for Cen Wen, who had gradually become accustomed to being attacked by her beauty, everyone else's eyes were fixed on Su Yue. As soon as she appeared, all the girls at the scene became dim. Yue, you're here. Cen Wen stood up in surprise. At this moment, all the dissatisfaction and grievances in his heart were swept away. He walked over and pulled her to sit next to him, and introduced her to the others loudly, this is my wife, Su Yue. Yue, this is Gao Jie, next to him is Xiao Meng, and these few, Lucian, Xu Xiaoyun, Zhao Yu, all 3 of them are my shop assistants. As for these 2, Liang Xuan, by the way, Xuan, what's your wife's name? Cen Wen happily introduced them one by one, feeling so happy. Damn, it turns out you weren't bragging. Your wife is as beautiful as a fairy. Gao Jie exclaimed in shock. If he had praised other girls like this in normal times, Xiao Meng would have been angry a long time ago, but this time, Xiao Meng was convinced. Beautiful women also love to look at beautiful women, and she can't take her eyes away. Well, take your time eating. We're leaving first. Liang Xuan, who had seemed a little proud just now, quickly found an excuse and left in shame. Su Yue sat down generously and apologized to everyone first, I'm sorry, I could have left work a long time ago, but I was caught and worked overtime for a while, so I'm late. It's okay, beauties have the privilege of being late. Gao Jie came back to his senses and said quickly, his mouth almost reaching his ears. Husband, you won't blame me, will you? Su Yue turned around and smiled faintly at Cen Wen. Her every frown and smile was so beautiful. The word, husband, almost made Cen Wen's bones soften. Although he knew that she was just helping in the acting, he couldn't help but secretly praise her, saying that she was really taking care of his man's face. But what made Cen Wen feel strange was that although Yue acted very well on the surface, she was actually deliberately distant and cold towards him. Is this an illusion? During the dinner, Su Yue went outside to answer a phone call. After she left, everyone was furious. Oren, you're awesome. Gao Jie gave Cen Wen a thumbs up. It is precisely because he knows the inside story of Cen Wen and Su Yue's marriage that he admires Cen Wen even more. He had previously doubted Cen Wen's aesthetic taste, but now he realized how wrong he was. Cen Wen was able to find such a beautiful woman who was getting married for the first time, and she was also willing to work hard to help him act. Cen Wen is awesome. Lucian followed and cheered, Brother Wen, it's okay that you found a boss lady who is 8 years younger than you, but she's so pretty, she's really a role model for our generation. Cen asked with a chuckle. There is no doubt that Su Yue made him earn enough face tonight. At this time, he received a WeChat message from Su Yue, Cen Wen, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. His smile faded slightly, and he understood that this was the signal that the show was over. Okay, he replied. After the dinner, Cen Wen rode his electric scooter back home. Su Yue was removing her makeup in the bathroom. When she heard him come back, she was indifferent and didn't even show any intention of greeting him. Cen Wen walked over, looked at her and asked, Yue, are you unhappy because Grandma and I tricked you into going to the party today? After thinking about it over and over again along the way, this can only be the reason. Su Yue looked at him through the mirror and asked unhappily, Cen Wen, did you not take what I said last night seriously at all? In fact, I arrived 10 minutes earlier, but I saw a scene that made me very unhappy, so I almost turned around and left. An unhappy scene. Cen Wen scratched his head and reflected, and combined with the time difference and what Yue said last night, he reacted in an instant. He raised his head suddenly, held Su Yue's gaze with his sharp eyes, and asked boldly, Yue, you are not really jealous, are you? At that moment, Su Yue's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 31, Run Over. The next second, Su Yue's face darkened and she said seriously, Cen Wen, I'm discussing the matter with you. Please don't make fun of me. I don't have to be jealous. Jealous? How could she be jealous? Don't be ridiculous. It's just a contract marriage. Without arguing with her, Cen Wen said helplessly, Yue, in my eyes, Xu Xiaoyun is really just a little sister. She is only 19 years old. It is impossible for me to have any thoughts about a girl who is a dozen years younger than me. That would be too beastly. There's an 8-year age difference between you and me, so isn't that enough to make me a beast? Su Yue turned the tables on him. Cen Wen was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, scratched his head and chuckled, oh, right, isn't it because he already has a young and beautiful wife at home, it is even more impossible for him to have any thoughts about other people. Oh, a man's mouth. Su Yue rolled her eyes, snorted coldly, and continued to remove her makeup in front of the mirror. Cen Wen stood aside and laughed. He felt that the relationship between them was becoming more and more natural. 2 days ago, he didn't dare to get too close to her when she was removing her makeup, but now he didn't think it was a big deal. She didn't hate his approaching, and this discovery made Cen Wen feel happy. Yue, you didn't eat much tonight, you must be hungry, shall I cook you a bowl of noodles as a midnight snack? No, I'm losing weight. Su Yue is very strict about managing her body. She has gained a pound recently after eating the meals cooked by Cen Wen, and she deliberately eats less at night. You're not fat, and you have a better figure than all the girls tonight. I only compete with myself. After removing her makeup, Su Yue held the door handle as if to close the door, raised her eyebrows and looked directly at Cen Wen, sorry, I have to use the bathroom first tonight. Okay. Cen Wen reacted and walked away quickly, walking limply due to embarrassment. Su Yue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Attending the party tonight made her feel very relaxed. She could see that Cen Wen, Gao Jie and the other shop assistants had a good relationship and didn't act like bosses. This made the atmosphere of the party very harmonious, and it was one of the rare happy gatherings she had had in recent years. When Cen Wen heard her laughter, he turned around and found that the bathroom door was closed. Only a vague figure moving was faintly outlined on the door. Just seeing this made his throat burn. I feel hot, so I go to the kitchen and have a cup of herbal tea. He breathed a sigh of relief while drinking and secretly praised Gao Jie. Ever since he learned his way of coaxing his wife, his family life has indeed become much more harmonious. The next day, Cen asked, half an hour earlier than usual. At daybreak, he started to get busy in the kitchen. Su Yue also had the habit of getting up early, and got up only an hour later than Cen Wen. Usually when she walked out of the bedroom, Cen Wen had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for her to get up and eat together. But today she opened the door 10 minutes late, and Cen Wen was still busy in the kitchen. The aroma of delicious food filled the entire living room. Yue, are you up? Go wash your face and brush your teeth, and come over for breakfast. Cen Wen turned his head and was distracted for a moment, but it did not affect the movements of his hands at all. Su Yue responded, and when she came out of the bathroom after washing up, she saw breakfast on the dining table, fried dumplings, small sandwiches, and a cup of soy milk. Judging from Cen Wen's diligence and craftsmanship, this must have been freshly made by him early in the morning, and it would not be frozen food. There were also 2 lunch boxes on the dining table that I had never seen before. Su Yue opened it and saw that it was the lunch prepared by Cen Wen. One was 3 home-cooked stir-fries with rice, and the other was a healthy-looking vegetable salad with fruit corn, boiled eggs and blanched shrimps. Here's your lunch. Cen Wen came out and said with a smile, aren't you planning to lose weight? Then eat something healthy and don't go hungry. Cen Wen held a vinegar dish in his hand and placed it next to Su Yue. Breakfast should be delicious. Here, I made fried dumplings by myself. Dip them in rice vinegar. They taste delicious. Su Yue looked strange, jealous. She suspected that Cen Wen had some hidden agenda. However, fried dumplings dipped in vinegar are indeed very fragrant. In fact, dipping the fried dumplings in vinegar was completely unintentional on Cen Wen's part. After breakfast, he took his lunchbox and rushed to the bakery. When he was riding his electric scooter past the street corner, he saw the familiar Maserati again, with another car guarding it. He has seen these 2 cars several times recently. They are always waiting here every morning. I wonder which big boss they are picking up. There are so many rich people in this world. Just over half an hour after Cen Wen left home, Su Yue also went out, carrying her lunchbox and walking straight to the corner of the street. The driver and bodyguard were all shocked when they saw Mr. Su coming over with a plain lunchbox. You know, Mr. Su's daily meals are prepared and delivered by a special nutritionist, so he needs to prepare his own meals. I heard that my brother-in-law is a very good cook. This lunchbox must be made by him himself, right? Su Yue got into the car with a calm expression. Later in the car, she called her secretary and told her that there was no need to prepare lunch for her at noon. Mr. Su, Ms. Lin Shui, who you asked me to pay attention to, will officially start working today. Do you think she needs your attention? The secretary reported. Su Yue was silent for a moment. No need. Then she ended the call. Uncle Ping, please help me arrange an identity for a small employee to prevent my identity from being exposed. Su Yue said lightly. Well, I've already made preparations. Uncle Ping replied, from now on, your other identity in Qianlin Group will be a clerk in the president's office. By the way, I've also bought the car you asked for, and I'll have someone drive it over later so you can practice driving it. Good. Cen Wen's home is very close to Qianlin Group. When Su Yue's car arrived at Qianlin Group, it was just after 7 o'clock, and there were basically no people going to work at this time. Suddenly, the driver stepped on the brakes and the car stopped. From the entrance of Qianlin building to the road more than 100 meters away on the side of the road, it was covered with bright roses, forming a luxurious and romantic sea of roses. At the intersection of the Rose Avenue, a graceful young man was standing there with a smile, looking at Su Yue's car. Su Yue frowned. Mr. Su. The driver spoke hesitantly and was about to ask what to do. Run over it. Su Yue ordered coldly. Yes. The driver decisively stepped on the accelerator and crushed the entire sea of roses without any mercy. The car drove to the entrance of Qianlin building and Su Yue got out with her lunchbox. The young man had already jogged over to the side of the car and stopped Su Yue at the door. Yue, long time no see. The man said affectionately, holding a rose in his hand. Of course Su Yue knew him. He was Meng Bo, the eldest son of the Meng family, who was introduced by Li Zhan before and was also from one of the top wealthy families in Yunhai City. Get out of the way. Yue, no matter how cold you are to me, no matter how many times you reject me, no matter how ruthlessly you crush the roses I prepare for you, the heaven and earth can bear witness to my feelings for you. I love you, please be with me, Yue. Meng Bo confessed loudly. Su Yue remained indifferent and walked around him and into the building. Meng Bo hurriedly followed, but was stopped by Su Yue's bodyguard at the gate. Mr. Meng, I'm so sorry, my CEO is not available for you. Yue, look at me. Meng Bo could only watch Su Yue walk into the president's elevator and her figure disappear before his eyes. At this moment, Lin Shui reported in advance because it was her first day at work and arrived at Qianlin Group early. She and other onlookers were shocked by the luxurious sea of roses. How much money did this cost? It's a pity that such a good flower was wasted. The more she watched, the more distressed she felt. She recorded a video and sent it to Cen Wen. Cousin, look what I saw. This morning, someone was pursuing our president. The scene was so scary. Chapter 32 Love Lunch. Cen Wen had just finished whipping the cream when he turned around and saw the WeChat message from Lin Shui. He clicked on the video and watched it, and was also struck by the luxury of this scene. Once again, I sighed from the bottom of my heart, there are so many rich people in this world. He asked Lin Shui, did you report to Qianlin Group today? Yeah, it's my first day at work, and I'm a little nervous. By the way, cousin, what do you do at Qianlin Group? Lin Shui asked. She felt more at ease when she thought that she had a relative working in the same company as herself. If her cousin's department happened to be close to hers, perhaps they could even have lunch together. I don't know either. I'll go ask and tell you. Cen Wen exited the chat interface with Lin Shui and found Su Yue. His wife's WeChat was pinned at the top so he could find it at first glance. Yue, which department are you in Qianlin Group? What position do you hold? Cen Wen asked directly. A clerk in the president's office. On the other side, Su Yue received Cen Wen's question on the computer and immediately threw away the identity that Uncle Ping had prepared for her. That means you're very close to your CEO. That's awesome. Cen Wen exclaimed in amazement. His wife is really a talented person. Su Yue didn't know how to answer for a moment. However, Cen Wen definitely didn't come here to ask for no reason. Why are you asking this suddenly? Oh, Lin Shui asked me to ask. Cen Wen answered honestly. At the same time, he had also truthfully conveyed Su Yue's position to Lin Shui. Su Yue thought for a moment. After all, she and Lin Shui worked in the same company. They might bump into each other in the future. It would be inappropriate to avoid her. So she said, you can send her my WeChat and ask her to ask me directly if she has any questions. Okay. Cen Wen was thinking the same thing, so he sold his wife's information to Lin Shui without hesitation. It was a rare opportunity to chat with Yue during work hours, so Cen Wen asked curiously, Yue, have you actually met that mysterious president? Of course I have. I often work with her directly. After Su Yue finished typing this line, she suddenly remembered a conversation she had with Cen Wen before, so she deliberately said, it is certain that she is not a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, nor is she an ugly woman, and she is not a playboy. Cen Wen also remembered and immediately replied with a string of awkward ellipses. Su Yue smiled, feeling quite happy as if she had let out a sigh of relief. At this time, a small red dot appeared in the address book. Lin Shui's profile picture was a photo of her own profile, so Su Yue immediately approved her friend request. Cousin's wife. I heard from my cousin that you work in the CEO's office, so you can meet the CEO every day. You are awesome. So awesome. Lin Shui sent a bunch of exclamation marks. Unexpectedly, her cousin's wife is the one closest to the CEO. Lin Shui's adorable personality is very similar to Cen Wen's, which makes Su Yue feel more intimate with this cousin. If you have any questions in the future, you can come and ask me. I will answer you if I know the answer. She replied concisely. She was very busy in the morning and did not intend to chat about family matters. Lin Shui was indeed very sensible, as Center Wen said. She obediently sent an emoji of bowing to express her gratitude, and then said, "Then cousin, you are busy. I won't disturb you. Good morning." Not long after Su Yue quit WeChat, she suddenly received a call from Li Zhan. "What's wrong, bro? Really?" Li Zhan's tone revealed a hint of headache. "Meng Bo just came to me to complain, crying for a long time, saying that he carefully prepared a courtship ceremony today, but you completely ignored him." Li Zhan was speechless. Su Yue frowned and asked, "Doesn't he know that I'm married? You didn't tell him. If you don't tell me, how can I dare to tell you? This kid is crying so sincerely, I guess he really doesn't know." Su Yue said decisively, "You can tell Meng Bo, so that he won't bother me again in the future." "I'm afraid not. From what I know about Meng Bo, he won't give up easily on someone he's chosen. Even if you're married, he won't care. He'll just get more aggressive in pursuing you. I think it's better not to tell him. God knows what shocking things he'll do to pursue you." Su Yue. Li Zhan was not exaggerating. Meng Bo and he were both top young masters in Yunhai City, and they had a good relationship since childhood. The assets of the Meng family were even higher than those of his Li family, and it was rumored that they were comparable to those of the Su family. In fact, to be honest, in Li Zhan's opinion, Meng Bo and Su Yue were a perfect match made in heaven, otherwise he would not have tried so hard to bring them together. It's a pity that the man was in love but the woman was not interested. Su Yue doesn't care about Meng Bo, but it is impossible for her not to care about Center Wen. She couldn't help but worry that Meng Bo would disturb Center Wen, so after ending the call with Li Zhan, she immediately called Uncle Ping and asked him to come in to discuss. "Uncle Ping, if Meng Bo knew that I was married, he would definitely investigate who I was going to marry. I don't want him to find out about Center Wen. Miss, don't worry about this. I will do a good job of protecting my son-in-law. The drivers and bodyguards who usually follow you are all your confidants. They will not reveal a word about your private affairs. Not to mention Meng Bo, even if Shen Qianru comes in person, it will not work." Uncle Ping said. "That's fine." Su Yue was confident that Uncle Ping was doing the job, and she breathed a sigh of relief. As for other things, she was not worried. In Tianlin Group, her identity, including her name and photo, were all top secret. Even if Lin Shui also worked in Tianlin Group, as long as he did not meet her on the spot, he would have no chance to know her true identity. Uncle Ping looked at her and smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Su Yue asked curiously. "Miss, you care more and more about your uncle." Su Yue didn't understand what Uncle Ping meant. "However, I don't think this is a bad thing." "Then, miss, I'll go out first." After Uncle Ping finished speaking, he walked out, leaving Su Yue alone, sitting in a huge office, inexplicably falling into deep thought. At noon, at lunchtime, the secretary pushed the door open on time carrying a heated lunch box. She placed the lunch boxes in front of Su Yue one by one and said with a smile, "The person who prepared this lunch for you was really thoughtful. I asked a nutritionist to look at this meal. It was made in strict accordance with the standards of controlling calories and ensuring nutritional balance. It is healthy and scientific." Su Yue didn't expect that Center Wen would pay attention to what she said casually last night. He obviously did some research to carefully prepare this lunch. The secretary left. Mr. Su was not used to being disturbed while eating. Su Yue slowly savored the loving lunchbox made by Center Wen. It had a very natural taste and was delicious. On a whim, she took a photo and sent it to Center Wen. In the photo, she was picking up a shrimp with chopsticks, without any expression or text. It just means that she is eating the lunchbox he made. At this moment, Center Wen, my WeChat friend, was also eating his lunch in the back hall of the bakery. His phone vibrated, and he opened WeChat and saw this scene. He couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time Yue took the initiative to contact him. Chapter 33 Emergency Contact. "I'm having lunch too." Center Wen also took a photo of the meal. Then asked, "Is the fat-reducing meal at noon still appetizing?" "Yeah, it's good." Su Yue replied. "Then I'll continue doing it tomorrow. When you stop trying to lose weight, I'll switch to home-cooked meals." "But Yue, I actually think you have a great figure. You don't need to lose weight. Maybe you'll look better if you're a little fatter." Center Wen suggested sincerely. Su Yue didn't believe it. When you get really fat, the words you men say will change. I don't know what other men think, but everything I say is sincere. Okay, I believe you. I have to eat and be busy, so I won't chat anymore. Go ahead, come on. After replying to the message, Cen Wen quickly finished the food in front of him. His wife worked so hard, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. In the afternoon, he had to develop new products and make a few salty European breads with rich fillings for tasting. Back in the operation room, Xu Xiaoyun came in holding a foam box and said, "Brother, is this your delivery? It has a strong smell. There are only 3 people in the store today." Gao Jie went to work at the dessert counter, Zhao Yu took a day off, and Lucian and Xu Xiaoyun went to work. Lucian was in charge of the store at the front, and Xu Xiaoyun came to the operation room to help Cen Wen, while also learning how to make new products. Cen Wen glanced at the delivery note and said, "Yes, it's mine. Does it smell strong?" "It smells good, that's what we call authentic." He carried the foam box to the table as if it were a treasure, opened it and took out 2 large bottles of sour bamboo shoots. Yes, the sour bamboo shoots in the snail noodles. It would be strange if they didn't taste strong. Cen Wen plans to use sour bamboo shoots as the stuffing today, and pair it with beef to make a European bread that stimulates the taste buds. This new product will not have a very wide audience, just like snail noodles. People who don't eat it won't eat a single bite, but people who like it will love it. "Xiaoyun, go and give me a pound of beef you bought this morning." "Xiaoyun, what are you thinking about?" Xu Xiaoyun has been in a state of disarray these past 2 days, looking absent-minded. Cen Wen called her several times before she responded slowly. "What? Get flour." She hurriedly went to get the flour. "It's beef." Cen Wen looked helpless and asked with concern, "Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I just didn't sleep well." Xu Xiaoyun lowered her head in panic, her fingers tangled together. "Then you should go home and get some rest after get off work early." Cen Wen did not delve into the matter further. He went to the refrigerator and got a piece of beef and devoted himself to the research and development of new products. In the evening, the first batch of European bread with sour bamboo shoots and yellow beef came out of the oven. Cen Wen cut a few pieces and distributed them to the store staff for tasting. Except for Lucian, who usually never eats snail noodles, the feedback was all positive. However, just because it passes the in-store tasting test, it cannot be put on the shelves as a new product. Cen Wen started a small activity in the customer group. Customers who placed an order after 6 o'clock could get a free European bread with pickled bamboo shoots and yellow beef, while stocks lasted. By doing this, he could quickly receive real feedback from customers. After selling the remaining items in the store, Cen Wen hurried home to cook. He got off work late today, so he didn't go to the market to buy vegetables. He ordered vegetables using the app on the way, and when he got home, the vegetables were already placed at his doorstep. UAE would be half an hour late, so Cen Wen took the vegetables into the kitchen and started preparing them. While he was washing rice, his cell phone rang. It was a number from another city. "Excuse me, are you Cen Wen, Mr. Center?" "Yes, who are you?" Center asked, thinking it was a customer or supplier calling him. "Is Center Chen Yu your elder brother?" Cen Wen frowned, vaguely feeling something was wrong. "What do you mean?" "We are the Jigagu online loan platform. Center Chen Yu borrowed 18,000 yuan on the platform a few months ago. He has to pay back 1,800 yuan every month, but he has only paid back 3 installments. He is now 2 days overdue. Since Center Chen Yu's phone is turned off, we can only call the emergency contact, which is your phone. Please contact your brother and ask him to repay the loan as soon as possible." "I'm sorry, I seldom contact him, and I didn't know he set me as an emergency contact, but you have the wrong person," Cen Wen said, and hung up the phone without hesitation. Center Chen Yu was actually borrowing online loans. Did his parents know about this? Just when Cen Wen was hesitating whether to call back and ask, Su Yue came home. Su Yue opened the door and came in. In addition to holding a handbag, she also brought back a box of Lin Ping roast duck. "Yue, did you go buy roast duck?" Cen Wen walked over and took the roast duck from her hand. The gloomy mood caused by Center Chen Yu's loan suddenly brightened. At the family dinner that day, Lin Shui mentioned inadvertently that his favorite dish was Lin Ping's roast duck from Jingxi Road. Unexpectedly, Yue actually remembered it and specially brought him a portion of roast duck. Jingxi Road is not close to your company or home. It would be troublesome for you to make a special trip to buy it. Cen Wen felt sweet in his heart, but he still didn't want his wife to make extra trips just to buy a roast duck. Anyway, he could eat anything and was easy to feed. I bought it on the way. I went back to my home in the afternoon and drove the car here. Su Yue said lightly. The car that Uncle Ping prepared for her was a small domestically made car worth just over 100,000 yuan, a truly ordinary car for commuting. Su Yue deliberately placed the car keys on the table to reveal the car logo. You have a car? Why haven't I seen you drive one before? Cen Wen was quite surprised. I seldom drive, but I brought it here thinking that we might need a car in the future. Cen Wen thought that made sense. A family car was indeed very important. It was more convenient to have a car when going to a farther place or purchasing some things. He had never thought about buying a car before, but he considered it after getting married. However, before he put it into practice, Yue drove her car over. You girls are really thoughtful. By the way, Yue, when are we going to meet your father? Last time, Yue mentioned that she wanted to take him to meet her father-in-law, but then suddenly there was no further news. Let's wait a few days. Su Yue said. She had her own thoughts. My father usually receives treatment at home and has a whole medical team around him. He only goes to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup on the first 2 days of every month. Only then would it be convenient to bring Cen Wen over, otherwise everything would be exposed as soon as they arrived, and it would be easy for Xin Qianru to find out. The young couple was chatting when Cen Wen's phone rang again, and it was a call from another place. Is it debt collection again? Cen Wen answered the phone hesitantly. As expected, as soon as the call was connected, the voice of the person from before rang. The previous number was blocked by Cen Wen, so he changed the number and continued calling. This time, the other party's attitude was quite bad, and he threatened, Cen Wen, if you don't notify Cen Qianyu or help him pay the money back, the overdue record will be recorded in Cen Qianyu's credit report, and we will also sue Cen Qianyu. Then, as his biological brother, you will not be able to escape responsibility. This is totally crazy. We are all adults. What does Cen Qianyu's online loan have to do with him, Cen Wen? At this moment, even the good-tempered man became angry. Cen Wen sneered, if you dare to harass me again, I will file a complaint against you. After saying that, he hung up and blocked the person. Chapter 34, A Weird Family. Cen Wen was so angry that he frowned, and his emotions fluctuated greatly, which was rare. What's going on? Su Yue asked. Originally, Cen Wen was a little embarrassed to talk about it. After all, it was a family scandal, but when he thought that Yue would be his real family from now on, he relaxed his guard. That was a collection call from an online loan company. My eldest brother borrowed an online loan and couldn't pay it back. He filled me in as an emergency contact, so they called me. Online loans. How did your elder brother get involved in online loans? Su Yue frowned. Online lending is the abbreviation of internet finance. Compared with the low-interest loans from ordinary banks, the interest rates of online loans can be described as huge profits. 2 years ago, when Su Yue had just taken over Qianlin Group, the company's senior management had proposed that Qianlin Group use its strong cash flow to get involved in P2P business, because the profits it generated would be greater than any other industry. After Su Yue understood the situation, she flatly refused. She didn't want her father's group to make money by doing things against their conscience. However, Cen Wen seemed to know a lot about this, which gave her a bad feeling. Since we are husband and wife, you should trust me even more. Can you tell me what is going on? Su Yue asked softly. I don't know why he wanted to borrow online loans, but I know very well that it is a thing that should not be touched at all, because I have suffered greatly from it. Cen Wen gritted his teeth and frankly revealed a past that was too painful to recall. When I first came to Yunhai City 3 years ago, I actually had an online loan of 50,000 or 60,000 yuan on my back. I had to pay back 6,000 or 7,000 yuan every month, but I was penniless and was forced to pay back my debts almost every day. Luckily, my uncle took me in. Later, I got financial support from my grandfather. I also found a job and took on an extra job during the day and at night. I finally paid off my online loan within half a year and got through the most difficult period. There was a glimmer in Su Yue's eyes. She knew clearly how much Cen Wen earned in those years, and of course she also knew what the 50,000 or 60,000 yuan online loan meant to Cen Wen. Where did you use the money, she asked. Cen Wen asked. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would take out loans or spend money recklessly, so there might be some hidden story behind this. I gave it all to my mother. She said my father was seriously ill and needed to be hospitalized for surgery. I was in my hometown at the time, with a bad job and no savings, so I could only borrow 50,000 yuan from her through online loans. Cen Wen sighed. Who would have thought that this money would eventually become the down payment for my eldest brother to buy a house in the county town? Yes, it's ridiculous. My mother lied to me, and my father cooperated with the deception. Why did your mother do this? Su Yue found it hard to understand. Why? They love my eldest brother more. From childhood to adulthood, they have always doted on their eldest son because he is their eldest son and the one they have the deepest feelings for. Naturally, they would leave all the good things to him. Of course, maybe it's out of a sense of indebtedness to me. They were also very good to the third child who was born later, my younger brother Cen Jin. It's just that they are used to ignoring me and have never been nice to me. Since I was a child, my mother has brainwashed me that my older brother is the eldest son in the family and I cannot compete with him. My younger brother is younger and I have to take care of him, so I also cannot compete with him. From childhood to adulthood, I grew up between my eldest brother and my youngest brother. I never had real happiness, and no one in my family really cared about me. Cen Wen recounted his past with mixed emotions. I haven't let it go and I will never let it go, but I will never be as unwilling to get my parents' love as I was when I was a child. He no longer needs it, and if he misses it, he misses it. This is too much. How can they be parents? Su Yue said angrily, and she sincerely put herself in Cen Wen's feelings. Their partiality was not limited to this. At that time, I had an online loan and could not make it in Ningzhou County, so I came to Yunhai City. As a result, 3 months later, my grandmother passed away and the house she left behind was demolished. According to my grandmother's oral will before her death, my uncle, cousin, father, eldest brother, youngest brother, and I are all heirs to the estate. The house was demolished for 900,000 yuan, and I was able to get 150,000 yuan. Of course, this money was not mine because my mother was partial. Not only did she give my father's share of the money to my eldest brother, she also secretly gave my 150,000 yuan to him. She used the money to help my eldest brother pay off the mortgage on the house. You know what? At that time, I had to pay off my online loans and survive. My life was at its darkest, but they didn't care at all, as if I was just a child they picked up. What's even more ridiculous is that my parents used all means to buy Cen Chen a house, but he lost it in gambling. Su Yue was speechless. What a weird family. After a pause, Cen Wen suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile, I have finally gotten my due. If my mother hadn't been so partial, my grandfather wouldn't have been so angry as to leave the house to me. Although he deliberately set a condition for inheritance, it was all for my own good. He was afraid that I would be single and unable to find a wife in the future. If not for this, I wouldn't have met you. Cen Wen did not say the last sentence out loud, for fear of offending the beauty. He just smiled at her, and everything was said without words. Don't worry, I'll be here for you in the future. Su Yue subconsciously comforted him, not realizing what she had blurted out. Cen Wen was even less aware of it, but Su Yue reacted quickly. It was too late to change her words, and her ears suddenly turned red. Fortunately, at this time Cen Wen's phone rang again, breaking her embarrassment. Speak of the devil, the person who called was none other than Cen Wen's mother, Lin Siphon. It's been a long time since we last contacted each other, so when we do, it's definitely not good news. Add to that the 2 debt collection calls just now, and Cen Wen could guess what she was going to say with just his toes. Although he didn't want to answer the call, Lin Siphon kept calling him one after another. Cen Wen had no choice but to accept it. Immediately, a loud voice of a typical rural woman was heard on the other end of the phone. Cen Wen, I'm your mother, Lin Siphon. Let me tell you, your eldest brother, Cen Chen, borrowed hundreds of thousands of yuan from online loans, and has to pay back more than 10,000 yuan every month. We are all broke. I heard that you are now the boss of a shop in the city and you earn a lot of money every month. Cen Wen, in the past few years since you left home, your brother has been by my side and taking care of me. You have to compensate me with child support. From now on, you have to give me 20,000 yuan every month. On the one hand, it is for your father and me to live. The rest of the money, I have to help your brother get through this difficult time. Chapter 35. Do you still have a conscience? I'm sorry, I can't make that much money, and I can't afford that much money. Cen Wen flatly refused and said sarcastically, you can't ask me to borrow money online to help my brother pay off his debts, can you? This. Lin Siphon was choked, and then suddenly realized that Cen Wen actually rejected her. Cen Wen, are you an ungrateful person? Your mother gave birth to you in vain. Listen to what you say, there is not a single word of conscience in it. I worked so hard to raise you, did you come to piss me off to death? Lin Siphon cursed in a loud voice. Mom, ask yourself, have I given enough to our family over the years? My eldest brother is really filial to you. He gambled away the house you bought with all your family's money, and he still owed you a lot of online loans to pay back. But what does Center Chen Yu's wrongdoing have to do with me, Cen Wen? If I help him foolishly again, I will lose everything. Cen Wen is a man of affection and righteousness, but he is not also a brainless person who only gives without thinking. His conscience towards his family had been worn away in the first 30 years of his life. Chen Yu is your brother. How could you think of him like this? Lin Siphon started crying when she saw that she couldn't hold back any longer. She was good at crying, making a fuss and threatening to commit suicide. She used this trick to cheat Cen Wen of all his savings. If you don't help him, who else can help him? You two brothers grew up together and are related by blood. You can't just stand by and watch him die when he's in trouble. I can't stand the debt collection calls every day. Your eldest brother is going to have a mental breakdown. Cen Wen, you are the most promising one in the family. You can't just watch your eldest brother's credit report go up because of overdue payments. Then he won't be able to get a loan to buy a house in the future. The last sentence is the key point, right? Cen Wen found it ridiculous that she was still counting on her eldest brother to buy a house, or rather, she was counting on sucking his blood dry in the future to help her eldest brother buy a house. Can someone like Big Brother still afford to buy a house? Cen Wen really looked down on his eldest brother. He was already in his 30s, idled away all day, hung out in casinos, and made a living by sucking the blood of his parents. He had never done a decent job in his life, but his mother treated him like a treasure and loved him without any regrets. When he was born, she let her son depend on her, and when he passed away, she asked the other brothers to support her eldest son together. In that way, her eldest son would not have to suffer any hardship in his life, yet he could enjoy everything. Why not? As long as you don't inherit the house left by your grandfather, as a daughter, I can inherit it together with your uncle. I have already thought about it. We will sell this house and buy Chen Yu a big house in Ningzhou County. Lin Siphon said. It seems that his mother really didn't know that he was married, and her wish failed. Cen Wen felt both sad and relieved. In fact, his mother had mentioned this matter earlier when she first learned about her grandfather's will, but Cen Wen clearly refused. It's not surprising that she didn't give up and was still planning to buy the house, but I was still heartbroken by her own ignorance and blatant favoritism. If you sell the house and buy a house for your eldest brother, what should I do then? I will no longer be your son. Cen Wen asked with a sneer. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. In her heart, did she ever treat him as her own son? Why are you competing with your elder brother? Your elder brother is old, has no house and can't find a wife. As his younger brother, you should give in and be more magnanimous. Lin Siphon said as a matter of course. My eldest brother is only 2 years older than me. Just because he is old, does that mean I am young? You ask me to give up the house. How will I get married in the future? Cen Wen had long given up expecting any fair and just treatment at home. He just wanted to tell his mother that he was not stupid and he knew exactly how biased she was. Lin Siphon stammered, well, if you open a shop and become the boss now, you will make a lot of money in the future. You are much more capable than your brother. What's wrong with you giving way to your brother? Besides, it's not like I haven't thought about you. We are both my biological sons, so how can a mother be partial? I have prepared a house for you. The old house we live in now is worth 200,000. When your father and I are gone in the future, I will leave this house to you. Is it possible? Which of the promises had he ever fulfilled? Even if he had given a little preference, it would not have made him feel disappointed with this family. Mom, if you really care about me, then I can't be unfilial as your son. Why don't you follow Grandpa's will and I get married and inherit the house? Then I don't have to give any of it to my uncle. I can give it all to my eldest brother and younger brother. Wouldn't that be better? Cen Wen's voice was cold, pretending to test him. How low can the bottom line of family affection be? He'll hit bottom soon. No. You can't do this. Why? Mom is afraid of hurting your uncle. Lin Siphon said in a high-sounding manner. Cen Wen sneered in his heart. His mother didn't care about his uncle at all. She didn't trust him and was afraid that after he inherited his grandfather's house alone, he would never give it up and take it for himself. She had calculated this clearly. At this point, Cen Wen completely gave up. He said frankly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you something good, Mom. I got married a few days ago. I also inherited my grandpa's house. Sorry, from now on, this house will be the common property of my wife and I. No one else will have a share." What? What are you talking about? Cen Wen, are you crazy? Lin Siphon was panicked, her voice getting louder and louder until it became shrill. Cen Wen hung up the phone without hesitation. She called again and again, but Cen Wen just didn't answer. Since Lin Siphon couldn't get through on the phone, she bombarded her with text messages, each one filled with accusations and threats at the top of her lungs. Cen Wen, even if you get married, the house is not yours alone. Your elder brother and younger brother also have a share. You want to force me to death, you want to force me to death. You are such a heartless, ungrateful bastard. I really regret giving birth to you. Cen Wen had a blank expression on his face. He deleted every message she sent him. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Yue was watching Cen Wen from the side. She listened to every word of the conversation between Cen Wen and his mother. It opened her eyes. How could there be such a biased mother in the world? Su Yue had long known that Cen Wen had a bad relationship with his family, but this was the first time she learned the inside story. At this moment, she sympathized with Cen Wen from the bottom of her heart. Cen Wen, if you need help, I know a lot of lawyer friends. With them, not only will your family not be able to take their house from you, but they can even get back the 150,000 yuan that your grandmother left for you. 150,000 yuan was nothing to Su Yue, but she was unable to swallow this humiliation for Cen Wen. You can't bully people like this. Yue, I've thought about it. As long as they don't come to make trouble, I'll forget about the past and regard it as a settlement. I'll give them alimony in the future. But if someone is greedy and wants to swallow an elephant, I don't mind seeing him in court. A hint of determination flashed in Cen Wen's eyes. He would never be a coward. Okay, if you need my help, just ask. This was the promise Su Yue made to him, and it would always count. Thank you, Yue. After the debt collection call and Lin Siphon's disturbance, the young couple no longer had the heart to cook. Cen Wen cooked 2 bowls of simple egg noodles in the kitchen as dinner for the two of them. After finishing his meal peacefully, Cen Wen returned to normal and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Su Yue went to the bedroom and called Uncle Ping. Uncle Ping, I want you to continue investigating the situation in Cen Wen's hometown. Make sure you find out every detail about Cen Wen's family. Uncle Ping was a little puzzled. Miss, did my uncle do something to make you angry? No, I want to seek justice for Cen Wen. Su Yue told Uncle Ping everything that happened to Cen Wen. Then he said coldly, I don't care what happened in the past. Anyway, Cen Wen is my husband, Su Yue, now. I will never allow anyone to bully him, not even his family members. Chapter 36. He is an ungrateful person. Miss, I understand. Uncle Ping has always been quick to act and it is expected that there will be feedback soon. After taking a shower, Cen Wen came out and went back to the bedroom. He picked up his mobile phone which was on silent mode on the bedside table. As expected, he saw 5 or 6 missed calls. He clicked on the recent calls and saw that one of the calls was from his uncle. So I called back. Xiao Wen, are you asleep? Lin Kaifang asked in a low voice. No, I just went to take a shower. Uncle, do you have anything to talk to me about? Cen Wen could probably guess what it was. As expected. Your mother called me and cried for a long time. She knew you were married and was very emotional. Well, I told her. I heard from her that Qian Yu has borrowed several online loans and can't pay them back. Now their whole family is worried and anxious. She also asked me to borrow money. Where did I get the money? Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to her. I'm not surprised at all that Cen Yu has embarked on the path of borrowing. How many gamblers can end up well? Your mother is too stubborn, Lin Kaifang said angrily. They are both nephews, children raised by the same parents, but Cen Wen is so sensible that people feel sorry for him, while Cen Yu makes people hate him so much. Why are they so different? She wants me to send her 20,000 yuan every month to help the family solve their difficulties, Cen Wen said calmly. Lin Kaifang was speechless. It's just wishful thinking. Just keep indulging her. She's almost hopeless anyway. Whatever, I won't pay any attention to you. Lin Kaifang responded, that's good. I also want to remind you, don't be soft-hearted and wade into muddy waters. Some people are bottomless pits and can never be helped. And about the house, your mother won't give up easily. She doesn't know that I'm helping you, and she forced me to join forces with her to take back their house. Cen Wen was silent. Hearing these words, he still felt a tightness in his chest. He finally realized his position in that family. Xiao Wen, these are not a big deal. These are your things, and no matter how much she makes a fuss, she can't take them away. I will find another chance to talk to her. Lin Kaifang comforted Cen Wen. He naturally felt that Cen Wen was in a bad mood. Thank you, uncle. I'm going to sleep now. I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Okay, good night. Lin Kaifang was on the balcony, and had just finished a phone call with Cen Wen when a loud voice suddenly rang out from the living room behind him. Lin Kaifang, who are you talking to on the phone when you are hiding outside secretly? It was Ji Yang who was yelling. Ever since that day at the family dinner, when Lin Kaifang had insulted her in public, Ji Yang had never given him a good face at home, and would often insult him and sometimes even hit him. Lin Kaifang's entire arms and thighs were bruised from being pinched. Who can he go to for justice? Who would think that when a woman hits a man, it is considered domestic violence? Cen Wen came to ask me something. Lin Kaifang walked back to the living room. That's so funny. I think you're in a hurry and went to tip off the police. Ji Yang sneered, don't think I don't know anything. I heard everything you said on the phone with your sister just now. I don't understand, how can a son who is looked down upon by his own mother be a good person? Why do you cherish him so much? People who don't know would think that Cen Wen is your biological son. Although Ji Yang always looked down on rural women and she and Lin Kaifang rarely talked to each other, they had a rare unanimous opinion on the issue of dealing with Cen Wen and taking back the house. It's a truth that everyone understands, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Kaifang really looked down on Ji Yang's snobbish look. Ji Yang also looked down on him. She especially hated his attitude that he could do nothing with a stick. She raised her finger and poked Lin Kaifang's forehead, cursing. Looking at your useless look makes me angry. Why don't you go and fight for your son's reputation? Hurry up and find a way to prove that Cen Wen faked the marriage and got the house. When the time comes, I will definitely take him to court and make him go to jail. Lin Kaifang took a deep breath. Ji Yang, do you really hate Xiao Wen so much? Do you hate him so much that you want him to go to jail? Seizing someone's property is like killing their parents. I am just letting him down by scolding him a few times. Ji Yang said hatefully. Forget it, I'm not going to talk to you. Go to the market tomorrow and buy some good food. My friend Zhu Yongqing and my brother are coming to our house for dinner tomorrow. What are they here for? Tomorrow is not the weekend, and Lin Kaifang is teaching the graduating class. He is so busy that he has no time to entertain guests, especially guests he does not welcome. Lin Kaifang had no good feelings towards the man named Zhu Yongqing. For a while, there were rumors around him that Zhu Yongqing and Ji Yang had an unclear relationship, and he turned green when he heard it. Ji Yang is certainly not a good person. She has a criminal record, but due to the lack of evidence, Lin Kaifang has been keeping it secret and dared not reveal anything. What do you know? Ji Yang rolled her eyes. Old Zhu has a lot of connections. I want him to bring Cheng Ping to cooperate in business, so tomorrow's meal is particularly important. Don't embarrass me. Prepare well. The dishes must be high-end. Buy whatever fresh food is more expensive. Where would I get the money to buy good seafood? The pocket money you gave me this month is almost used up. Lin Kaifang spread his hands. Where did you spend all that money? I gave you 2,000 yuan every month, and you said it's gone. I think you hid it. How dare she say that? Over the years, Ji Yang left him 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Although it was called living expenses, the 2,000 yuan actually included the money for buying groceries for the family. It's almost the end of the month, where does he get the extra money to buy seafood? Ji Yang refused to listen to the explanation and angrily rebuked Lin Kaifang. You are talking nonsense. Stop pretending to be poor in front of me. Don't think I don't know that I have private money. You secretly funded Cen Wen with 8,000 yuan before. Did he pay you back? I get angry when I mention Cen Wen, that ungrateful bastard. Ji Yang, can't you be a little more tolerant of Cen Wen? At that time, Cen Wen was so pitiful that he had no food to eat. How could I, as his uncle, just watch and watch? Do I need your pity? Yes, you are the good guy and I am the bad guy. I am the worst person in the family. How come you, a good man, don't get any reward for doing such a good deed? Your dear nephew robbed your house, and you, an idiot, are still speaking for him. I've been teaching for so many years, but I'm getting more and more useless. Your annual salary is only enough for me to buy a few bags. Do you want to hold yourself up high at home? Okay, tomorrow learn from Lao Ju and learn how he makes a lot of money. Ji Yang started to insult him without any mercy. You're being unreasonable. Lin Kaifang couldn't win the argument with her, so he could only go back to his study room angrily to prepare for class. Ji Yang looked at Lin Kaifang's back with disgust on her face. Lin Kaifang was quite handsome when he was young, which was why she was willing to be with him. But as her father went into business and became richer and richer, the lives of her older and younger brothers in the family also became better and better because they were family-oriented men. But she followed a poor teacher. Because she is a married daughter, she can't get any benefits from her family. Compared with her older brothers, her life is completely not on the same level, and Ji Yang feels extremely unbalanced. As he got older, Lin Kaifang lost even his last bit of advantages, especially when compared with Zhu Yongqing. The difference was like heaven and earth. When Ji Yang thought about seeing Lao Ju again tomorrow, she felt hot all over. Chapter 37, How Shameless Can a Person Be? On weekdays, Cen Wen went to work as usual. After 8 o'clock in the morning, I was flooded with vicious harassing calls from online lending platforms. In between were calls from my mother Lin Siphon, and 2 from my father Cen Jianjun. Cen Wen understood the debt collection tactics of online loan platforms, which was to bombard them with phone calls. Lin Siphon must have been unable to bear it, so she came to him again. Seeing that he refused to answer the phone, she used his father's cell phone to call. Anyway, I want to answer any of your questions. These online loan platforms are very cunning. If Cen Wen blocked one, he would change the number and continue calling. However, he called 7 or 8 platforms in just one morning. Cen Wen mistakenly answered the call twice, and the other party's tone became more and more nasty. Mr. Cen Wen, you'd better find a way to contact Cen Yu as soon as possible and ask him to repay the loan quickly, otherwise we will have to look for you every day. Or, you can help Cen Yu pay off this month's loan first, which is only 1,800 yuan. I believe it won't be too stressful for you. Cen Yu is your biological brother, and blood is thicker than water. If you help pay it back, the matter will be over. And as long as Cen Yu starts to repay on time next month, we won't call you again. How shameless. He harassed him and tricked him into paying back the money. Did Cen Yu ever treat him as his younger brother when he cheated him? Even though Cen Wen had a good temper, he couldn't help but curse. Blood is thicker than water. Who the hell would have a family relationship with an ATM machine? Don't dream, even if you make 800 calls a day, I won't help him pay it back. It's very stressful. Forget 1,800, I don't even have 1.8 cents. After saying that, he hung up the phone, turned it to silent mode again and threw it aside. My chest was heaving with anger. Wen, who borrowed online loans. Why do you keep receiving harassing calls today? Gao Jie pushed the door open and walked in. He happened to hear Cen Wen swearing and asked with concern. That bastard Cen Yu borrowed money online and filled me in as his emergency contact. When he couldn't pay it back, the online loan platform called me. From last night till now, they have called me at least 10 times. Cen Wen became angry as he spoke. They all treated him as their enemy. This bastard didn't fill in your parents as the emergency contact, but you. Speaking of my mom, things are even more interesting. She called me last night and asked me to transfer 20,000 yuan every month to help my eldest brother pay off his debts. Wait, did your mother make it clear whether this money is a give or a loan? Of course I will. My mom said that it should be considered as alimony for her. How shameless and extremely biased. Gao Jie cursed. The ugly side of family affection revealed by the family behind Cen Wen is disgusting. A few years ago, Cen Wen was owed a lot of debt by his mother. Cen Wen was so strong that he refused to tell him even after the accident. He worked several jobs from dawn to dusk, and only told him casually when they were having dinner together after he had finally paid off his debts. Gao Jie remembers it very clearly. That day, Cen Wen's eyes were red. He said that he finally didn't owe anyone anything anymore. He felt relieved and could devote himself to his career. A grown man, over 30, was abused by his family like that. Whenever Gao Jie thinks of this past event, he wants to curse, fuck them, they are not human. Cen Wen, I'm telling you the truth, your brother and your mother are two of the best. You'd better break off this relationship as soon as possible, otherwise you will suffer in the future. Gao Jie thought about it seriously and proposed a plan. How about this? I will lend you the money your brother owes first, and you can talk to your mother and use this money as alimony, and pay it off in one lump sum, so that she won't bother you again in the future. Of course, I do this because I don't want you to be harassed by the loan company continuously, otherwise your spirit will be ruined sooner or later. I have already paid off what I owe them. I won't care about Cen Wen's affairs. If the online loan platform wants to make harassing calls, let them do it. If they make me angry, I will take legal action to settle the score with them. Cen Wen shook his head and said firmly. He appreciated his brother's kindness. However, he had suffered greatly from online loans and dared not get involved in them again. He knew very well that once he helped Cen Wen pay off the first loan, there would be an endless stream of online loan companies coming to him. This would be a bottomless pit. Moreover, his mother and Cen Wen would take the opportunity to rely on him and completely turn Cen Wen's debt into his, and they might even borrow new online loans. This is the situation that Cen Wen cannot tolerate the most. That bastard Cen Wen never had any good intentions. From the moment he filled in the emergency contact form, he was planning to make him pay back his debts in the future. He is used to being a mama's boy and thinks that if he gets into trouble, someone will help him clean up the mess. This time, let society teach him how to be a man. Cen Wen will no longer be kidnapped by so-called family affection and sacrifice himself endlessly. He has a family now, and he should consider himself and his small family more. That's fine. If all else fails, just sue them for harassment. Gao Jie also felt that what Cen Wen said made sense. As long as he didn't become a scapegoat, Gao Jie had no objection. The lending company was indeed persistent, and the harassing calls continued to come in throughout the afternoon. However, perhaps because Cen Wen had not responded, the phone automatically went silent in the evening. Cen Wen opened his phone and just happened to see several complaining text messages from Lin Shui. It seems that my uncle is having a bad day today. Brother, do you know? We have guests tonight. One is my uncle and the other is my mom's friend. When they arrived, my mom forced my dad, who just got off work, to buy good wine and food to entertain them. Even in front of outsiders, she doesn't respect my dad at all. There's one more thing I have to tell you. My mother has been asking my uncle if there is any way to get back Grandpa's house. My uncle gave her some advice, saying that as long as there is evidence to prove that Grandpa was not in a clear mind or had limited behavioral capacity when he made the will, then Grandpa's will not take effect. He also asked my mother to find a way to prove that Grandpa was forced to sign the will because he was threatened by you. He said that if any of the above two behaviors are established, you have no right to inherit the house. Moreover, if they can find evidence to prove that you used a fake marriage to cheat on the house, they can send you to jail and make you spend time in prison. My uncle said he has connections in this area. Once he gets the evidence and sues you, you will definitely lose. They are so evil. How can people be so evil? They have to cover things that don't belong to them. How could such bad people be my biological mother and my biological uncle? Brother, do you know? I'm very sad. I just said a few fair words for you, but I was scolded. I was accused of being unfilial and ungrateful. I gave birth to me in vain. I don't understand and I can't agree with their values. They are the ones who are unreasonable and they are the ones who want to hurt people. Brother, I can't watch you get framed by them. I'm going to tell you the truth. You must be prepared early. Cen Wen read Lin Shue's messages one by one, and felt a tightness in his chest. He was really furious. He believed that Ji Yang could do it. When a person's conscience is devoured and he becomes extremely despicable and shameless, there is no moral bottom line anymore. However, he was not worried that Ji Yang could really get the so-called evidence. He inherited his grandfather's property in an upright manner. When my grandfather was making his will, he specifically asked a nurse from the hospital to witness it. The hospital's medical records also prove that my grandfather was conscious and capable at the time, and was not threatened by anyone. Ji Yang couldn't handle him. Sheshue, thank you for telling me this. I will pay attention to it. Cen Wen sent a message back and told Lin Shui not to speak for him at home in the future. There was no need to do so. He didn't care what Ji Yang thought of him at all. Chapter 38. I don't do things that go against my conscience. Lin Shui was sitting on the sofa, concentrating on sending messages to Cen Wen, when suddenly a concerned voice rang in her ears. Xiao Shui, what are you busy with? Lin Shui looked up and saw her mother's friend Zhu Yongqing, looking at her with a smile. Somehow, that look made Lin Shui feel uncomfortable, as if she was being seen through. Nothing. Lin Shui put down the phone and replied coldly. Zhu Yongqing sat down next to her and said with concern, Uncle Zhu heard from your mother that you passed the interview of Qianlin Group and have already started working there. You are really capable. Uncle was right about you. The smell of this man in her nose gave Lin Shui goosebumps all over her body and she stood up suddenly. Uncle Zhu, I'm not a child anymore. You don't need to care about me so much. She glared at him warningly, not hiding her dislike. This Uncle Zhu has an unusual relationship with her mother. Lin Shui was very sensitive and noticed the flirting between the two, which made her feel very uncomfortable and embarrassed. Moreover, the way Zhu Yongqing looked at her was not normal. Lin Shui was not a child anymore, and she knew that was not the look an elder should have. Sheshue, why are you standing so far away? Come, there's a seat next to Uncle Zhu, come and sit. Uncle Zhu has some connections at Qianlin Group, he can go and say hello for you. Zhu Yongqing patted the seat beside him and smiled kindly, as if he didn't care at all about Lin Shui's vigilance and dislike for him. After Ji Yang and Ji Chengping finished chatting, Ji Chengping went to the balcony to answer a phone call. Ji Yang walked back to the living room and saw this scene, so she joined in. You are such an ignorant kid. What's wrong with Uncle Zhu asking you to come over and sit down? What's that look? Ji Yang knew that Zhu Yongqing was a man with connections, and she would certainly be happy if he could help Lin Shui. Lin Shui looked at her mother with a reproachful look, bit her lip, turned around and went back to her room. Before entering the room, she thought of Lao Lin and glanced at the kitchen with sympathy. Lao Lin was the hardest working person today. After get off work he was also responsible for buying groceries and cooking. Her mother would never help in the kitchen. Just now, she went to help Lao Lin prepare food and was kicked out. Lao Lin felt sorry for her recent heavy workload and refused to let her do any more housework. Lin Shui sighed softly and closed the door. Ji Yang went to pour tea for Zhu Yongqing. She didn't know that on the sofa, there was a pair of eyes full of animal desires, fixed on her daughter Lin Shui. It was not until the door was closed that he restrained himself and withdrew his gaze. The reason why Zhu Yongqing took the initiative to propose to Ji Yang's house to discuss the project was actually to take the opportunity to get close to Lin Shui. I didn't expect this little thing to be so defensive. It's even more interesting. Zhu Yongqing was not worried about not being able to win her over. Although he was older, he had the advantages of a man of his age. He was rich, capable, had social status, and could make women happy. For young women who had just entered society, these were all very attractive strengths. He believed that he could win Lin Shui over. The sofa beside him sank again. Ji Yang handed him some tea. Her voice was soft and seductive. Come, drink some water to moisten your throat. The old woman is horny again. Before the younger one is dealt with, the older one still has some value. Zhu Yongqing unscrupulously pinched Ji Yang's plump buttocks and asked with a smile. Do you want me to moisten my throat or somewhere else? Hateful. After all, they were at home, so Ji Yang was not that bold. She slapped Zhu Yongqing's dishonest hand away and whispered, Lin Kaifang is still in the kitchen cooking for you, and you are so impatient to play with his wife. Zhu Yongqing smiled, and he could tell she was being serious, so he asked, "Will you go dancing tomorrow?" "This is a secret code for an affair." Ji Yang smiled brightly, "Of course I will go, I love dancing the most." She was like a little woman, delicately pressing her body against Zhu Yongqing. Zhu Yongqing glanced towards the kitchen with disdain. Lin Kaifang is a useless man. He was unaware that his wife brought her lover to his home and was busy entertaining the lover. After working in the kitchen for an hour and a half, the dishes were finally served on the table one by one. Lin Kaifang called out, "Let's eat," and went back to the kitchen to get out 6 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. The family of 4, plus Jiyu Chenping and Zhu Yongqing, sat at the table together. Jiyu Yang frowned as she looked at the dishes. "Lin Kaifang, what's wrong with you? Didn't I ask you to buy some more seafood for the dishes? Look at what you prepared. Snails and clams can even be served on the table." Lin Kaifang shared the bowl and chopsticks without saying a word. His living expenses were all used up, so where would he get the money to buy good food? Even this meal on the table was something he had to scrape together with great difficulty. His submissive and cowardly reaction was even more disdainful in the eyes of Zhu Yongqing and Jiyu Chenping. Fortunately, after complaining for a while, Jiyu Yang stopped talking and opened a bottle of wine to pour for the 2 guests. A table of people were eating and chatting. Jiyu Chenping came here specifically to seek cooperation with Zhu Yongqing, so he took the initiative to ask, "Brother Zhu, I heard from my sister that you are planning to do a big project and are trying to attract investors. Why don't we talk about it?" "Yes, I plan to open a K-12 training and education institution, focusing on after-school training for junior and senior high school students. This industry is right at the forefront of the trend. Even a pig standing there can fly." Zhu Yongqing put forward his plan. Jiyu Chenping glanced at Jiyu Yang and said, "It is true that running an education and training institution can make money, but there is always a shortage of people to do profitable business. Brother Zhu, do you have any advantages in this regard?" Zhu Yongqing talked about it eloquently. "My advantage is that I have smooth connections. If there is no one at the top to run an education and training institution like this, it will take half a year or a year just to complete the formalities. Besides, I have already thought of a way to make money. The current environment does not allow school teachers to give extra lessons. Parents are not short of money, but they lack educational institutions like ours to help their children improve their grades. When the time comes, we only need to exaggerate a little in the publicity and make the venue more formal and grand, and the fees will naturally go up, and the money will continue to flow in. Har har, let me tell you, as long as we do a good job of selling anxiety among the students' parents, we don't have to worry about the problem of student recruitment. As for the teaching staff, who will really investigate? When the time comes, we can hire a few experienced teachers to support the team, and the main teaching team will be those college graduates who have just graduated from normal schools. It won't cost much." Zhu Yongqing's argument was very logical and Jiyu Chenping agreed with it and immediately expressed his willingness to invest. Jiyu Yang said awkwardly, "How much money does this cost? I don't have much on hand. I can only give a few tens of thousands at most as a token of my appreciation." "Xiaoyan, your biggest advantage is not the money, but the fact that you have a husband who is a high school class teacher." Zhu Yongqing smiled and said slowly, "Teacher Lin has been in the industry for 30 years, has a good relationship with schools and teachers, has many resources at his disposal, and can use his influence to get students to sign up for our training institution. Wouldn't that open up the situation? Lin Kai is free at home, so he can also participate in the management of the school. With concerted efforts of several people, we can solve the 3 major issues of student source, funding and management, and the educational institution will naturally be established." Zhu Yongqing said confidently. Jiyu Chenping's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up for the first time and took the initiative to offer a glass of wine to his brother-in-law, whom he usually looked down upon and treated as heir. "Brother-in-law, the problem of student recruitment in the future depends on you. You have a long way to go." Jiyu Yang was even more delighted. She had never realized that her useless husband could have such great value. "No problem, our Mr. Lin is good at this, he can definitely do it well." Jiyu Yang guaranteed confidently, and her eyes seemed to have seen the colorful banknotes earned from the training school. From beginning to end, Lin Kaifang had been concentrating on eating and seemed to have no interest in their topic at all. It was not until the atmosphere reached a climax and everyone's eyes at the table were focused on him that he slowly put down his bowl and chopsticks. He frowned and slammed the table hard. Are you talking like a human being? What do you think of education? What do you think of children? Are you just leeks to be harvested at will? Ji Yu Yang, yes, in your eyes, I am just a useless man, I admit it. But I have been engaged in education for a lifetime, and have brought up countless students. I have achieved success in my career, and I have principles. I will never go along with you businessmen who are chasing fame and fortune. Lin Kaifang, a man who had been honest and cowardly all his life, an object of contempt in the eyes of others, was actually angry. His hair was grey and he wore reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked honest and timid, but the light that shone from his eyes was powerful and noble, far surpassing those three people. Lin Shui forgot to eat the chicken wings she was holding. She looked at her father in shock, as if she saw a dazzling light behind her father. She applauded him crazily in her heart. Lao Lin is awesome again. Lin Kaifang, you are so bold. Ji Yu Yan suddenly reacted and flew into a rage. In her mind, anyone could oppose her except Lin Kaifang. Because Lin Kaifang is the submissive dog at her feet. The dog is disobedient and deserves to be punished. You are aloof, so you will never make money in your life. Such a good opportunity to make money is right in front of you, but you refuse to participate. Do you want me to live in poverty and hardship with you for the rest of my life? Lin Kaifang was not good at quarreling, and he had no intention of arguing with a woman like Ji Yu Yang. He stood up and left home. Chapter 39. It's the first time. When Cen Wen returned home, the lights were on. For the first time ever, Su Yuwei arrived home earlier than him. Su Yuwei was sitting on the sofa with a tablet computer in her hand. She seemed to be working, but in fact, she was just waiting for Cen Wen to come home. At noon today, the two chatted for a while. Su Yuwei felt that Cen Wen was in a bad mood today, so she didn't work overtime and went home directly. Yuwei, why are you here so early today? Cen Wen was surprised when he saw Su Yuwei when he walked in, then he put on a smile and greeted her. You must be hungry. I'll go cook. He put down his things and subconsciously walked towards the kitchen. Suddenly he turned back and slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I forgot to buy groceries. I'm going to the market to buy some vegetables. I'll be back soon. Please wait at home. Cen Wen picked up the electric bike key and hurried out again. Su Yuwei silently watched his back as he closed the door and left, a gleam in her eyes. It seemed that her premonition was correct. Cen Wen's mood had not recovered for the whole day, and it might even be worse, otherwise how could he forget to buy groceries? Su Yuwei really wanted to comfort him, but she was not good at comforting people. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his tablet and typed in Baidu, "My friend is in a bad mood." After thinking for a while, he deleted all the words and typed again, "How do I comfort my husband when he is in a bad mood and under a lot of pressure?" A lot of answers popped up on Baidu. Su Yuwei picked one and went into the page to browse it carefully. The first answer reads, "A wife's company is the greatest comfort to her husband." When a wife senses that her husband is obviously in a bad mood, as a wife, she should give her husband a warm hug and kiss him, so that he can feel his wife's love and the warmth of home, and thus muster up the courage to face any difficulties. Su Yuwei? This isn't quite appropriate. Su Yuwei skipped the first most popular answer with an unnatural expression and continued to read. Some of the other answers below were more reliable and listed some practical tips. For example, take a walk together, relax, do something to distract your attention, have a delicious meal, or watch a movie. Su Yuwei's eyes suddenly lit up. She picked up her phone and called Cen Wen. Cen Wen had just walked to the meat stall when he received the call, and asked with a smile, "Yuwei, do you want to eat spare ribs or braised pork tonight? In fact, braised pig's trotters with soybeans is also good. The meat tonight is quite fresh. Don't buy anything, just wait for me at the entrance of the vegetable market." Su Yuwei said, paused, and explained, "Let's eat out tonight." Then, that's fine. It seemed like they had never gone out to eat together after they got married. Changing the taste occasionally and going to a restaurant for a bite to eat was a good choice. On this side, Su Yuwei tidied up her house briefly and went downstairs. Uncle Ping had already arranged for someone to park her newly purchased car in the community. After Su Yuwei successfully found the car, she drove to the vegetable market to pick up Cen Wen. At this moment, Cen Wen was holding a basket and standing obediently at the entrance of the vegetable market waiting for UAE to come. He was wondering which restaurant nearby had the best stir-fried dishes when he saw a white car driving over and slowly stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing an exquisite and beautiful face. This was the first time Cen Wen saw UAE driving. "Get in the car." "Oh, okay." Cen Wen came back to his senses and quickly went around to the passenger seat on the other side. He opened the door and got in. While fastening his seat belt, he asked expectantly, "Have you decided where to eat tonight?" Yue responded and drove off. The car arrived at the city center and stopped downstairs of the Hongdar Commercial Plaza. The two went upstairs and came to a restaurant called Jingyan. Center asked in surprise, "Are we eating here tonight?" Jingyan is the top ceiling of Yunhai City's catering industry. It is said that the per capita consumption is the minimum wage in Yunhai City. Center Wen often sees its advertisements but has never thought of eating there. "Yeah." Yue nodded, not realizing what was wrong at the moment. Center Wen took a deep breath and tried to speak calmly. "Here, the average cost per person is several thousand. This shouldn't be a place we can afford, right? Otherwise, let's go to another place, a restaurant where the average cost per person is several hundred. The food is also delicious." Yue was silent. She was careless. Normally, when she entertained clients, she would go to some low-key and luxurious private clubs, where the cost was much higher than that of a Beijing banquet, so she thought she had chosen an ordinary restaurant tonight. Unexpectedly, Center Wen was still frightened. This is actually the difference in cognition between the two. She thought that several thousand yuan per person was the minimum standard, but for Center Wen, this was higher than the highest standard he could accept and was simply beyond his means. But Center Wen quickly changed his words, "But if you want to try it, it's okay for us to eat here occasionally. Just think of it as experiencing the life of rich people and setting a goal for us to work hard to make money." Yue smiled faintly. She was indeed quite touched by Center Wen's reaction. However, she had no intention of letting him spend money tonight. "I received a bonus today. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "You're treating me?" Center asked in surprise. No girl had ever treated him to a meal. "Don't underestimate my salary." Yue smiled playfully and walked straight into Jingyan. Tianlin Group is developing well, and as its president, she actually has a salary of more than 60 million yuan a year. Of course, this does not include dividends from her shares. The Beijing banquet dinner was the most luxurious dinner Center Wen had ever enjoyed in his life. The elegant environment, the delicious food, the company of a beautiful woman, and the temporarily muted cell phone made Center Wen feel relaxed and happy. He could vaguely sense the purpose of Yue inviting him here for a big meal, and he felt warm in his heart. Although Yue's temper was sometimes unpredictable, she was really a very considerate girl. It is such a blessing to be able to live with her. After the meal, Center Wen quietly went to pay the bill, but the waiter looked at the seat behind him and smiled. "Sir, the lady at the same table with you has already paid the bill." Center Wen turned around in surprise and saw Yue walking towards him with her coat in her left hand. She suggested with a gentle smile, "Since we're all out, why don't we take a walk and then go watch a movie?" "Okay, Yue." It was the first time in Center Wen's life that he watched a movie with a girl. After returning from a walk in the square, they went to the cinema together to buy tickets. When buying tickets, the ticket seller pointed to the remaining seats for the same show and asked, "Would you like to buy a couple's seat? It would be more comfortable that way." Center Wen looked at Yue, asking for her opinion. "Okay." Yue said lightly. Center Wen was delighted. This was truly the happiest night of his life. It also marked his many firsts with the opposite sex. Go to a high-end restaurant together, watch a movie together in a couple's seat, eat from the same bucket of popcorn, and then drive home together. Although they politely said good night to each other and returned to their respective rooms after arriving home, tonight was of great significance to Center Wen. The distance between him and Yue seemed to have taken a big step forward. But, Center Wen didn't he know that everything that happened tonight was also the first time in Yue's life. At this moment in the early morning, she sat by the window, drinking red wine, looking at the full moon outside the window, and suddenly she truly felt what her grandmother said: work and career are not everything in a person's life, there is much more beautiful in life. Chapter 40 Give you a plan. Lin Kaifang sat alone in the garden downstairs in the community, enjoying the cold wind for 2 hours. He thought through many things before going home. As soon as he entered the door, a sharp gaze was focused on him. You still remember to come back? I thought you were planning to die out there. Ji Yang cursed loudly. The guests are still at home, and you just walked away in disdain. How can I put my face down? The house is so dirty and messy, how can I set foot here? Come here and clean it up right now. As they have been married for many years, Lin Kaifang has heard a lot of harsh words, so he didn't react much and just looked at his family blankly. Ji Chengping and Zhu Yongqing left after dinner, leaving the house a mess waiting for him to clean up. The floor was covered with footprints, cigarette butts, and fruit shells, not to mention the dining table, which was a mess with leftovers. In fact, Lin Shui was planning to clean up after the guests left, but as soon as her hands touched the dishes, she was severely scolded by Ji Yang. Ji Yang was particularly angry tonight and her scolding was particularly harsh. Lin Shui did not dare to provoke her and hid back in her room out of fear. It was not until Lao Lin came back that she secretly opened the door a crack and looked out. As for Lin Kai, there is no need to mention him. He was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. He was in cahoots with his mother and had always looked down on his cowardly and incompetent father. So no matter how Ji Yang insulted and humiliated him, he remained indifferent. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Lin Kaifang didn't want to pay attention to Ji Yang. He walked to the dining table silently and started to clean up. He knew very well that if he didn't clean up, no one in the house would, and the leftover dishes would just rot and breed maggots in the sink. We have all worked hard for decades without complaint, so today or tomorrow won't make a difference. After washing the dishes and cleaning up the kitchen, Ji Yang was the only one left in the living room, sitting on the sofa, looking at him coldly. Lin Kaifang, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Lin Kaifang's tone was calm. He had almost nothing to say to Ji Yang. Are you really unwilling to participate in the training class? Ji Yang stared at him. Lin Kaifang remained silent. That was enough to show his refusal. Okay. Ji Yang sneered and said loudly, since you are unwilling to contribute more to this family, your living expenses next month will be reduced from 2,000 yuan to 1,000 yuan. Ji Yang, don't go too far. The income of this family is all earned by me. You don't earn a penny. Why do you deduct my living expenses? Lin Kaifang was angry. Although he and Ji Yang had nothing to say to each other, Ji Yang still repeatedly challenged his bottom line. 1,000 yuan for living expenses, even if he doesn't spend a penny on himself, it's not enough just for buying groceries. If their vegetables are not good, Ji Yang will be angry. It is difficult to serve her well with 2,000 yuan a month, let alone 1,000 yuan. She is forcing him. Lin Kaifang, 25 years ago, you were penniless. Was it my mother's family who paid for the down payment of this house? Yes. Didn't we make an agreement at that time that all your income would be handed over to me to pay off the mortgage and living expenses, and I would be responsible for the family's finances? So, haven't I been abiding by it all these years? Ji Yang said contemptuously, so, don't say now that I want to deduct 1,000 yuan from your living expenses. Even if I don't give you a penny, what dare you do? The mortgage for our family was paid off 5 years ago. There is no reason for you to deduct my living expenses. Moreover, in the past 25 years, I can honestly say that I have never wronged you. You don't have to work, you dress up beautifully, and just eat, drink and have fun. Have I ever said anything to you? Lin Kaifang argued angrily, but seemed powerless. That's what you deserve. I'm your wife, you have to support me. You must devote yourself to me without regrets. Don't ever think of getting rid of me in your life. By the way, Lin Kaifang, I want to formally inform you of something. I plan to do Lao Ju's project regardless of whether you participate or not. I plan to invest 2 million in Lao Ju's training institution. The three of us will pool together 8 million to get this thing done first. 2 million. Lin Kaifang looked at Ji Yang in shock. Where did you get so much money? 2 million, I think you are crazy. He was the only one who earned money in the family. Even if Lin Kaifang didn't care about the money, he probably knew clearly that Ji Yang, who had always spent money lavishly, didn't have much savings. 2 million, that's wishful thinking. Ji Yang touched her nails and said casually, I plan to mortgage this house at home and get a loan of 2 million yuan. Then I will give the money to Xiao Kai to manage. Xiao Kai promised me that he can do a good job. Lin Kaifang, see, your sons are better than you. Fortunately, Xiaokai didn't inherit your genes, otherwise my life would be over. Ji Yu Yang sneered. I don't agree. The house doesn't belong to you alone. You have no right to make the decision. Ji Yu Yang said sarcastically, you are wrong. This house is mine. My name is written on the property ownership certificate. It is not up to you to decide whether I want to take out a loan or not. You're worried about the money? Then find a way to get Cen Wen's house back. It would be best if you could send Cen Wen to jail. As long as you get the house back, can't you raise the 2 million? Lin Kaifang looked at Ji Yu Yang and felt sad. He and Ji Yu Yang had wasted many years together. As a middle-aged couple, there was no longer any question of love or not. They were just living together. But they have been married for more than 30 years, how could their life end up like this? If he had known this earlier, he would have remained single for the rest of his life rather than marrying such a cruel and unscrupulous woman. Ji Yu Yang, let me say this one last time. Xiao Wen's house belongs to Xiao Wen. It has nothing to do with you or me. If you insist on getting involved in the affairs of the training institution, I can't control it, and I don't want to control it anymore, let alone intervene. I have lived in this house for 25 years, you can do whatever you want to it. At worst, I will start all over again. Lin Kaifang smiled sadly, having prepared for the worst in his heart. After saying these words, he went straight back to the study and closed the door regardless of how ugly Ji Yu Yang's expression was. In the corner of the study, there is a folding bed. That is where Lin Kaifang sleeps every night over the years. Ji Yu Yang had been sleeping in a separate room from him a long time ago. Apart from the 2 children between them, how could they be considered a couple? In the living room, there were sounds of Ji Yu Yang cursing at the top of her lungs and throwing things. Lin Kaifang locked the door of the study. Everything outside the house has nothing to do with him. Immersed in happiness, Cen Wen had no idea what his uncle Lin Kaifang was going through. The next day, he got up early as usual and prepared a loving fat-reducing meal by himself. Spread a thick layer of garlic cheese on the re-baked whole wheat nut European bread, a whole pure meat German sausage, and half an avocado slice, all placed on a large white plate. Pair it with milk coffee, which is also made from homemade powder. All of these were made by Cen Wen based on his observations of Su Yuwei's taste. Yuwei, it's time to eat. Yeah. Su Yuwei came out of the bathroom, and they sat down and ate face to face. Because Su Yuwei had the habit of not talking while eating or sleeping, they basically didn't talk while eating. Cen Wen finished his breakfast first and prepared to go to work in the store. Yuwei, I'm going to work. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll buy it after get off work. Braised pig's trotters with soybeans. Su Yuwei said. Actually, she was not interested in such fatty parts, and she was trying to control her body shape, but she heard Cen Wen mention this dish last night, and she thought he would be interested, so she ordered it. Okay, I wanted to make this last night. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Cen Wen's eyes lit up. He liked this dish very much. He smiled and said, I'll go to the market tonight and pick out a good one. After saying that, he hurried out. Su Yuwei finished her breakfast leisurely at home, took the leftover dishes to the kitchen to wash, and then went out with her lunchbox. Downstairs, the bodyguard and Uncle Ping were already waiting there. After getting in the car, she put the lunchbox aside. Uncle Ping looked at her and said with a smile, Miss, you look very good today. You haven't looked better in the past 2 years. Did something happy happen to you? Su Yuwei smiled faintly and thought of Cen Wen, but she did not admit it. Instead, she changed the subject. How is your investigation going on with Cen Wen's family situation? Uncle Ping replied, there should be results soon. Yeah. Let's go to the company. On the other side, Cen Wen came to the bakery and started working. Today, he still received harassing calls from online loan companies, but he turned the phone to silent mode and ignored them all. But there was a local mobile phone number in Yunhai City that called 3 times in a row. Cen Wen was worried that it was a call from a customer and was hesitating whether to call back. Then I heard a heavy kick at the door and someone yelled, Cen Wen, what do you mean by not answering my call? The voice is very familiar. Cen Wen immediately put down their work in his hands and walked out of the operation room. As expected, he saw a person who was very familiar to him in the store. Cen Qianyu. Cen Wen, you finally came out. I thought you had become a coward. Cen Wen cursed, strode to Cen Wen, and spread out his palm. Give it to me. What are you doing here? Cen Wen frowned and looked at Cen Wen. I came to the city to find you. Where's my alimony? Give it to me. I worked so hard to raise you. It's fine that you don't stay by her side to show your filial piety, but now you don't even pay a penny of alimony. Aren't you too conscienceless? Also, what right do you have to take away the house left by Grandpa? We are all Grandpa's juniors, and we all have a share in the house. I advise you to give it up obediently, otherwise it will be difficult for you to be brothers in the future. Without giving Cen Wen time to ask, Cen Wen directly said, I came here today to give you a plan to completely solve this problem.